drinking on some good shit, chilling with some females, da 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 da. But then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you got the military mind that's letting you know the rules. You know what I'm saying? Like the secrets of war or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And he's letting you know, and you're like, what? That's why he said in the song. I never knew that I would live through this. I never thought that I'd be living through by these rules,
Mm-hmm.
initiated,
As an outlaw studying rules.
studying rules. You know what I'm saying? And what
Yeah,
rules? What rules? And he's really talking about like on some deep stuff, like you know what I'm saying, like from the Bible and the God and all that, and he's that's who he's talking about. So when so like in that song, he's really talking to God, but then he's also talking from an experience where when you really look at it, it's like it really is deep, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the Hail Mary, the blasphemy.
Absolutely,
You know what I'm
absolutely. I
saying?
believe that is definitely an esoteric album.
It's
yeah,
deep.
yeah.
It's
And
deep.
I just wanted to point out too that in some of his written down track listing, because he wrote that I wanted to point out something from the when we talk about this Makaveli album is that he for some reason wrote the track listing of this album down several times on several different papers that I have seen on the internet. Like he got one track listing where he says Makaveli the album, the 7 Day Theory, and he talks about the third eye. I have that post on my Instagram. Then he has another tracks listing where he writes it down and he actually has a drawing. It's not really a drawing, but it's a sketch of him on the cross before he gave that idea to Suge and to the artist that did his album cover.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
He
yeah.
actually has a sketch
Yeah.
of him as an angel on the cross
Hey, even deeper
on
than
the
that,
cross.
he's got a cross on his back, bro. Tatted.
Yeah, he
Yeah, he
does.
got a cross on
He
his back.
he's got scriptures on that cross too.
In the
It's like,
scripture,
Yeah,
it's very unique to the point where
yeah,
that's not even in the Bible. But that was like, how they say it ain't about the church because the church is within inside you. If God is within you, that's why the scripture says, "He that is in me is stronger than he that is in the world." Let me drop
that's
this real.
biblical.
Let me drop this realness on you. Then trip out on this one. Why does the scripture say? Remember, the scriptures is all in parables and metaphors. You know what I'm saying? Down to the last bit. But why does it say, "Let he who has wisdom count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man"? That's a parable like a month, because what it's saying is like if, for example, if I was gonna sell you my radio or whatever for $100, if you gave me $100 bill and that's how much I'm selling it to you for, there ain't no need to count that, right? Because you're giving me a straight $100 bill. All I gotta do is just look up to the light. As long as it's got the blue ribbon to it, I'm gonna be like, yep, there it is. All right, boom, that's it. You got it, cool. All right, peace. You know what I mean? That's it. I don't gotta count nothing. I'm on my way. But if you give me a stack of $1 bills, I'm gonna have to count that money, right? Would,
yeah, you right, man.
would you
You right.
would you would you not count it if you were gonna sell somebody something for $100 and they just gave you what looks like a stack of money, but it's you could clearly see that it's just all ones and it may not all be there. You're gonna have to count that money, right?
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna have to count it to make sure that this they ain't cheated you out of none of it.
So I mean, that's just being real. I mean, anybody that wants to try to play foolish or whatever, be like, oh, I don't have to count it. I'll trust you. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is you're gonna have to count that money. So the thing is, why? See, so when that scripture saying count, let he who has wisdom count the number, for it is the number. But like just like to say like, well, why did it say count? If it was already there or it was already plain sight, you wouldn't need to count it. You know what I'm saying? Because it would already be there like the $100 bill. You got to count it and show it, double it up, so that way you could show the digits and like, look, this is what it is. The same, it has the same meaning to it, to where they say, beware of the wolf in the sheep's clothing. What the fuck is a wolf gonna be doing in sheep's clothing for? Obviously, because it's trying to it's trying
Disguise
to
himself.
but for a reason though, right? It's trying to get up in somewhere. It's trying to do
Yep.
something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what it's gonna do is like, what do they say sheep do? Sheep is like, the sheep just follow the sheep, right? You know what I'm
The
saying?
shepherds. Yeah.
If they're not following the shepherd, you know what I'm saying? They're just following the sheep. So wherever they see the sheep goes, they're
They're
following
gonna
his
go.
ass. They're just like,
Mm-hmm.
and so what's gonna happen is, when that wolf is in the sheep's clothing, it's only in the wolf's clothing, so that way it could fucking start walking off going that way, and when you start following it, because you're just a sheep, you're just gonna just follow it. It's gonna lead you straight up off the mountain. Boom.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, oh shit. You know what I mean? Well, why? You know, that was the purpose. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
or it's to interfere.
Real quick, Mexicali. Can y'all hear me? Okay, coming through?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bro, what's up, man? I was like, yo,
What's up, Ash?
bro, man? You know.
All good, man. I've been running around here behind the scenes trying to figure out how to make this live stream work, and I'm excited to announce right now to everybody that we are streaming live on multiple platforms. We are live on Facebook on the Truth About Tupac platform, so I want to shout out everybody on Facebook that's listening in, and then we're also live on the Truth About Tupac YouTube. And we're recording, so a lot of people have been joining us in our weekly sessions for the Truth About Tupac podcast that ran from January up to June on Pac's 50th birthday, and then we've been doing our Tuesday Tupac Lives 2-hour Tupac sessions every Tuesday from 7 to 9 West Coast time. But I just want to send a big shout out and love to everybody that came through tonight, that's on stage, everybody that's listening in. Got a shout out Layla and Hashim and Jamil and Prince and Herman and SK and Clifford and Zen and Rockmine and Baritz, man. Shouts out to you, Mexicali, Alphonse. We got Crowns new. Shout out to everybody in the audience, man. Everybody that's listening, man. It's just a big night, man. I'm just excited to let everybody know that we're reaching a bunch of people, and you can join the room. You can join us here live. Back channel me. Most of the people here on stage have either already filled out our podcast audio release and is already kind of hip to the program. But if you're new to the audience and you're listening through, make sure you follow the Truth About Tupac Club and hit me on the back channel if you want the audio release so we can bring you up. And yeah, I just wanted to say that, and then I just wanted to, now that we're officially live and I'm done moving around, I kind of want to just, bring in a little moderation and just make sure that, everybody that, got something to share or want to express or got a testimony or whatever, kind of, popcorn style, let it float around, man. But I've been enjoying listening to you guys while I've been trying to figure this thing out.
Man, big bro, we were just trying to hold it down for you and for Layla and everybody that's in here, because we weren't sure what happened, man. It was like, what I mean, the mics went out or the audio, but that's what families really all about, man. It's like, what I'm saying, one's gonna hold it down for the other one till the other one gets back, and then they're gonna carry it on, and you know what I'm saying. And so I appreciate all you dudes, man, because and Layla and everybody, because you guys really did all these years hold it down for Pop, man. And you know what I'm saying. And today's just a celebration of somebody that we really love, somebody that we miss, but really that we hear every day through the music. You know what I'm saying. And for it to be 25 years, it seems like yesterday, man. But you know what, man. The last thing I just wanted to say real quick, whatever I was saying, Pac was one of those dudes that really did speak from his heart, and not only did he speak from his heart, but he spoke to the people, like, whatever, there people believe in different things or whatever, but for him to put himself in a position to where he spoke for the people like us that were that needed it, that needed somebody to look up to and all that. He was that, you know what I'm saying. And for all we know, I remember speaking to Big Sight, rest in peace, when he was on he was on, I think, Money B's show. I called in one time and I was just rapping with him for a little bit, and I just remember after the call in, he was like, it was something spiritual that was said, and it was just like, it was such in a beautiful way that I just remember what he said. He says, you know what, man, like he was telling Money B or something. He was like, you know what, he's like, in another 1,000 years or 2,000 years from now, people are going to be looking back at these times and they're going to be like, you know what, Jesus came back and he was amongst his people. You know what I mean? Because when you really look at it, Christ had disciples, which was just some peoples that wasn't perfect, but they were all they all loved the words that they heard from that man, and he taught them. You know what I'm saying? And when he left, they were the ones that carried it on for him and carried it on for everybody else. You look at what happened with Pop. He was somebody that, hey, the same thing. The people followed what he was saying because they loved what he was saying. They believed in what he was saying. And when he left, they took that upon themselves to be able to carry it on. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing, you know, when
For sure.
before Christ went on the cross, what they try to do? They try to put a false allegation on him too, right? They were saying blasphemy. What
Yep.
they do with Pac. I'm
That.
gonna leave it right there. You know?
Hey, so on that, I was gonna ask you. We'll start with you, Mexicali. Now, I like to go down I like to go through the room, everybody that's on stage, and kind of just take a poll. If you could pick one track from the Makaveli, the Don Killuminati, the 7 Day Theory. One track is your favorite all-time track. I know it changes daily, but I like everybody that's listening. Comment right now. What is your ultimate all-time favorite track of the 7 Day Theory album? And then Mexicali, you start, and then let's just kind of move down the list. I like to hear Alphonse, Herman, Prince, Mel, Zen, Clifford, SK, Baris, Rahman. I like to hear everyone's crowns. I like to hear everyone's favorite track. You first, Mexicali.
Blasphemy, my brother, man. I love that whole album, but Blasphemy's got to be the realest one for me, man.
Sick. All right. Alphonse, how about you? Number one track.
Blasphemy is my favorite on that album. Blasphemy is my favorite Tupac songs, that's period or whatever. Like I say, I think he was just really in his pocket. It summed up like his whole sort of like mission statement with just tying in the name Don Killuminati, you know, just added with the interview when he was saying he heard about the Illuminati, and Pac's just a guy about super self-esteem, which a lot of people call knowledge of self, but I think it was just super self-esteem. And so I think he was just really flaunted his talents on that album or whatever. I think people, if they really look at it, he just incorporated so much on that song or whatever, and he just really displayed all that or whatever. And I think he really wanted people like to catch that or whatever, just everything that was in that song or whatever. So, you know, it's that one.
Brits, you unmuted. You wanna say yours? What's yours, Brits?
Yeah.
Prince, it's you.
I don't have a favorite. I don't got a favorite song on there, bro. I like it. Depends on the mood that I'm in.
No. You have to pick.
Gosh.
I mean, I'll just say right now, today.
Today. Yep.
I've been really out that life of an outlaw.
For sure. Yep. It can change daily. Yeah, it's just your favorite track tonight. That's what's up. We'll get back to you, Prince. I got some more questions for you. All right, Zen, you. What's up, Zen? What's your favorite tonight?
The last one, Against All Odds. That's my favorite on there. Blasphemy's up there too, but Against All Odds is probably my favorite.
Hey, yo, my people, keep in mind that there's a bunch of unreleased songs from that Like Black Jesus. And then
I said no.
Yeah, you're right, Mexicali. There's a lot of unreleased songs. I actually got some of Johnny J's masters from where Tupac actually got released from October 12th, 1995, and he released like over 200 songs prior to making this album, the Makaveli album. And I could list all the songs that he made because I actually have the booklet here, but I can't. I don't want to hold up the line and stuff.
It's all good. We can get back to you, Clifford, man. You got a lot of knowledge to share. Yeah, Barrett's at you.
Throw me a cigarette, dog. It got me feeling crazier than a motherfucker. That's my
mucho
crazy,
respect.
Bro. That guitar, bro, and just that guitar there and the guitar staring through my rear view. Those two.
Rest in peace, the
dropping Hitler times as well, and those guitars take you forever, man. They just ride it, and he rides those guitars. But crazy, man, I'm crazy.
Good choice. All right, SK, what's your favorite track tonight?
I'm gonna go with Bomb first. It sets off the album wonderfully. The energy that he was coming with, and I think it was, in my opinion, one of the most lyrical verses that Pac had spit, and then he was going at everybody. I just love the energy on that. It kind of scares the shit out of you too, if you think about it, especially when there was the rumors about the intro where like it starts off and it says "Shook shot me." So yeah, that was a dope ass track.
Hells yeah.
Nice. Mel, it's you.
I'd have to say Hail Mary, and also Crazy as well.
No, you gotta choose.
You gotta choose one.
You gotta choose what?
Oh, this is cold.
Oh man. Okay. Hail Mary.
That's a good one. All right, Crowns, it's you, man.
Ooh. I'm gonna go with For Today because that whole album is bomb. But I think for today, I'm gonna go with the most controversial song on that whole album, White Man's World. And part of the reason for that is because I was actually at the Million Man March. Mm-hmm.
I like that song.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Herman.
I can maybe, yeah. I was just about to jump in. Wow, I was about to say blasphemy, and then someone said Hail Mary. I need to hit myself in the head. I totally just so many good songs on the album. I totally forgot Hail Mary. I was like, but I'm gonna have to go with blasphemy. Just so many diverse references. I mean, a lot of things I don't even understand. I feel like I usually can understand exactly what Tupac is saying, but I for some reason that the mystery of that song to me, there's still things that I don't totally understand, but it represents the spiritual aspect, where he wants to go. He's talking about death, the next step. It's real deep, and so Hold Your Head, Hail Mary, great. Blasphemy though, it sums it up real good because I don't think anybody's made anything like that. Man. Yeah.
I hate I can't pick two songs. Y'all got me in chokehold right now.
That's how I'm feeling, with this album. Like I can't even pick two. I actually like 3 songs on there. Hold Your Head, Bomb First, and Against All Odds. But if I had to pick, it would be Against All Odds. But,
yeah.
That song at the end when he says, "Never forget, I ride for you, I rhyme for you, it's all for you." So like when he says that, and he says that at the,
now I want war.
like he has this like that song to me is like Against All Odds. It's like, and it's the last song on the album. And for him to say that, it was like he was closing the album out with that. It was just so. It's so deep, man. And when you really think about this guy,
so since you say that, I gotta say the reason I say blasphemy is similar because like the beginning, like just all through Tupac's like career, you hear the songs like Hellraiser and Troublesome, and you just know he's like a magnet for that. And when that song comes on and it's like, Tupac, don't start that blasphemy, I can just imagine how giddy he is, just what he's just about to start spitting right there, and it just comes on, just man, it's just everything, just how that comes on, like Tupac start that, and he's gonna start it.
That just shows how the genius of how he writes, man. And then Tommy Daugherty, shout outs to Tommy Daugherty. I know he's not really in the room, but he was the producer on that album. He was a producer on that album, and that the fact that I feel like this whole album was about it was, and he always said that his music was spiritual. I think this was deeper than spiritual. I think this was like a warfare against people that was trying to like silence him. This was bigger than just, I'm gonna drop this album and then I'm gonna move to the next one. Because you know that's how Pac was rolling. He would drop an album and then he would move to the next one. Be right.
Yeah.
I think what he was trying to do with this one, he was really trying to send a message. He was trying to tell us something. Because this is like different from Me Against the World. Because Me Against the World, if you compare Me Against the World against this Makaveli Killuminati album, it was more about recovery. If you look at it that way, if you look at the way Me Against the World is written and everything, it was more like a recovery period. And then All Eyes on Me was like a celebration. That's why you got a lot of songs on there that, you know, talk about thug passion and
Heaven Ain't Hard,
California love and all that. You know what I'm saying? When you look at this album, it's like warfare. It's like spiritual warfare, because it's like, damn, I done been through all this shit and I'm going through it again. I just got out.
Let me give you a sound bite. Code 3, attack formation, pull out your pistols, keep an eye on them.
Yeah, because they itching to get. Come on, man. Rumble face being traced by the infrared beam. Come on, man.
When he said on that one song, label me an outlaw, 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 dear God, I wonder can you save me? Like, it's that period when he dropped that Me Against the World. If you look at this album, it's like it's almost like, I won't say he was tired, but it was like he was coming to the conclusion where, okay, I did all this, I gave these people music, you know, and there's still people attacking me. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna crank this shit up to the max. That's why when Bomb first starts, it's like gunshots. I don't know if y'all remember how the intro starts. And then if you count shots, what funny thing about it is, count shots is 7 shots, because I counted it. I had to keep rewinding it, and I counted shots. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then right when he started rapping, 7 shots.
Mm-hmm. And just something based on what you said, Clifford, was you know, I feel like Tupac, it mattered to him that people knew that he was sending a positive message, you know, and so the whole spiritual warfare, it's like, you know, it's some people you can get ahead and become extremely successful by doing a lot of bad things, but what Tupac, his way of showing, you know, like his greatness or what he felt he did better than anybody else was saying, hey, I can do all these things, but I can still be moral. I can still do the right thing. And in order to convince people that you're representing that the right way, well, what you have to do is you have to kind of protect your spiritual side. And so it's almost impossible for Tupac to not be spiritual, even on a military album, which is saying something. But that's good points.
Yeah, man, and I want to give a shout out to Layla Steinberg too. I mean, I know she probably had to break out or something like that, but she also had an influence on his spirituality as well. They used to meet up in Quick Jules. They used to meet up at Boheed Tree bookstore and, you know, discuss these different like books that they read, different practices they did. You know what I'm saying? When he lived with her, like, they did certain things that not even close to what everybody in the world knows. And he believed in God. He made that very clear if you look at some of the stuff that he wrote. And he got some writings on the internet, like, you know how you just be searching for memorabilia. Mm-hmm. He has a composition notebook where he wrote about thanking God and everything like that. So yeah, to add to that, yeah, Pac is very, very spiritual, and I always wanted to know how deep he went with that third eye, because like, I think I got, like, real quick, I got right here where on the Makaveli track listing, he wrote on paper, it says Killuminati, the prophecy delivered to the lost by the lost, the chosen words for the chosen people who think with their third eye and feel with their heart live. This you could Google this, and this is his writing on the Killuminati 7-day theory. And like the funny thing about it is, going back to the Bible, what Makaveli was saying, if you look at in the Bible, Matthew 6:22, it says, "The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full with light."
Right.
So that's like a reference to the third eye right there. So it's crazy how everything is in metaphysical form, and it's like Pac was already teaching us metaphysics before anyone else, like any rapper in the industry, was doing this. Like he was already on metaphysics. If you ask Lila Steinberg what type of books he read, I guarantee she would probably tell you he read some spiritual books by like Ponder on This by Alice Bailey. Like she had a lot of spiritual books. It was a lot of stuff that Pac did. So with this album, you know what I'm saying? Because we're gonna get back on track. Because I don't want to, go all the way into a whole nother, digression. With this album, I felt like it's almost like he was trying to teach us something. And like that's why when he said in his jail interview, you got to start peeping game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The game of life. You know what I'm saying? He was trying so hard to tell us, y'all got to start listening. Y'all got to start listening. It's way deeper than just my career. This is like, I'm trying to wake y'all up. I believe he was trying to wake us up.
Big Chris, you know what that was, bro? That's something that I didn't finish when Asher came back in. I'm just gonna say that I mean, really, it's like how Pac said, it's studying the rules. I never knew that I would live by these rules. You know what I mean? Basically, what rules is he talking about? He says there's 10, but I'll give you 2. Doesn't that sound like the 10 Commandments? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does sound like the 10 Commandments. And it's a couple of
rules. And giving you 2.
The thing about what you were saying, Clifford, that really bakes my noodle was that it's not even like he made this song, this album, and he's trying to get there. Pac's always like that. He's always been like that. Even when people thought he was another way, underneath that, I think he's just so ambitious that he felt like you hear it in the interviews, he always felt like, who's gonna go get them people in the street? He already knows he can deal with people in the industry. He already knows he can talk to all these other people. But that's why he was like always at the churches, like, help these homeless people, or, he assigned any autograph, because who's going to get them people there? So that's why he felt like he had to go heavy into that image. But that by no means meant like he didn't have the knowledge behind that. He just knew he had to bring people, he had to get to them first. And then Makaveli is basically him taking a general role. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say it's militarized or whatever, because he's taking that general role. He's already got your hearts and your ears or whatever. Now it's like, let's roll this way.
Picture Christ back in the days, bro. Like people, I don't know why people get the wrong interpretation of, like, they think it's just all happy-go-lucky. When, if anything, Christ was a G, bro. Christ was like, you know what I'm saying? Like when he was walking around, he knew that there was peoples out there in armory or whatever that didn't like him. And you could only imagine if you're living in that time right now, and you know what I'm saying, and you're chilling with him right now, and he's like, come on, man, we're gonna go over here to the courtyard and shit. I gotta go over here and go do something real quick. You're gonna be like, what? You know that there's a whole bunch of them over there. They're gonna be hating on us, this, that. As soon as they see us, they're gonna probably want to get at us. Hey, well, I gotta go over there. I got a couple people I gotta go see or whatever. I gotta do something over there. You gonna roll or not? Like what? No, you ain't gonna take that you ain't gonna take that knife, that gun or whatever, man. We don't need it. Like, what, are you kidding me? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Well, you gonna roll or not? If you're rolling with me, you ain't gonna be on that fear. You know what I mean? But come on, you know what I mean? And then when he got lit, and he really did like get pissed off and tell everybody, like, fuck you guys doing over here? Like, you guys are like, disrespecting the grounds because they're like sacrificing the animals or whatever it was right there on grounds that's supposed to be like, to where you were supposed to pray, or acknowledge God. And if anything, you're acknowledging money or whatever. That's when he let the birds go and the animals go, and he was like, man, fuck all you motherfuckers. Like, you know what I mean? But at the same time, though, what Christ gave himself for the people, right? For the sins of the people. Well, he didn't have to do that. He could have just laid low and just could have been like, you know, like, hey, I'm just gonna be careful and da da da. But you know, he really did speak up for his people, and then at the end of the day, that's the only thing that it brought him down, right? Because you know, they were like, who is this guy? Why is everybody looking at him like he's the king or the leader or the, you know, and he's, you know, we're the ones, or we're the, you know, the most high over here. So if people are looking up to him, you know, he's a problem or whatever. So they put that false charges on him. They said, well, where are you from? I said, you know,
Yeah.
I'm from heaven. You know what I'm saying? I'm from God. They all blasphemy. All right. So boom, they put him in jail, right? Christ. They put him in jail, and then they put him on the cross, right? Well,
Yeah.
what happened? 3 days later, he told his people, he says, I'm gonna come back. He says, and when I come back, you're gonna see me. You know what I mean? And when he came back, he only came back, and he was only recognized by the people that was his people. It wasn't to everybody. It wasn't like, hey, you know what I mean? It wasn't to prove anything. It was just for his own people, like how, like somebody just said a little while ago right now, like we say, like, you know, that Pac mentioned, it was like when he wrote down somewhere, it's like for the only the chosen few, or the ones that are gonna understand it, or, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. It was like very in particular. So, you know, it was like when Christ came back to his people, he didn't, you know, he came back to his people, but only his people and the chosen ones seen him. Everybody else just heard about it. So when you really look at it, and it was 3 days later, right? Well, when you look at it, 3 months later, that's when this album came out. I remember going to Sam Goody and all that, like yo, where's the new Pac album? They're like, what? All Eyes on Me? I'm like, nah, there's a new one that just came out. Like, what? There's not, you know what I mean? It was under a whole nother name, Makaveli. You know what I'm saying? And then and the one that was with them was Simon. You know what I'm saying? Simon
Yeah.
carried a cross. You know what I'm saying? In the last moments, of Christ's freedom on earth, it was Simon that helped him carry that cross. And carrying that cross was a big walk up to that mountain where he was going to lay it down. Well, Simon helped Pac carry that, you know what I'm saying, that situation, because it was just him in the car. You know what I mean? And you know, it was like, what did Christ do? Christ gave his life for the sins of humanity, right? Pac,
Yeah.
where he laid it down, he was in the what is it called? The city of sin or something?
Vegas, yep. You right.
City of sin, right?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And so, and it's just, it really is crazy like that. So like when you look at it though, 3 months later, it wasn't 3 days later, but 3 months later, when he came back on the cross. He came back, and it was to his people, to where it was like, you know, people on the news were like, oh, he's got another album, but you know, the guy's dead, or da, 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 whatever. And then his people are like, oh my God, he's still alive, man. You know what I mean? Can you, like, da, 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 you know what I mean? And like, you know, but then also too, you could only imagine back in the days of Christ, where like where you know, where they actually were scared. You know what I'm saying? They were like, they try to put all kinds of soldiers on it, you know, to make sure that nobody steals his body or whatever, this and that. And it just so happened that all the motherfuckers fell asleep, and when they woke up, he was gone. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could only imagine the fear. You know what I'm saying? Like, Pac says that in the song. He's like, you know what I'm saying? He says something like, you know, you can see the fear, like in that song, Let's Get It On, the last one that he did for Mike Tyson or whatever. He says something like, you can see the fear in the eyes when I hit the set. You know what I'm saying? Because it was like, you could imagine how in that time, where 3 days later, when his people were like, yo, we just seen him, and he was like, you know, like he had some new words to speak to us, and we were listening, and da-da-da-da, and you know, you could only imagine the ones that didn't get to see it, what the fear was that they had to live with, like not knowing, like, is this guy, did he survive it? Is this guy really out there? Is he gonna come back and get my ass? You know what I mean?
You know what the crazy thing about it is too, is that you know, I just had heard some audio where there was a radio release where Tupac was released from the hospital, and this was like all the way back in 1996, like right after the album had dropped, and that soundbite was on YouTube for, you know, for a while before they actually removed it from YouTube, like the original soundbite where they said that he was released from the hospital for the second time, and that they said that he was unable to tour with Snoop Dogg because of the injuries sustained from the Mike Tyson Vegas shooting. So like, and I was able to download that sound bite before they removed it from YouTube. So I still got that. But when I listened to it, it was saying that his lawyer Johnny Cochran and him was not available for comment. But I wondered to myself, like, why? How did this come out and nobody like found out about this? Why is this still secret? Why does, like, after umpteen years they finally released this audio and nobody knows about it? So it's a lot of stuff that I want to talk about, but I ain't gonna say too much because
Well, look,
obviously this is his legacy. This is not my legacy.
hey, Cliff. So, real quick, on that note, I'll just do a quick room reset. And also, I think it'd be cool to read some of the comments from some of the heads on some of the other platforms. So, just for everybody that's curious where this stream is originating from, we live on Clubhouse on the Truth About Tupac Club on Clubhouse. For those of you that are listening on Facebook and YouTube, if you look in the comments and description, there's a link to the room. So you can literally join us live right now. There is some special invited guests. I want to shout out to Layla Steinberg. She was here earlier. I want to shout out to Hashim Ali. He was a big part of helping co-moderate our Truth About Tupac podcast that we ran from January to June every Wednesday night from the inauguration up to Pac's 50th birthday. And then here we are now on the 25th anniversary of the Makaveli album, the historic Don Killuminati and the 7-Day Theory. And it's just great to be going popcorn style, just kicking back, parlaying with some of the heads. So real quick, just kind of in following the discussion, there's been a couple people that's been commenting on Facebook. The homie Joe Serato said he was spiritually enlightened and it hit him like lightning. He's seen the destruction of humanity and he brought that light. So yeah, shouts out to everybody that's listening online. Feel free to add your comments. We're reading your comments so we can ask questions or express some of the things that you got to say. Make sure everybody's following the Truth About Tupac Club. Shouts out to Layla. She's back. Layla, how you doing tonight?
I'm good, thank you.
It's great to have you here. We've been this is like one of our real brick and mortar Pac celebration events where we got 15 things going on. We're over here trying to wire up the technical live stream and sound to all the different platforms. So I just want everybody to know that is Layla Steinberg, the original. We was just talking about you earlier. Clifford actually, I think he had a question about Pac's book list. He was talking about Pac's book list and some of your references to Pac's material in terms of like reading like sort of different sort of esoteric and metaphysical literature and things of that nature. But anyways, we were also asking what was everybody's all-time, or at least tonight, if you was to name one song as your favorite song from the Makaveli album, what would that be? You're muted, Layla, but do you got an answer? If you had to pick one song from the Makaveli album as your favorite?
Probably Blasphemy in White Man's World.
Come on now.
There it is. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Pac is a Gemini, so I can't pick one. I have to at least pick two.
Yeah, I was denying a couple people the option to choose two, but we'll let you have the pass. And it's kind of funny that right as you said that on Facebook, Elijah Breton, shout out to Elijah Breton, actually just said Gemini things. So there's kind of some synchronicity right there in your thought. Also, Clifford was speaking about you when you wasn't here, so I don't think that's right. Clifford, you want to maybe try to complete your thought, or maybe see if Layla got any commentary?
Yeah, Layla, I just wanted to say that first off, I appreciate you, like, grinding with Pac and actually, letting him, stay with you and giving him some like knowledge with the books that he was reading, everything from the Dictionary of Cultural Literacy all the way down to Ponder on This, all the way down to like, you guys going to the bookstores together and stuff like that. I just wanted to know, like, did you know his mind state, like, when he was like early on before he decided to get his career started? Because I know you and Atron Gregory like originally were the pioneers for Pac before he went anywhere else. Like you, Atron Gregory, Shock G, rest in peace. You guys were the team, the original team for Pac before he even released anything. So I just wanted to know, like, did you know his spiritual mind state? Like, did you know?
I think that the beautiful thing about Pac is he gave us his own thoughts in his early poetry, all the way up to his last song. I think it's exciting that the exhibit is coming. Everybody should watch out for it. It's going to be in at least 7 cities, maybe more before it goes overseas. And they're going to have the whole vault of all his history and writings and everything he's ever done that they've been able to pull together will all be on display. So I work hard not to speak for other people and to think I knew what anyone was thinking, even my own children, who you would think you would know what your children think and feel, but we never really know what is in somebody else's head. But the beauty of him is that he left an incredible body of work for us to discover, to study, and to talk about. So I'm going to be doing a lot more sharing as the exhibit comes to fruition in January, and we'll be able to look at what he left us and have those conversations. But thank you guys for always having me, including my voice, for Asher being one of the people that keeps, bringing dialogue around Tupac, because he's worth studying. He's really important, and he's really a voice for this time period on a deeper conversation about race in this country, social justice, and just a history of trauma and pain that we have to address. So thank you guys.
Man.
Thank you, Layla.
Hey Layla, but you know what? I got something for you right there on those words that you said right there. That, you know what I mean? That Pac said it, for himself, and you wouldn't speak for him. So why don't we just let him speak for himself and answer that question? Check it out.
You know, we when I was locked down, they did come here and saw love, but I'm past that.
What religion are you?
I'm the religion that, to me, is the realest religion that is. I believe in God. I try to pray to God every night as I pass out.
Right.
And I think that's, and to me, religion, my idea of religion is this. I think that I learned this in jail, because I talked to every God there was in jail. I think that if you take one of the O's out of good, it's God. You had a deed to evil, it's the devil. I fucking sat down long, and that's what they came up with. It's the Bible. Because if the guy wrote the Bible, I'm sure it would be by now. You know what I mean? Because I've been looking for this revised copy, and I don't see it. I still see that same old copy that they had from then, and I'm not disrespecting anybody's religion. Please forgive me if it comes off like that. I'm just stating my opinion. I feel like we get crucified. I mean, the Bible was telling us all these people did this because they suffered this much. That's what makes them special people. I got shot 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what I mean? And I got crucified to the media. You know what I mean? And I walked through with the thorns on. And I had shit thrown on me. And I had the thief at the top. I told that nigga I'll be back for you. You know what I mean? And trust me, this not supposed to be going down. I'll be back. So I'm not saying I'm Jesus, but I'm saying that we go through that type of thing every day. We don't part the Red Sea, but we walk through the hood without getting shot. You know what I mean? We don't turn water to wine, but we turn motherfucking dope fiends and dope heads into productive citizens into society. You know what I mean? We turn money. We turn words into money. You know what I mean? What greater gift can there be? So I believe God blesses us. I believe God blesses those that hustle, those that use their mind, and those that overall are righteous. I believe that your karma, everything that you do bad comes back to you. So anything that I'm doing that's bad, I'm going to have to suffer for. But in my heart, I think what I'm doing is right. You know what I mean? So I feel like I'm going to heaven. You know what I mean? And I think heaven is just when you sleep with a good conscience. You don't have nightmares. And hell is when you sleep, the last thing you see is all the fucked up things you did in your life. And you see it over and over again. Because you don't burn. Because if that's the case, it's hell on earth. Because bullets burn. You know what I mean? There's people that got burnt in fires. That means they went to hell already. You know what I mean? All that is here. So what else? What do you got there that we ain't seen here? What, you gonna walk around aimlessly, zombie? Nigga, that's here. You ain't been on the streets lately? You know what I mean? What heaven is now. Look, we sitting up here, live big screen. It's heaven for the moment. You know what I mean? Hell is jail. I seen that one. Trust me, this is what's real. And all that other shit is to control you. If the churches took half the money that they was making and gave it back to the community, we'd be all right. If they take half the buildings that they use to praise God and gave it to motherfuckers who need God, we'd be all right. We be all right. Have you seen some of these goddamn churches lately? It's ones that take up the whole block in New York. It's homeless people out here. Why ain't God letting them stay here? Why these niggas got gold ceilings and shit? Why God need gold ceilings to talk to me? Why do God need colored windows to talk to me? Why God can't come where I'm at, where he sent me? If God wanted to talk to me in a pretty spot like that, why the hell he send me here then? You know what I mean? That make ghetto kids not believe in God. Why? So that's a wrong religion. I believe in God. I believe God put us wherever we want to be at. Then it makes sense that God will put us in the ghetto. That means he wants to work hard to get up out of here. That means he's testing us even more. That makes sense. It makes sense that if you're good in your heart, then you closer to God. But if you evil, then you close to the devil. That makes sense. I see that every day. All that other spooky shit don't make sense. And I don't even believe, I'm not dissing them, but I don't believe in the brothers. I was in jail with them and having conversations. These brothers, I'm God. God opened the gate for me. You know how far the sun is and how far the moon is? How the hell do I pop this fucking gate and get me free up out of here? Then I'll be a 5% for life.
I love that man so much, guys. There's nobody like him, man. From the time I was 6 years old, all the way up to today, I've always loved him. He made me feel comfortable being black, and I know that sounds crazy to some of you, maybe some of you, but in black culture, sometimes there is this such thing called self-hatred. And this is one of the struggles that black people struggle with sometimes, is hatred of themselves based off white supremacy and based off of racial struggles that Layla was alluding to earlier. Is that and for me with Pac, it's like he made me believe that I am somebody. That, like, when he made that song with Scarface, "Smile for Me," if you listen to the dialogue in that, he said, "What are you worried for? You black. You know, you ain't got nothing to worry about." He made you love yourself. And like, it's like, I can't even go back in time, and I can't go back in time and repay him for that amount of love. And even though he was just making the song, I took it personal. I took it as, it's an audiobook speaking to me. I took it so personal to where now my life is not the same. I read a lot of books now. There's nobody like him. There's really nobody like him, man. There's really nobody like him.
Just to add to that, where you said just even like that helped you read books, and like I did want to add what you said earlier when you were saying the like anecdote that was from Thug Angel, where Layla was describing like just a whole literary experience or whatever. Everybody should follow Truth About Tupac, on Clubhouse, but on there, I stated earlier, you know, just from that, and just like you, I appreciate what Layla did for Pac in that situation, but just on a personal level, I was almost like a big as a fan of Layla's almost as I was of Pac, you know, like just years of just seeing her name on everything, you know, because I used to, you know, I was a Pac fan ever since he first came out or whatever, just always seeing her name. And, you know, just when it got to that point where she said that about the books, and I had some of those books, and like, I just felt just a real familiar, and it, like Clifford just said, it was personal. You know, I felt real personal just with the whole thing, you know, and just from that, it enriched my whole way of just reading stuff, and just how I even looked at people investing in other people, and that it was just even people like Layla that just would take time, you know, because just even around me, just with writing or whatever, it wasn't a lot of people that would just understand like where I was coming from, and just to have somebody just older like that and just just nurture that or whatever. And I'm like I said, I'm a fan of Layla. Like she does this. This is her thing. Like what I'm saying. Like she's even like with what's Earl sweatshirt and all that or whatever. Like and just her earlier bass stuff or whatever. So just Layla's the bomb too, and whatnot. I just want to put that. I've always been a fan of hers too, or whatever. But I agree with you, Clifford. I always felt like Pac made it personal to a lot of people though, or whatnot. Like there were times when he had the camera. He said, "I'm put the camera on me, and I want you to walk with me through this whole thing." When he first came out, and he looked right in the camera, and I always felt like that kinship with him or whatever. I always felt like he stayed true to that. No matter how famous he got, he stayed true. And just like the clip Makaveli played, he always like displayed that down to earthness that or whatnot. And just to refer more, I know we're saying like a lot of religious stuff where with Jesus or whatever, but again, I think Pac really practiced that self-esteem, and like Clifford said earlier, just introducing metaphysics. There's an interview where when asked about himself and describing himself, it just blew my mind to this day or whatever. When he described himself, Pac said, "I feel like I'm static." And that just blew me away. I never heard anybody like that age or whatever just answer something like that. Like they was just like describing himself, and he said, "I'm static. I feel like I'm static." And that was just metaphysical, just right there, and just to tie in with Bomb first, just saying powerful stuff like thug life running through my veins on strong. He's just so prolific. I understand why Eminem says he's like his favorite writer or whatever, just powerful statements that resonate with certain people, and I think that's why he gets a lot of that adoration.
Hey, bro, who else could sing a song like this one right here and say these kind of words and mean the same way that it means when you hear Pac saying it, bro?
Hey, Mexicali.
Yo.
Hey, real quick, man, if you could pull, drop that down, just because I don't want it to shut down the live stream. They might hit us on some copyright on YouTube and Facebook, and right now we got a bunch of people tuned in. I just want to take the time, but I like when you played the interview. We could probably slide some interviews in, that sort of thing. But also, your mic is your mic is like a Bluetooth or something.
No, but you know how it is. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever way, like dim the light. But if I don't got the light, you got the. If you don't got the light, the homies got the light. So we keep that shit lit.
Fish show. Also, if you got good internet connection, do you know if you're on your home screen, there's like the three buttons. Like if you're in the room, there's like three little dots in the upper right. You can click on that, and then you can adjust your audio to high quality. It might give us a little bit better high quality audio from your mic if you're in a good location. But anyways, yeah, man, I appreciate you helping mix it up with me here with the interviews and with the tracks. I just don't want it to shut down our stream, and I want to shout out everybody on the truthabouttupac.com Facebook and YouTube. We are live tonight for the 25th anniversary. We're just celebrating the iconic hip-hop history of the legend. Pac's first posthumous album released under the moniker Makaveli 25 years ago tonight, November the 5th. So we just vibing out here, popcorn style, sharing thoughts, comments, and reflections. And it's been tight. Also, you could check in the comments and the description. We got a link to the room right now if y'all want to join us. Because we're recording and because we're live streaming, everybody on stage has filled out our audio release. So we got an audio release. If you back channel me, I can get it to you. And it's also linked from the pin link at the top of the room. Shouts out to my man Baritz. He got us hooked up here on the website, but you can go straight to truthabouttupac.com and click on the flyer for the night. Make sure you subscribe and follow on the club and all of that sort of stuff. And I just want to shout out everybody that's here, reflecting and reminiscing. Shouts out to Layla Steinberg that came through. Hashim Ali. Amir was in here for a minute. Shouts out to my homie Prince and Jamil and Rahman was here, but they had to bump out. But shoot, we're gonna keep it rolling through the night. If anyone else got any thoughts and comments, I'll throw a question to the group, just because for those that I wish we had this live stream popping when we was doing the podcast. But now that we figured it out, moving forward, we're gonna be doing a lot more of these live streams. But one of the questions that I always raised in my studies, like I did my whole undergraduate and graduate degree based on comparative mythology through the contemporary context of Black Jesus, Makaveli, and Tupac Amaru. And I looked at like kind of what you were saying, Mexicali, earlier about like the spiritual aspect of like the comparison of like Black Jesus to the myth in terms of the disciples and like the symbolism in like carrying forward the legacy, the oral traditions, like all of that sort of stuff. One of the things I always thought was fascinating is like, you know, you can't like the Makaveli album itself is like inspiring to the legend, you know, the legend of Makaveli, the urban folklore, the myths, like, and that's what like I kind of explored through my studies. And in terms of, I guess, picking out my favorite track from the Makaveli album, I like SK just pop back in the room. I like Bomb First because I feel like Bomb First like sets the tone for the it sets the tone for the whole album. And one of the things I always found was interesting is like in the intro where he says, allow me to introduce, like literally the first words that's rap, like the first of his verse is, allow me to introduce Makaveli, the Don, spiritual lyrics like the Holy Quran, right? And then like, you know, you had this, the imagery, the Jesus imagery. And so for me, like when I was studying like comparative mythology, comparative religion, theology, and all these different philosophies, I think it's fascinating to look at like the cross-cultural, cross-regional like comparatives in like religion and spiritual practices between Christianity, which is the obvious parallel with Jesus and Black Jesus and Christianity, because Christ has that central role and that central figure. However, in Islam, you know, Isa, or you know, Yeshua, Isa, Jesus, like still the number one prophet, like the most revered prophet next to the prophet Muhammad. And there's a whole different perspective on how Jesus is perceived to have lived and or died and not dying on the cross. So it's just kind of interesting how those different perspectives kind of feed into like the urban legend and the folklore of Makaveli, which I feel is like, you know, Pac sort of narrated and set the tone for himself. At least it sent me down a 20 plus year rabbit hole, almost 25 years now. So yeah, I'm down to hear anybody's thoughts on that if anybody's got a thought.
How about Pac's thoughts, Asher?
You got another
what
one.
You just said right now. Like,
Let's do it.
Right here in the room with us, right now. Like, just right now, what you just said right there. Look what he says to that.
Next man, I don't want to be here because God has cursed me to see what life should be like. If God wanted me to be this person and be happy here, He wouldn't let me feel so oppressed. He wouldn't let me feel so trampled on. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't let me think the things I think. So I feel like I'm doing God's work. You know what I'm saying? Just because I don't have nothing to pass around for people to put money in the bucket don't mean I ain't doing God's work. I feel like I'm doing God's work. You know what I'm saying? Because these ghetto kids ain't God's children. And I don't see no missionaries coming through this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm doing God's work. While Reverend Jackson do his up in the middle class, and he go to the White House and have dinner and pray over the president, I'm up in the hood, you know what I'm saying, doing my work with my folks. And just because I don't live there don't mean I don't go there. I got to go there because I can't hang nowhere else. I know, I've been in a position, it's out of our control. It's not like he wants to kill. He just doesn't want to die. You know what I'm saying? It's that situation. We are living in a war zone. It's not as easy as these people are making us think that they just got some criminal ass black kids with guns. It's not like that. We live in hell. We live in the gutter. We got us stacked up 80 deep in one building. You know, by the time you get out your house, you strapped to protect yourself. Because you living in the same community that the police is carrying rifles and riot gear. They need them riot, excuse my language, I'm so sorry. The same reason they need the riot hat, the riot jacket, the flak jacket, the double vest, the 9mm Glocks with extra bullets, the tear gas, the mace, all that. Who do you think the police is using that against? Dogs? So we fighting the same villains that they fight in the street. But instead of them seeing us fighting villains in the street, we all villains.
Is your generation the one that is picking up where the Panthers left off, saying, all right, enough is enough? The generation before us forgot about the fight with them.
Not only forgot about the fight, forgot about us. Yes, and we're picking it back up. But at this level, all we're trying to do is, right now, as a year, we got 1 million people that's listening. Now we can tell them something. Now we can try to get them that way, and we might lose some. We might gain some, but we would never even have that audience had we not said what was real. You know what I'm saying? And the main thing for us to remember is that the same crime element that white people are scared of, black people are scared of. The same crime element that white people fear, we fear. So we defend ourselves from the same crime element that they scared of. You know what I'm saying? While they waiting for legislation to pass and everything, we next door to the killer. We next door to them, you know, because we up in the projects where it's 80 in the building. All them killers that they letting out, they right there in that building. So, but it's better just because we black, we get along with the kids.
I'm sure you guys all heard that interview, but you know what I mean? Right there, what he was saying though, you know.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying. Like, he's talking about the inequality between the different groups of people, between his people and other groups of people. But Jonathan Lippy just broke out. I hope he comes back in because I wanted to ask him something about Makaveli. I wanted to get his thoughts too. But if you guys don't know, if you guys couldn't hear like the interview that Makaveli was playing, that was from the Ed Gordon interview in 1994 when Tupac was sitting down talking about everything from spirituality to him doing God's work to even the accusations that was going on. So I know everybody couldn't hear it because your mic was probably low, but yeah, that was the Ed Gordon interview back in 1994. And about that interview, I wanted to comment and say that Pac was I think at that stage in his life where he could not really trust anybody. And this was like I think right before he got shot. I think if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think this is before he got shot, and this was right after he got accused. But I think this was before he got shot though. But he was already at that turning point in his life where he could not trust anybody. And but it was what makes that interview so delicate is that he's expressing to the viewer, the person in front of him, what it's like to be black, what it's like to have a career, what it's like to have spirituality in your life, what it means to do quote unquote God's work, which is giving back and doing the best you can to be a representation of the community. And I think at that point in Pac's life, I think he was really being tested. He was really being tested because it's one thing to get in front of the cameras and tell everybody what you feel. It's a whole nother to tell them, to explain to them in dialogue what is really going on and what you're really trying to do. And so thanks, Miss Callie, for playing that. But I don't know if everybody heard it, but yeah, that it was from the Ed Gordon interview.
Hey, thanks for that, Clifford.
It, but
yeah, well, real quick.
Sorry, Ashley.
No, you're good, Mel. I just want to say, Mexicali, if you got any other links that we should listen to, audio clips of Pac that's relevant to the dialogue, if you want to back channel them to me here, I can play them because I'm using this interface. It'll come through crystal clear. So I'll make sure we shout out Mexicali for bringing up all these dope clips. And shouts out to everybody. Mel, back to you.
I just wanted to refer back to the previous interview that Mexicali played. I could barely hear it, but I could make out what was being said. And he was talking about religion as it was like it was created to control people. And I always believed that. Like, I remember reading the Bible when I was really young and thinking, this doesn't sit right with me. I totally respect, people's beliefs. There are parts of the Bible that do resonate with me. But for me, growing up, I always felt the same, that religion was created to control people. And growing up as well, the older I got, I became less, religious and more into spirituality. And I found that religion really sucks out the divine essence of what God's about, really. Like for me, God is love. That's it. And I grew up in a Greek Orthodox religion where, if you're coming to church, the girls can't wear pants, they have to wear a dress. And I'm thinking, who made those rules up? Religion, to me, I think a lot of it is created by man. And I think Pac was right too, that it was created to control people. So I hope I haven't offended anyone with what I said. This was purely my opinion based off my own experience. So.
Hey, that's cool, Mel. No, you're not offending nobody. I just want to shout out, man, the YouTube's really popping right now. I want to shout out everybody listening from the Truth About Tupac YouTube. I seen some comments, so I just want to put out some of the comments from some of the listeners there. Gary on Bush said, no rappers are talking like that today. And then Heath Wades, shouts out to Heath Wade, said Tupac repented to Christ every day. He reflected in the mirror his essence to God. He could find his soul. He never sold it. And then Computa Blue, Tupac and the Outlaws was the only group referenced in literature and their own works with their rap schemes. Only prior listeners would catch it. Song titles, Black Panther, codes, terms, etc. Heath Wades also said Tupac never lied, always told the truth. Paid interview where he tells about his daily relationship with Jesus, and then also said Tupac was a member of the 12 tribes of Judah and the 12 in the dispersion. So, hey, that's just coming from a couple fans on the YouTube, listeners that's in. Also, there's a link in the description so y'all can join us right here on Clubhouse. Make sure you're following the Truth About Tupac Club. But yeah, I just want to shout out everybody listening around the world. And for those here in the room, if you pull to refresh on your phone at the top, you'll see we have a link to the Facebook page. Not to the Facebook page, but to the actual truthabouttupac.com page. And Baris just updated that, so you can actually see the live stream right there on YouTube and Facebook. So if y'all want to share that, that'd be dope. That's it. I just want to say that, and thanks for your comments, Mel. Who was next?
Yeah, sorry guys. I just wanted to say one thing back to the Makaveli album in general. I want to say, is this the very first release that was the new and untouchable Death Row Records? If you guys want to just jump in on that, and I think that might have been the first full album that was released with that as the logo on the artwork.
I don't think it was the first released album with the Untouchables. I think because if I look at what I have here, like I have a 12 box disc box set of the Makaveli, the original Makaveli project before the Killuminati was released. And the unreleased songs that I have here with these discs were actually the masters that was given to Entertainment One. So these were the original Johnny J masters before, they were released. And, they were originally given to, the Tupac estate, and then Afena Shakur was supposed to get these masters. And I don't know if everybody remember, but she had sued for these masters. And unfortunately, after she died, they tried to sell it. And they tried to sell these masters, and I was able to get them. This is a whole nother subject that I would have to discuss with Asher or people close to Pac off record. But the discs that I have are the original Johnny J masters. and I don't think this was made during the Untouchable era, like because it was if you count if you see because this from the time that Pac got made bail from Death Row Records, he started making like over 200 songs. He started making songs. Some of these songs were not released. Some of them were scrapped or later used for another project like Euthanasia or something like that. But nah, to answer your question in short, I don't think the Makaveli album was released during the Untouchable era. I think the Untouchable era was like it was in between that. It was like in between. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I think it was in between, like when he was released and like right before the Makaveli album.
No, bro. The Makaveli was
Well,
the album.
I got an album. I got an article here from the Los Angeles Times from August of 1996. It's an article about Snoop, actually, and it's saying that they were rebranding Death Row at the time to the new and Untouchable Death Row Records. So this was like midsummer, 3 or 4 months after All Eyes on Me came out, and 3 months before Makaveli comes out, and that was when they were doing this rebranding of it not just being Death Row Records, it's the new and Untouchable Death Row Records. And I was just wondering if this was the first album, because I was doing some homework and I can't see anything. I see that the Nate Dogg Never Leave Me Alone with Snoop was also released under that, but that was a single at that time. So I was just wondering if this was actually the first full-length album that was with that stamp on there, because I have a 96 Makaveli CD in front of me that I bought at the store that day on November 5th, and that's what it says on there, the new and Untouchable Death Row Records.
It could be because that's one of the rare ones. Though I was just saying from the one that I have, I don't see that on there. So it could be the one that you have. It has a rare stamp on it. Those are considered rare because we have to remember this Makaveli album is the post. I can't really say that word, but this is post Pac. This is post Vegas when this was released. So I think like the original ones did probably have that stamp on it, but I probably wasn't aware of it. Just to clarify, but
yeah, it just says like it shows the Death Row Records logo as is traditional logo, and then there's just this line of text, the new and quote Untouchable unquote Death Row Records, and then even on the publishing credits on the bottom, 1996, the new and Untouchable Death Row Records / Interscope Records, PO Box 3037, Beverly Hills, California, blah 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 blah. So
yeah, those are the original ones. Those are the original releases. The last time I had because right now I got the redistribution ones, the ones that are released over from Omaru and Coke Records. I got the digital remastered versions of the album. I don't have the original Killuminati release, like when it was released that day. Like I don't have those because all those were stolen from my house. And then also I had cassette tapes. My mother had bought cassette tapes back in 96 or 95 or so of all of Pac's music, even the Killuminati cassettes. And my dad has possession of those cassettes right now in New York. But he's the only one with the originals, and I'm pretty sure on the cassette it probably does say the new and Untouchable. It probably does have that stamp on there. But to answer your question in short, I'm not sure. I don't know. But I do know that like the originals did have distinguishable marks on it, and they did have the Makaveli logo. Like I see the Makaveli logo on the digital remaster, but I don't know if it on the original one that was released.
Yeah, it's on the original too. The one with the
okay.
through it and the crown. Yeah, so it's got the Death Row, and then right next to that's the Makaveli, and then there's like the compact disc digital audio.
Yeah.
Yeah. Up that day I think it was at the warehouse back in the day. That was also the day Richie Rich Seasoned Veteran came out. I think it was a Mo Thugs album release. All those were November 5th, 96. I remember picking up all those, going to the store and buying them all that day. And I usually had another. I was trying to see because I usually bought 2 copies of some of them sometimes for other people, and then they never bought them. And I was trying to see if I had another. I'm about to look and see. I might have another original because I do know when they do the represses, they do change the album artwork at times, and they also change the actual disc itself, some of the coloring and some of that artwork on there. But even on the CD itself, on the CD disc, it's like that white background with like the silver digital bits in there, and it says the new and Untouchable Death Row Records with Makaveli under it again on the CD itself.
Yeah.
I had all of Tupac's albums, the whole catalog. I spent so much money at Media Play to get all his CDs. Somebody took them in high school, and I've never seen them since. When I found out that Jay-Z bought the catalog, I was upset. Then when I heard his version of Me and My Girlfriend, I was upset because it's like he took the whole Me and My Girlfriend, him and B, and totally just threw the whole meaning of the song out of context.
He degraded that song.
Yeah. And it's almost like copying, like, because Pac already, it's almost like Pac was predicting everything. Because I remember when he was dissing Biggie, he said, "Nah, it's all about Versace. You copy my style." He knew that everybody was copying him.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about it is, when we kind of look at it, I even catch myself sometimes copying Pac.
Right.
Like, not his rap style or anything like that. Like I plan to get One Love going across my stomach and but no the ledge on my back. But it was just me, like, admiration. I was doing it out of admiration as a fan, you know what I'm saying? Whereas there's people that copy him and really trying to duplicate him. It really does say a lot about, his legacy as a legend, is that when you become greatness when people start modifying themselves after you, when they start following you. Imitation is the biggest sincerity of flattery. And I think Jay-Z may not want to admit it, that he too was inspired by Pac and he was copying him. Mm-hmm. But with the Biggie situation, when Biggie was like kind of like switching up his flow a little bit, you can't really, say that Biggie was copying Tupac, because I had read somewhere where somebody was saying that Biggie was copying Tupac. I disagree with that, because like Pac and him were friends, and he already told Biggie what to rap about. If you want to make money, rap about the women. Don't rap about the niggas and stuff. So when you give somebody game, you can't really, like, you chase your tail with that one. You can't really say that someone's copying. But to your point, yes, I do believe others like Jay-Z, Nas. I mean, that's a theory, but like there are other rappers that were like trying to copy Pac and take a little bit of his style and everything. So I'm with you with that, Crown.
Now I tell you, I like to think that I rap kind of like I'm a gospel, a gospel rapper, and I got that same kind of passion. But the difference between me and Pac is my voice is different, and I'm rapping from a blindness perspective, But
yeah,
I do have that spiritual kind of son of Pac going on over here, But I wouldn't have taken like Me and My Girl as hard as Me and My Girlfriend is. You're not supposed to soften that blow.
Yeah, nah, you're not supposed to take one of Pac's songs and then try to make it into something like. Yeah, I'm not. I guess in the music industry they got what is called sampling. Where you could sample like certain parts of the song, like sample the beat, and because Ja Rule did that once, he took that song "Shed So Many Tears" and then he sampled it for his song "Pledge." So it's almost like there's only so much you can do to not like seem like you trying to bite someone's style. But I think people should be a little bit more respectful.
You know what though?
Gotta be careful.
I think when it comes to like copying Pac, like I would say like Jay-Z, when it comes to like rhymes and stuff or whatever, I think Jay-Z was more like, he felt Biggie was more like his peer, and then I felt like Pac felt more like Nas was his peer. That's just when it comes to like rhyming. So I think, but I think when it comes to like Pac saying people biting my style or you're doing this or whatever, you're getting. I think what Pac's more insinuating is that charisma and his more like just basically his charisma or his swag before they was even calling it swag. I think it was that behind it, because what Pac has on a lot of people, on a lot of the other rappers, is, again, I'll say, is that Pac just has super confidence, and that's the element just of being an MC, just coming from the history of battle rapping, just being brave enough to say something, being brave enough to approach certain topics or whatever, and then carrying it and just fight. And I feel like Pac felt like nobody was going to top his confidence.
Yeah.
And, that's like, if you had a versus right now, it ain't the fact that somebody might have more tracks or more hits than Pac, is that they don't want to go against that confidence and that charisma.
Yeah.
I think, and then just to throw it in there with Pac passing, and when people probably like do stuff that sort of like copy him, they're not like copying him, I think, like their other contemporaries. It's like Pac was the embodiment of just charisma in the hip hop game. He's like, he was at the top, so you're gonna inevitably, like, you know what I'm saying, if you're on that alpha male path or whatever, you're gonna inevitably like take from him. It's like when Nas said, name a rapper I didn't influence. He said that with confidence because he felt like where he was at, he no doubt all his contemporaries are looking, took something from him because of Illmatic and it being the 5 mic class. Even him and Pac had, different stuff they took from each other. But I mean, I understand just having that confidence and them people being at the top, you're no doubt going to end up borrowing from them.
Yeah, I think even when we talk about Eminem also said that Pac was his biggest inspiration. And you could see that he didn't copy Tupac because Eminem has his own style. But you see, there are certain things about him that is familiar. Yeah. Like you notice that, when somebody battles him, nobody responds back.
Of course
when
not.
He did somebody, nobody responded back. And Tupac was like that too. When all those other people dissed Tupac and he mentioned them, they did not respond back. and I think that's one part. That's one part of Eminem that he borrowed from Pac, is that he had that confidence, like you said, Alphonse, where he could say some shit and then he knew nobody was gonna say that back.
That's be quiet. Honestly, just watching Pac's like patterns, like I would say, like just early Tupac, to me, just being my age, I would say he was influenced by Scarface. But when he meets Scarface, it's like, man, he just blows past or whatever. Like anybody like he admired, man, Pac gonna learn your stuff and then he gonna talk to you. You know what I'm saying? That's just, even when like some other people would be intimidated just running into Bone Thugs, not Pac. He's gonna just come in there and he might not do the same style as you, but it's his energy. You hear that Thug Love track and you hear the guns and they're like, that's just Pac energy on it. And that's what he uses to take the Bone style a little bit down or whatever, but just Pac, just his competitive nature like that, and just, it's bold to me. Like he's just outwitted. I once heard Spice One say, it was him that he got all that, like when he says like if heaven's got a ghetto, heaven for a G, because Spice One had a song called Heaven for a Ghetto, but Pac's gonna hear that, it fits with his thing, and he's gonna bring it out bolder. And if you got static with it, he's gonna deal with that. So, I dig that about Pac. I think that he spoke that and he was real about that, and he just wasn't intimidated by any of them. And I think that was their biggest problem with him.
I think I also wanted to add on that Pac, to be fair, Pac was also studying other people too, like Ice Cube. Like there was this one unreleased song where he had this song called "I Wonder If Heaven Got a Ghetto," but it's an unreleased original version where he had Ice Cube sampled where he said, "Just think if niggas decide to retaliate." I think you guys can find it on YouTube where he was saying, "Just think
I know
if
exactly
niggas can."
what you're talking about.
Yeah, with that one, he was and I think In Vogue is sampled, their vocals is sampled on that version of the song. And like so I noticed that when the song was fading out, Pac was like, just think if niggas decide to retaliate. Like even though Pac didn't copy people, he sampled like some of their like rhetoric. So like we all do it, you know what I'm saying? Even though like to bring this all full circle, we we as fans, like we as people that love Pac, we may not copy everything about him. We may not can live the same way as he did, but we do sample inspiration from him. Like right now, I got a Trust Nobody tattoo that in the same exact place that he got his Trust Nobody tattoo. But it's not
I'm
me.
ready to trust nobody as well.
Yeah, exactly. But we sample inspiration for our own reasons as fans because we can relate to him. That's why, like I said, like the tattoos that we get like mean something. It's not just us copying him. It's us showing our love and our admiration for a man that is teaching us, like even not being here physically, he's teaching. And it's crazy because when you look at today's world and you see all the events that have transpired, everything from the George Floyd thing, I do remember at some point, I don't know if anybody remembers, but at some point after the riots erupted, Tupac's song Changes was playing, and young kids, like 16, 15 years old, are singing his lyrics. And to me, that was like, wow, because you know, in this generation, everybody, they on the new school's music. I don't got nothing against the new school, but it was like, I'm a Tupac fan, so a lot of the stuff I still bump today is old school music. Yeah. But when I saw that, and I saw that they was playing Tupac's music to this day in a time of activism and in a time of going against justice, when they were saying, "I see no changes," when I saw that, the pictures of that, the videos of that, I was like, dang, man, this man's legacy, it's been 25 years, and this man still has this. And I don't know if you guys remember, but I have read somewhere where a government official got fired from his job because he was obsessed with Tupac. Huh. And that's
I can understand that though.
That's what I'm saying. The man that we're talking about as fans, if you're listening on YouTube, if you're listening in live stream, we are talking about the legacy of a man who influenced generations of
I think
people.
Because he's so much bigger than just the music or whatever. Like I was listening to this interview with Robert Greene, the guy who wrote 48 Laws of Power and the rest of those books. Yeah. So I was listening to him, and just the way he had positioned himself and set it up, it was just very in the it all kind of was leading back to just a very Machiavellian way. And if you get into Machiavelli, when he was writing The Prince, the book that everybody was like real crazy about from Machiavelli, when he was writing that, Machiavelli was basically like being the bridge between these like different like factions and all that or whatever. But he was the bridge. He was the guy in the middle that had peeped the game and was like laying the rules down for him. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying, he was running his own game, and but he was using art. He was using his own art to do it or whatever. And I think Pac was really attracted to that part right there. It's not just reading Machiavelli. I think as Robert Greene fashions himself as a modern day Machiavelli, I think Tupac fashioned himself as a more of an urban Machiavelli, you know what I'm saying? Like and as he said, he wasn't trying to idolize. He was actually coming up with a program like that. Like this was his own thesis. So that's why I say it's way bigger than the music. Like all this was to fit into a whole different plan. And you can look in those interviews where Pac says out his mouth, he knew he was the bridge. That's the whole One Nation album and everything. That's the when Wu-Tang get robbed in LA, he gets the chain back for them. When the war starts, he's at the front. When it was time to switch up, you see Pac in the suit. He's a statesman. When it's time, like, for political stuff, he even said he was going to get a political party. And, you know,
Hey, Alphonse.
I just say, like, Makaveli was his peer. Like, Pac was past just having rap peers. He had peers that was deceased and that wrote, like, you know, great premises. He was competing with all that.
Hey, Alphonse, real quick. I appreciate you. Your timing is impeccable. You've been rocking with us for a minute. That's why. Big shouts out to Alphonse. Shouts out to everybody on the discussion too on Facebook and YouTube. It's popping right now. There's a super dynamic conversation happening in the live chat on YouTube. For those of y'all want to check that out, you can link from the top here. But also, I just seen that Daryl Harper just joined the stage. Man, he's one of the Makaveli producers from the album. I think it looks like he might be on the phone right now, but maybe we can get some.
Alexa.
Yup. Daryl, you there? Is he got a phone? Has he got a phone icon right there?
No, not now.
Hey, Hart, you available? Hey, yo, Hart. Yeah, I'm seeing the phone icon for some reason. I'm gonna have to tap in with him. Anyways, yeah, I'm hoping we can. Yeah, hold on. Let's see here. Hey, Hart. All right. Well, while we're waiting to see if he can tap in with us, I want to remind everybody, we probably about to get some really dope information from Daryl Harper, Makaveli producer that just joined us live. And we also is, this is the Truth About Tupac Club on Clubhouse. Make sure you follow in the club, and make sure you subscribe to Truth About Tupac YouTube and Facebook. And yeah, that's what's up. Harp, you there? I'm seeing a few technical difficulties. All right, y'all just be on the lookout when Harp unmute. Maybe he can join us here for a second. Shouts out to Joey Lucky. What's up, Lucky?
Story of Tupac Amaru Shakur and Yaki Gaddafi Fula.
Hey, we back live. Sorry. Hey, Clifford, I'm sorry, man. We just got cut off there for a second. I got kicked out of the room somehow. We having a little technical difficulties, but I see Harp is on now. It looks like he maybe can speak right now. Harp, you there?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, now we clean, man. Shout out to Daryl Harper, original Makaveli producer, live with us here on Truth About Tupac, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. What's up, Asher?
Man, we good, man. We just blessed to be celebrating iconic hip-hop history, the 25th anniversary of the album. Obviously, you contributed to the album, so it's a blessing to have you here with us. Layla was here earlier. Had a couple other homies come through. We streaming on all platforms right now, on Truth About Tupac, Facebook, and YouTube. Got a great conversation going. I want to let everybody know that legendary producer Daryl Harper's with us right now. So if you got any questions for him, now would be the time, because his time is valuable. We appreciate him joining us on such a special night. Thank you, man.
Yeah, yes, sir, Asher. And
hey, I wanted to ask real quick. You know, you being a producer on this album, When Pac was in the studio, like I don't know if you were in the studio when he was recording his music, but I wanted to know, did it ever occur to you? Did you ever get to see like his emotional state? Like, did you ever get to see like what state of mind he was in when he was dropping the songs, or did he ever like give you the impression that he knew this was like it for him?
That's not anything that I detected ever, but I have heard it said that a lot of people felt like he was rushing things because of a certain, like he was on some kind of a time schedule or something. You know what I mean? So I've heard stuff like that, but no, not me in particular.
What it was like to like be in the studio and record, to be on the project with him.
What was it, sir? Answer your question again. Ask your question.
Yeah,
again.
what was it like to like be on that project?
To me, it was like phenomenal, man. It was like it's like I recently did some interviews on what was the dialogue show on and I said the same thing, man. It was like right now today I still don't believe that I was part of that. I really don't. It's like I'm just a dude out of modest means, and ended up at death row, and then him come up there, and then him choose me. So I it's like super humbling. At this stage of my life, I look back and I tell my kids, my kids and my nephews ask all the time, and it's like it's humbling, man. To eat. The guy so many years beyond his years. I mean, you never knew what was going to come out of his mouth. I actually recall so many times when interviewers would come and they would want to, really they came for just like different stars at death row. But he like his presence would take over everything. At one time, Snoop was the biggest guy in the world up at that label. When Pac got there, everybody was in his sessions. Everything he did, that's what every interviewer, every news person, and I know, at some point, I know Snoop was still big, but that had to bother a little bit. I mean, to go from number one to everybody's in this other guy's session, and they ain't leaving until he leave. You know what I mean? They ain't like, we gonna go in here for a little while and then Snoop's next door, let's go check. Man, it's like, we don't want to go anywhere. Pac is here. Interviewers lose the place of what the question they was asking, looking all down the store, whatever might come out of his mouth. They didn't care if he was talking about spaghetti. Man, dude could make it interesting, so it was something to be a part of. Like I said, I couldn't even believe that I was part of it. I can't keep it real, man. I can't believe that I was in there with Snoop. Because, I mean, I just ended up with a homeboy who kept telling me in Long Beach, hey, man, you write too good to be writing out here in these other little studios around the community. You need to be. And everybody swore they knew Suge. I had a homeboy who actually did one day, and when the first day I walked through the door, Snoop was there. I'm talking about months later, here come Pac. Like I say, Pac chose me. So it wasn't that I was doing something so phenomenal. I had some crazy beats. I don't take no kind of, no, yeah, that was him. He was, and let me say this to everybody, anybody who's interested. He was such a team player. I don't know anybody who was like him, because not only did he choose me, they had people there who had like what I would call demo deals. Matter of fact, one just died the other day, and rest in peace to him. And they were there, and Suge was giving them what they, like they could come there and prepare 3 or 4 songs, and then he would decide whether he was going to sign them to the label. So all of those kind of people were always around me and heard them bad. Tyrone, they were always trying to get a track from us to try to prepare their project to present to Suge so they could get signed. The only different about that equation was this. I want you guys to think about this. Pac would go to all of those groups who really didn't have a chance. They trying to get on. And he would tell them, give me your best song, man. Give me 8 or 16 bars. Tell me what your subject matter is about, and I'm going to bust on it. You know why he did that? He did that so all of them would have a chance to get signed. You know what I mean? I ain't never heard nobody doing that. And I ain't trying to put Snoop down or Daz or none of them ever did that. Like just dudes that was running around the studio just trying to get a deal. Hey, I'm gonna drop something or I'm gonna help you with a beat. Man, Pac did that with every unknown act that was trying to get signed. He went to them and said, give me your best song. Tell me what your subject matter is. I'm gonna drop a verse on it because he knew that would probably sway Suge's decision one way or the other. You know what I mean? So I like for y'all to, man, that to me that's still that's mind blowing to me. That's team playing right there.
Yeah, I wanted to also insert in there that Danny Boy. I know Danny Boy also had some features with Pac as well. And did you ever speak to Danny Boy?
Did I ever speak to Danny Boy?
Yeah, did you ever like observe his work with Pac?
Of course I did. I was around Danny Boy every day. I mean, just about every day. And see, I was probably at that time around Danny Boy. I mean, like they had crews there. They had cliques. So I was probably around Danny Boy's clique more than any other clique. I wasn't part of his clique, but I was probably around that clique more than anybody else because we were like on the lower level, keeping it real. Me and Tyrone and Kurt Cobain, we was just Reggie Lamb. These are other names that were just surfacing around there. Reggie Moore. These were people who were around the label, but we on the lower level. We trying to work our way in. A lot of us. I'm signed. I didn't think a lot of the people on Death Row knew I was signed when I was signed. I got signed early. I sung the Suge and sung a few songs, but I was doing R&B, and he signed me right away. So we didn't really have any weight. We was getting shoved around, talked about, and all that kind of stuff. So to me, even all the stars right now that'll be, none of them predicted that me and Tyrone was going to be one day with multi platinum records. They never didn't. I could look them right in the face, and none of them could tell me that they guessed, that the guys that they called in the whack room was going to do what we did. We didn't know it. I ain't gonna say we didn't believe we would get something, but we didn't think we would go multi platinum or whatever like that. I mean, Pac even had his doubts of Makaveli. I remember many days when he was sitting up and he was listening to things on Makaveli. This is the stages of Makaveli. I didn't know it was going to be a Makaveli album. I just knew we were working on the project. But I remember many a days that he would look at Lee or one of the Outlaws and say, we should at least go gold, man. We should go gold or platinum. We should get at least one platinum or something. Wasn't sure if it was gonna go gold or platinum, but he was saying, oh man, we dropped all these, we should at least get. So he had some doubts. And then when I looked straight out the box from the beginning, it went 4 million. That was from the beginning. So I'm like, wow, man, I just, wherever he is, he sees this now. He's up there now seeing it. Oh, it did do it. I did do it. Because this was his own first, his own first project like that, where he was the engineer. I mean, he was the captain on the ship. So I hope he's smiling somewhere saying, yeah, D. Harper, we did do this shit. Yeah. So, I hope that's kind of informative for you.
Yeah, well, one quick thing I wanted to say too is you mentioned Pac had brung up some relatively unknown or lesser known people. You remember Capital LS?
Capital LS?
Yeah,
Oh,
did a song. Huh?
No, I've never heard of him.
He was from the boot camp clique.
Yeah, but Boot Camp Kid, he did a song with Pac called Worldwide Dime Piece. He had a verse on there, and he did other songs with Pac too. That is
Worldwide?
yeah, it's unreleased. It's like I said, I got I got some of Johnny J's masters, and like some of the songs that were released, he did with people that were relatively unknown. Greg Nice is known, but it was like other people like Capital LS and Buckshot, and it was with a lot of people.
Hey, Clifford, real quick, if I could, I just want to jump in real fast because, man, you is always, I mean, this is why we love having you on the team because you freaking archive information on legendary Pac data. But real quick, you know, just because we're talking, you know, I'd rather while we do have Harp here with us, I would like to give a couple of the other people on stage as well as the people listening on Facebook and YouTube. If y'all got any questions for Hart specific to like the tracks that he worked with Pac, man, like, you know, Crazy Life of an Outlaw. Like we was talking about some of these pieces earlier on like what's your favorite Pac track or Makaveli track from the 7 Day Theory, Don Killuminati. I want to open my question to Harp, and earlier we was doing it popcorn style. We was going through and saying like, what is our favorite, number one favorite track on the Don Killuminati? If you had to pick one tonight on the 25-year anniversary live here on the Truth About Tupac, Harp, what's your favorite all-time 7 Day Theory album track and why?
And release, bro.
Wow, man, a lot of them mean so much, but one that stands out more than any of them to me, for different reasons, for one big reason, a friend I had that did a song with me and Pac, his name was Badass, and he was a friend of mine before I actually got signed on Death Row. So to do a song with Tupac and Badass, and both of them are gone now, that's the one crazy. We just talking about ones that's on Makaveli. I would say that's my most sentimental one. That is crazy for Makaveli. If we talking about Still I Ride, then I would say The Good Die Young, because Pac went that way. You know, he died young. But if it's Makaveli, I like, you know, like I said, all of them mean something to me, but I would say because I got a chance to work with Tupac and Badass on one song and people liked it, you know, so I would say it would be Crazy.
Man, that's
Were you all in the studio on that song?
Man, that's beautiful because I just got to shout out. I got to shout out Miss Jessie and Badass, man. I was humbled and blessed the opportunity to meet Jamal. Like, that's beautiful, man. Can you tell us something about like, were they there together in that space?
Yeah.
Like when that was recorded, what was that like?
Man, y'all got some brilliant questions, man, and I love to be able to answer them, man. I just feel like so blessed, man, because see, I was there when Pac approached Badass in the hallway and said, "I want you to jump on this," and it was. You got to remember, this stuff is happening to me 9,000 miles an hour now. I'm new to Death Row. I'm around Snoop every day, and now Pac then came, and now Pac is choosing my tracks. And it's already hating and clicking going. Nobody else was coming to mess with me. I've been asking Beg and other artists. I don't want to, like, he's hating on some other artists. So I'll just keep it out there. Just to say, but I was asking other artists on the label, man, please just listen to the song. Tell me if my bass need to be loud. Tell me if the drums need to be different. And I would get no reaction. Pac came in. He immediately came in. Man, whose song is that? Man, I'm fooling around. That's my song. We're going to do that right now. Take it in the big room. So, for me to be part of that, and it was happening every day, this is so unreal So when you say something about like were they in the studio, man, I remember stepping out of what they call the whack room. Badass is walking down the hallway. He's going, I think he's about to enter Studio A in the kitchen. Right outside there, there's a little utility room, and there's a little foyer there. And Badass is in that area. And Pac is coming out of we call the whack room. And Badass is there, and Pac stops Pac, Badass and says, man, I want you to drop something on this. And Badass, you could see he was just humbled right away, like that he just chose him, just like, cause see, Pac, man, I wish people could envelop this in their spirit, man. He wasn't hating. This was a dog pound member, Badass, and there was friction going on. There was hating, and they really, you know, when I hear things like people with, oh, that was the homie, man, it was really some real tension going on there, and it just started happening at a time where at one time it was great, everybody was loving everybody, and then it was beyond what I would, you know, be included in, or you know, they wouldn't have briefed me on what, but it was obvious. It was like you had to choose sides instantly. You knew it. Certain camps wasn't messing with each other. So me and Tom, we was the ones that Pac was coming in our room, staying the whole. I remember one night Pac spent the night in the whack room with us. I mean, spent the night. Ain't no too many people say they spent the nights, and we all slept on the floor, some sleep in chairs or whatever. The whole night with Tupac. I mean, really, man. So I got some memories, man. But I say, you asked me about, just to get back to the Badass thing. Yeah, they worked together. Pac walked up to say, hey, man, I want you to jump on this. Bad went in and started listening to the track, and Bad came in like fluid, like water. He you know, he knew where he wanted to go with it. He bounced off of what Pac was already talking about, and he killed it. He killed the part, and I'm just so glad to be blessed to be part of that. And I knew them. They were both. Pac had just became my new friend, and Badass, I knew him slightly before that in Long Beach. I'd met him. Some other people knew that I was writing songs or R&B songs around Long Beach. They introduced me to Bad, and then he and I became friends. And then next thing you know, we're both on death row. So that's ironic too, you know. So, and then even after all of this, me and Bad was friends later, you know, in Long Beach. We hung out many a times in other studios, you know, with my boy Shot G. Yeah.
Big heart, man. I say nothing but love and respect to you, bro, because I never actually got a chance to tell you that I grew up to appreciating your music, man. So, you know what I mean? I just want to make sure, like how they say, give you the roses, but forget about roses, man. I give you the respect and the love, you know, that I owe you for all those years, you know what I'm saying? Growing up to that music, man, that you had a hand in creating my big brother, man, you know what I'm saying? And the I got was if you ever work with Dave Dizzle, that's my big brother that passed away 2009. You know, he definitely loved Pac, and he, you know, anytime that he was working on songs, like just like how that video is in Dave in the studio doing it with Nancy Fletcher. He really did have appreciation for everybody that had a hand in you know, creating that classic material. So the one question I wanted to ask you was, like, if you ever worked with Dave on any of the music, if you have any memory of him. And the second question would just be that I know that you created you know, the original Smile, you know what I mean, and like, you know, how that whole thing came about, how that was for you.
Okay, now Dave, I don't know that I work with so many people because I was around Pac that I've been a couple of times somebody had already shown me, oh, you didn't know that so-and-so was so-and-so, you worked with him, you remember the dude that whatever, I don't know, you know, it's always some story. You know the dude that ate all the jello, I don't know, you know, it'd be some crazy thing. Oh, that's the dude that, yeah, man, you worked with him. So I don't know if I worked with him. You brought up another name, and she, whether you guys knew it or not, she was a big part of my beginning. That was Nancy Fletcher.
Nancy Fletcher.
She was the first one I went to Death Row. When I went to Death Row, my homeboy Chuck, who I told you he actually knew Suge, when he brought me to Death Row, he brought me and introduced me to Nancy Fletcher. But Nancy Fletcher thought she was about to get an album done by Dre at the time. She was doing all the backgrounds for Snoop, all the Dre's backgrounds. So she was preparing tracks from different, the hitmen up in New York or whoever. They were giving her tracks that she was trying to get ready for an album that Dre had promised her, I suppose. So my boy Chuck had told her, hey, I got a guy alone, but you ought to hear what he do. I want to bring him up here. So I went up there and I met Nancy first. I met Nancy before I met anybody really up at Death Row.
Wow.
But Nancy kind of blew me off. I mean, she gave me a chance, but every time she was supposed to meet me there to hear my stuff, she gave me a track by, I think these guys called the Hitmen or whatever. And it had 4 tracks on it. She took me to her car. She gave me the thing on CD. And what I did, I took it home. I'm elated. I'm excited. I didn't got a track. I didn't got some tracks from somebody who was hooked with Dre, who was on Death Row. And I went home and I wrote to the song. And she had me to meet her up there. She didn't show up. So she did that several times. You hear what I'm saying? So every time she wasn't there, I went back home and wrote to another song that was on the track. It was 4 of them. By the time I finally did meet with her, I had wrote to all 4 tracks. She had me meet her up at Can-Am, but she wasn't there again and told me to come to Hollywood, meet her at some other studio where she had a session that was all about Nancy. She had singers and background, all this. And she took me into they had an A&B studio. She took me into one of their studios up front, and I sung her one of the 4 songs I wrote. Her and some guy, he kind of favored Tyrese. It wasn't Tyrese, but that was phenomenal. I sung to them, and they went crazy. Oh, nigga, you could write. Whoa, we're going to. So that really started. What happened was, Nancy, like I said, she blew me off so many times. You gotta remember, every time she blew me off, I had went to Can-Am to meet her. What happened there? I started meeting people at Can-Am. Now, she done found out I really could write, that the guy that Chuck had brought to meet her really could write. And she wants me to start going to her apartment and writing with her. But I didn't meet Kevin Lewis, who's the studio manager. I didn't meet Daz. Just about everybody. I know Rage. I'm hanging around in Can-Am every day waiting for her. So now I'm the new guy that's in there showing people my songs. Now she wants me to start going to her apartment. I went one time, she gave me $25. And let me say, $25 was big to me then. That was some gas and something else, a sandwich or something. But then she started hounding me. Hey, I'm the one reason why you out there. You coming out there hanging out with Kevin. Chuck brought you to meet me. I said, but Nancy, but you blew me off, and now I'm in with the stars.
Right.
I don't mean to blow you off. You got to remember, man, Nancy, and she was killed to me. So it was cool being in her apartment, just me and her writing, I remember times she was sitting on the bed and I sit on the side with the chair. She sit up on the bed. I'd be thinking in my imagination, I like to sit on the bed, I like to sit on bed, Hey, so I'm saying, no, she was killed. But when she would call me up there, I would always be writing for Kevin or being with one of these sessions where the stars were doing their thing. I was about to leave there and go to her apartment now. I didn't got known. People are coming in the room asking me, do I need something to eat now? Oh, man, we going out to the seafood broiler. Say anything you want to get. Just say, we tell the runner, and you can have it. What? Yeah, so I can eat like I wanted to up there and everything, and she want to have me go to her apartment for $25. No, I'm up here with the stars now. So, but no, I'm writing the book now, and that's in there too. So that the whole, more of that story is in there. The other guy, Dizzle, who you're talking about, I don't remember him. But then the other one was you asked me about a song.
About the original Smile.
The original Smile. Pop came to me and said, we actually did it. I mean, we didn't do the whole thing, but we did what I did. I sampled Hall and Oates Smile. Um, and that's what he hit when Scarface and them first came. Scarface and his crew came to the studio. They were rapping to my beat, my Hall and Oates version. When I heard it again, it was phenomenal. Whatever the real track they ended up doing it with, it was. I think it was proper that they did what they did. They moved to the stronger track, But initially, I mean, there's a couple of them he did that with. Pac's Life, he came to me for that. I could probably name about 3. He came to me and said, "Give me a version of this. I want to do something like Woo." But later, somebody else actually did the track, or that really everybody's familiar with. But I did initially what he came to me and said, "Give me something like this. Give me something like this." Yeah. He did the same thing to Tyrone. He wanted a Prince beat or something like that, and Tyrone would do it. So all of them did. We didn't actually get the final cut of it. Somebody else came with something harder, or a different version of it, and whatever. And but yeah, the original Smile, I did it. Yeah, Scarface actually came in the studio and actually rapped to my beat.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I got some of your catalog here. Actually, some of your catalog. You actually had As the World Turns with Noble. You had High Speed with Gaddafi and EDI. You had Time After Time with OFTP and Corrupt and Gaddafi. Like, I got almost all your catalog here. Like I said,
you got it.
Yeah, I got it.
And I would love to hear that, man.
Yeah,
I got stuff in the vault, even R&B stuff. That man, because I had a friend who was He had a friend who worked, in the where they kept all the songs in the vault or whatever. Not, where they kept them secure in. I think it was up north somewhere, some kind of way. He wasn't supposed to be getting in there, but the guy could take pictures of all the reels and everything and all the names of the songs. So I used to I was loving just seeing the names of the songs that I wrote. And I wanted to hear them again because I got R&B stuff there and everything, and I haven't heard it for years. So, and like the one OTB, yeah.
Did you see? I got the track listing. I got the track listing here. I'm gonna see if I could somehow take a picture of all this, because you produced a lot of songs, man. It's a lot of catalog. It's a lot of stuff here. And then Val Young, you mentioned Tyrone, right? Wasn't that Tyrone Rice?
Tyrone Rice, that's Hurt 'Em Bad. Same one who did
Hurt 'Em Bad. Yeah, Hurt 'Em Bad. Yeah, I got the whole catalog here.
Yeah, you gotta remember, me and Tyrone, that'll be forever my favorite dude, man, Death Row, because he and I started in that same room. When y'all hear stuff, so I don't want to care if nobody hate it or not. When you hear stuff like people like LT and them saying they were part of the whack room now, not only were they not a part of the whack room, they used to make fun of the whack room. We were clowned. So now it's fashionable to say, "Oh, we all started in that room." No, you used to clown us for being in that room. You say our stuff starting to, we making tracks like Daz, or we trying to sound like Daz, which I thought was a compliment because Daz was one of the biggest guys in the world. So if I'm starting to sound a little bit like him and I'm just learning this equipment, thank you. What a great compliment. But it wasn't when I see LT saying, "Hey man, we all started," no, it didn't. LT was basically clowning us, and I was always trying to kiss up basically LT. Now I want to get along with him because he was in so tight with Snoop.
Right.
See, remember this, y'all. When you hear him say that he was whatever, and I'm not against him because I thought he's a real funny dude. Me and him ain't never had an argument. But when he said that he's part of you gotta remember the whack room was 2 dudes from the beginning who didn't really know equipment. Suge went and got us, told us we can go pick up any equipment we wanted to, and that's what we learned on. Okay, now think of that. Now look, when I got to Death Row the first day Chuck brought me there. When I said I met Snoop, the first guy walked through the studio door and saw it was Snoop at the council. Do you know who was doing a beat with him? LT. LT had a customized MPC, a 3000, customized. So he already was in the game. He was not only customized his equipment, he was with Snoop Dogg. Yeah. And he was doing a song that later went on an album with Nate Dogg called Dirty Hoes Draws. Now that album was released on a label called Breakaway. Nate Dogg left the label for a minute with some doctors and dentists and stuff. They were trying to do their own album, their own label. And they did a double CD on Nate Dogg. You guys look it up. And it's out there now. And there's a song on there called Dirty Hoes Draws. In the beginning of the song, there was a very popular DJ that was out here in LA at the time. His name was Kevin Slow Jam James, a white guy. Kevin Slow Jam James is in the studio the first day I go there. And they're doing a skit in the beginning of this song. The beat was by LT. So why would he need the whack room? You know what I'm saying? He didn't need to go where we were starting the beginning. So he was already with Snoop. So what I'm saying is, in the beginning, they're doing a skit. And the skit is about a guy or people calling in and they're heartbroken, like love, like been hurt by love. I'm the guy, when you listen to it, it's out right now. You could Google it. That I'm the guy saying, hey, I'm Daryl from Long Beach. Kevin, can you play a slow song for me or something to this effect? I've been heartbroken and whatever. Well, when Kevin answers me, I know what you mean, man. Everybody's been hit with the love bug or whatever, whatever it is. But that's me. That's Daryl Harper, and that's actually my first date ever at Death Row. Whoa. So when LT says he started in the whack room where we had to take all the equipment out and start from the beginning, why would he need to take the equipment out? You got a custom-made MPC, and you're working with Snoop. The day I met you, the day I met Snoop, the first day I was ever at Death Row. So now it's cool to say, hey, I was part of that beginning too, because why? The room ended up going multi-platinum. So now it's fashionable to say, I was part of that. No, you weren't. You were with the Snoop Dogg crew, and to keep it real, it would have been hard for him to do that album. That movie if Pop was alive, because that crew was really, they were really feeling. Wow. They were feeling. It was back and forth, and it was really. I ain't saying people walking up and down the hall giving each other the finger or karate chopping each other or nothing, but it wasn't fun. Wasn't nobody in each other's sessions. Wasn't nobody hanging out and laughing and joking like it was in the beginning. So it was ugly.
Real quick, Daryl, I wanted to bring up the Me and My Girlfriend, because we was talking about that earlier, and I got here on your catalog. You did, that was featuring Virginia Slim. Y'all did a demo version of that with Hurt 'Em Bad. So, what was that? What was that, the original Me and My Girlfriend before, the other, it says here y'all did a demo version of that song. You produced it. Wow.
Okay, I don't remember. You know what? When you guys asked for all the particulars on some of the stuff I don't remember. Now, anything I did with Me and My Girlfriend is majorly Tyrone's creation. That's his baby. That's something he came up with. See, what happened was, at that time, I was always better with keys and melodical stuff. Tyrone was much better with drums. So we would help each other on, it's other songs that we did together, or even on Makaveli, or other songs that came on Still Our Rise or Better Days, that we helped on each other on the song. So I don't remember how this started and who did what there. He would call me in and say, do this or do. So we weren't keeping track. We never really thought some of this stuff would be used. You gotta remember, man, this stuff. What? I got 5 songs on Makaveli. What? They've got
you got a lot of
Makaveli, and I got 5 songs on it.
You got a lot of songs
on Just Like Daddy or Life of an Outlaw.
Yeah.
Big Heart. Oh, that's very true, bro. Because Dave Dizzle actually told me that that he mixed some of the songs for Makaveli, but he's not credited. Like, you know, the only one that's credited for any mixing on that album was mostly like Tommy D. But
Tommy D, yeah.
But Dave did say that, you know, that he did work on some of those mixes, and I just like I didn't really get too into it, like, oh, which one or whatever. But he told me, he was like, yeah, you know, like I mixed some of the songs for Makaveli. So that's a confirmation right there, because that's true. You know what I mean? You guys did all kinds of work, and it was like a you know, one big family label kind of a process, where it was like when things would release, like that song "Never Leave Me Alone" with
Nate Dogg.
Yeah, with Big Nate. That was produced by Corrupt. Nobody really knew that. And on the single, it's not even mentioned that Dave mixed the song, but he mixed that, you know?
Right. Okay.
See what?
Yeah, well, I don't know who didn't know that Corrupt did that, you know, but yeah, but Corrupt did do that, yeah. Matter of fact, did Corrupt do who did the one by that was originally done by the people who made the song Word Up and all that Cameo. They redid the song Candy.
Yeah, that's all about but
it's all about you.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I don't know who got credit for that, but yeah, so I don't know who got credit for that, but I thought Corrupt had something to do with that one.
You know,
I'm not sure.
Mixed another song that's one of the unreleased songs. It ain't coming to me right now, but it was like something that was probably like on One Nation, bro.
Huh?
It was like one of the other songs that Corrupt produced. I think it was one of the songs on One Nation that he did, you know?
Oh, okay.
My question is, did you sing on any of the songs from Makaveli? Like, did you sing on Just Like Daddy or
I sung on about that's me singing White Man's World. That's my
Sweet.
The whole hook is me. That's me singing the beginning of
Life Vanilla?
No, what's the name? That's me singing on before you Bum first come in. It's a lot of humming and woo. That's me and Tyrone doing that. All that. Yeah, that's me and Tyrone singing that. All them vocals you hear there, that's me and Tyrone.
Big Heart, you did you did the best tribute that I've heard in years, bro. That tribute that you did, that was kind of like a remake from one of those Makaveli songs. That was hard, bro. I still bumped that.
Which one is that?
The tribute. You know what I mean? It was like, who?
Yeah, that, yeah. The Outlaws actually came. He came there. Hey, Andy, they came to your studio and did that over there. The one he talking about now, you don't know. But you don't remember what the song is, and you just
this white man.
Okay, but they came. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that White Man's World. I got the demo version like before the full version, so I like this is what the catalog is. I got the version, like got the version before you guys finalized it. Yeah.
I know the dog. He did put a tribute.
Huh?
You did versions of a tribute though, right?
I did who?
There's two tributes on the internet that you did.
Yeah, I did my own song for Pac. Actually, when Pac died, I don't know, you guys gotta listen to some of the things on the internet, but you definitely catch my book when it gets finished. But what happened was they came back from Vegas. Suge gets back. Suge got the patch on his head. Pac's died. He's died. And but while he was gone, what happened was I missed the entourage to go all the way to Vegas with them, and because everybody was caravanning. I was a single parent, So I went to check on my son, the babysitter situation. And while I was gone, I fell asleep. But I had told the secretary, hey, look, if they come and they about to leave, let me know. Because I didn't live far from there. I stayed in the Oak Woods out there in the valley. And I said, okay, if they come, let me know. I'm going. I'm caravanning. I fell asleep. I called her. She said, they left a long time ago. So what I did, I went and picked up a group I was working with in Long Beach. I was dating a girl, and her son had a group. And I went and got them, and because now the studio was open, all the better studios, all that, it was easy for me to call a top-notch engineer in and musicians, give them invoices, and I could have songs worked on and not have to worry about Snoop or Pop coming in wanting the time. So what I did, I was working. Then the thing that happened with Pop. So what happened was I had a melody I had been messing with, and I didn't know what I was going to do with this melody. This is like a piano melody. I didn't know where I was going with it because most of the stuff I wrote was really pretty much R&B. But there was one that was bugging me, and I was just messing with it. Then they said Pac had died. I saw the news say this and whatever, and I went and got that thing out, what we call the vote. This is where our tapes were. Suge would let us leave there with tapes, stuff we were working on. Once we started working on the music there, we couldn't take it out of the studio.
Oh, wow.
So I went and got that vote from the security. The minute I put it in, I started hearing words, and I wrote it for Pop. The song was Love. Here's what happened. They get back. Suge got the patch in his hair. He called a meeting. Everybody's somber. Everybody's sad. We just lost Pop. And people started saying little, quiet words and stuff like that about Pac and stuff like that. All of a sudden, people are singing little cover songs befitting of, you missed somebody or you just lost somebody, whatever. So everybody's singing some kind of dedication. But I had finished the song, and a couple of producers there knew I did. So they came to me while these guys were singing. Man, you the only one here who got a real whole song for Pop. Go get your song. Sneak out the office and go get your song. Man, present your song to Death Row. And I said, yeah, let me go do that. So I snuck out of Suge's office during the meeting, went down to the vote, got the tape, but I went to Studio B. Studio B is by Suge's office where everybody's doing the dedications, right? It's quiet and people listen to people humming and singing and, and what did I do wrong? I didn't look at the council. Whoever was in Studio B the last time had turned the council all the way up. So when I put the dat in to cue it up, it blasted loud. And I stopped it. And I heard from the studio, I could hear Suge in his office saying, who the fuck in my motherfucking studio? And the same dude who told me, man, go get your song. You the only one got a dedication. You the only one got pop song. I heard him say, that's Joe Harper in your motherfucking studio. and the same nigga tell me, that's Joe Harper. Tell that motherfucker to come here right now. I got to the door, and Suge was there. OMTB was right behind him. And everybody behind him was looking like, nigga, they would have killed me right then. Like, because you got to remember, we had just lost Pop. And they looking for something to release on. And nigga, I'm like, Suge snatched me by the neck. And, nigga, you ain't disrespecting the memory of Pac, are you? And it took everything with me, man, because you got a grown man got his hand around your throat.
Right.
And I tried to twist my neck around. I said, look, bro, I wrote a song for Pac, and I thought this would be the best time to sing it. Everybody's singing some songs, and I got a song specifically for him. And he said, well, good, because you up next. So one of his homeboys named Hub or something was singing then. He was singing some song. And then as soon as he finished, I sung the song. I put the daddy in. I sung the song. It wasn't too many dries in there. It was a group called Bugatti that Rage and Neckbone they brought there, and it was Hammer there, and Yo-Yo was there. But it wasn't too many people that wasn't huddled up together. I think maybe even the Outlaws was over right by Snoop and them. They felt the song. And the only thing Suge said when I finished, he said, "When it's right, you feel it." And I knew I wasn't gonna get jumped on there. When they gave me that reaction, like he felt it. So, but every time I saw the Outlaws, sing me that song that you got for Pop. I just sung that at the gang of funerals now though. But yeah, so that's what the one that I did for Pop. That's how that one came. I like to always tell that story how that one started. And that one there mean a lot to me. To be part of that. So
Can that song be found?
it's on the internet now. But somebody put a sample in it while it's singing now. But when you hear it, it's called Farewell. But it's on the internet now. Daryl Harper, a Tupac dedication or something. I think people might label it, because I guess somebody tried to put their own version of it, like put a sample in the middle of it. It's somebody like preaching every I don't know how to say it. It's somebody saying something.
The middle of the verse. Wow.
Yeah, it almost sounded like it could have been some words from Pac, like something he was yelling, and they just made it be part of the song to get it on, be part of it. So, yeah, but it's out there. It's out on the internet right now.
When you mentioned, go ahead, Mexican.
Okay, let me plug it in real quick.
Hey, Mike's tripping.
No, that I was just plugging it.
Oh,
Just the one, right?
I was gonna ask if Mr. Harper. I was gonna ask Mr. Harper do you still work with making beats and stuff, or do you just
Periodically I do now. I just started. I really just started back to started. Yeah. So
what do you think about all the new technology out now?
Well, my only reservation about it is that a lot of this stuff, when me and Tyrone learned how to do what we were doing, there wasn't it wasn't a whole lot of like you say, this technology and all this stuff like that. It really wasn't a whole lot of it. And we did what we did, like, I don't know how to explain to anybody who's like
organically.
Yeah. In other words, every drum pattern we did. It wasn't no machine that did half of it for you. I'm not trying to be, but a lot of this stuff is like
musicianship.
It's like a lot of this stuff now is you get Fruity Loops in it, it'll damn near play the beat for you. A beat, it's just already like it comes with the beat, Yeah. So people don't understand, but it's already ready-made beats. Like, we didn't have that. We had to create our stuff ourselves.
2-inch tape, right?
Excuse me?
On 2-inch tape, on the
reel. We had like dads or no, like the drum machines we use, like
they were analog.
The MPC 3000 stuff like that. We put every little part in it ourselves, like from the foot to the snare to the whatever. We created that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So now the drum beats already come with it.
Yep.
Like you don't really have to create the stuff yourself. So that's what's really different to me. It's like,
Where's your originality?
yeah,
Compared to microwavable food, right, big bro?
exactly, man.
It's crazy, man. But that's the reason why everybody goes back to the music from back in the days and everything that you guys did and just music in general from back in the days, man. People go back to that because it was real music. It was stuff that was really, you know what I mean, created authentically. But now it really is just like microwavable, you know? Pop it in.
It really is. It really is. You buy equipment now, a lot of that stuff is already made. It's like it comes ready made. It's like, yeah, it's not like
authentic.
Yeah.
Remakes, man. Like, you know what I mean? Remember like like the, what do you call it? The Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Back in the 80s, they made like 10 of them back to back, and they were selling, you know, in the theaters.
Yep.
They try to remake it and do all that computer stuff. They only
Right.
fun and they never returned again, bro.
Yep.
So,
Bro, a lot of
I was wondering, was you in the studio with the Outlaws?
All the time.
Sweet.
How was that?
Hey, real quick, Hart, before you answer that question, I want to just do a quick reset right here for everybody out there. Thank you, Alphonse. Y'all listening live right now to The Truth About Tupac, 25th anniversary of the Makaveli album release. We're here with legendary producer Daryl Harper. For those of you, I'm going to actually pin, Daryl, I'm going to pin your link that talks about your interview you recently did with the Art of Dialogue. But for those of you who don't know, man, Daryl produced Crazy, Life of an Outlaw, like, you know, Me and My Girlfriend, like some of the most like epic Makaveli tracks. So yeah, so for those of you who have questions for Daryl, man, this is the opportunity. If you're listening on the Facebook live stream or on the YouTube live stream, put your questions in the comments. We're gonna let him answer Alphonse's question, and anybody else on the stage that hasn't had an opportunity to ask Daryl a question, I want those. Mel, I see Mel just got back here. My bro Prince Capone's here, so I just want to pass it around a little bit. But Daryl, you can jump into Alphonse's question if you want about working with the Outlaws as well, man. Shouts out to the Outlaws.
Yeah, I worked with the Outlaw. Look, we were a team. I don't know if you guys. Pac actually told us that Tyrone and I, we were like, his term was, we were like the Jacksons. We were the new Jacksons family. Like I told you, there were nights where he spent the night in the studio with us, you know. And he was like, y'all, we the Jacksons, man. He gave us all names. I can't remember who was Michael and who was Tito or none of that stuff, but he gave us all names, you know. And me and Tyrone were like almost like exclusive with Pop. Because like I said, there was a lot of hating going on, and it wasn't let me see, man. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm a little bit distracted, man. I'm playing this.
That's what's up.
No, I'm actually playing chess right now. So,
see, that's what I need. Somebody to teach me how to play chess. I can't see either, so I got to get a special board.
It's a strategic game. I respect him.
I run to play that game after watching the Queen's Gambit. Yeah,
I like that show.
Yeah, Daryl, I also wanted to say real quick before you finish your answer, that if you want, I could send you some of this catalog, some of this music that you produced that you probably haven't heard in a while. Like, just send me your connect, get with Asher, and I can like maybe rip some of this stuff from the CDs and send them to you.
Okay, I would love that. I mean, for real, man, I would love that, man. Yeah, man, a lot of that stuff I haven't heard. I haven't been able to get a hold to it. I'm kind of jealous that you got a hold to it.
Yeah, it's a long story how I got a hold to that because I wasn't even expecting to get a hold to it. It was kind of like, there was two entities battling over it, and like if it fell into the wrong hands, like somebody would have sold it off. So it was kind of like I was a caretaker to like the music, so like they knew that I wouldn't sell it. It was one of those things where you put it into the hands of somebody who's not gonna sell it, who's not gonna get it for money. So I just held on to it, and then but Alphonse had a question related to the Outlaws. What was it like to work with them? Like, can you like elaborate on it?
Man, it was like family, man. You know what? One of my greatest moments, the Outlaws was I remember one time we were in the so-called whack room, and it was nighttime. It might have been the same night that Pac spent the night there, and we going from beat to beat to beat. I got 100 beats inside the MP, and I'm just going from beat. See a Pac like this. Some of me like, no, now go to the next one. Go to the next one. Go like that. So what happened was Noble goes to the kitchen A. He comes back, opens the door, and I got a beat going. Pac is kind of mumbling to it. Then they started freestyling back and forth, battling each other. Nigga, that was like, man, that was one of the best moments. Like I said, I had bittersweet moments with Pac. What could you have that could be bitter with Pac? Well, moments where nobody got a chance to share what I was seeing. Pac was coming with some stuff, then Noble come back with his line, and they going back and forth, and it's off the top of their dome. To me, that was classic. I knew I was living a moment that nobody else could, say they really experienced. So that was like phenomenal, and I knew I was living through this moment. I'll tell you another one like that. The first time Pac ever called my house, I'm getting ready to go to the studio, and he called me and say, "Hey, you work on anything last night? You got a beat?" I said, "Yeah, man, I got a beat. You got something for me?" "Yeah." "Good. Because I need a beat." I hang up. Pac will call right back and say, "Matter of fact, have two cases. I don't like the first one, you goat mouth motherfucker." And I used to feel privileged that Tupac was calling me a goat mouth motherfucker. Nigga, I thought that was honorable. Nigga, I'm your goat mouth motherfucker, Pac. Okay. Nigga, I'm your goat mouth motherfucker. So, yeah, so some of those moments were like classic to me. That like battling with Pac, and nobody else could see that. Like that was classic to me.
Hey, you mentioned Prince earlier. You talking about Prince Idol Joe?
Prince Idol? No, I'm talking about Prince. The
Prince, the icon. The icon.
Right.
Oh, the icon
purple
Prince.
Man, the purple one.
The purple one.
Oh, okay. I know who he is.
Everybody needs to chill. That song, man.
Oh, okay. I understand. It's just that there's a guy named Prince Idol Joe that was in y'all clique too with
right. The Jamaican kind of sounding dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to him?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that's in y'all catalog, like Damon Thomas and
Damon Thomas. Damon Thomas had a phenomenal career. I mean, I think he was what the guys called the Underdogs or something.
What's
Or
up, man?
yeah, that was the name of their crew, the Underdogs or something. But Jamie Thomas got a real rich career.
Let me call you back. We're on one right now.
Yeah, Damon Thomas. Yeah, Damon Thomas. He produced a lot of stuff too. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of people in y'all group, Daryl, that has a lot of stuff produced that a lot of their credits is not world known right now. It's a lot of people.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm gonna get with Asher and I'm gonna see if I can forward you some of this stuff because, for many years, a lot of people didn't know, Daz Dillinger was behind the scenes of a lot of songs. Damon Thomas, you got Tyrone Rice, and then yourself, Daryl Harper. There was a lot of people behind, and Johnny J. I mean, we know Johnny J and Tommy Daughtery. They was one of the main producers and stuff. Y'all was. It's just that everybody needs their flowers. I feel like everybody needs their flowers. You need your respects too, man, because you had a lot of stuff that you have produced here. Some stuff you probably haven't heard in years, man. And like I said, I mean, I hope at some point I can check see, be careful with the CDs and try to rip some of this stuff off and get it to you.
Now,
man, I like a lot of you guys' questions, man. Really, they was. I don't know if you guys rehearsed them or because these are some. You guys came with some brilliant questions. Really, to be honest, yeah, y'all came with it tonight.
Now I'm gonna ask a question. It may seem frivolous, but I'm gonna ask it anyway because I know with the silence and the hush hush on the mighty DR, I'm gonna ask this question: do you, Mr. Harper, do you still have your death row chain?
Let me say this, but y'all asked some brilliant questions. Okay, let's go into death row change. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Recently I did a show, and it had I noticed one of the guys that we work with. His name was Kurt Cobain, and he was wearing a death row chain, and I kind of felt some kind of way about that. And Tyrone would probably be the only one who really understood why. One reason why was because what we were promised was a death row chain. Me and Tyrone. A lot of people were working for was the right to have that death row chain. Now, the reason why I even brought up, because Tyrone was doing the order dialogue on the show, and he got a chain on. And I know a lot of people look like he's, okay, he got the death row chain. Suge went to jail, Pac died, and everything went crazy at death row.
Right.
Me and Tyrone never got a chance to get our chain. That was one of the things we was hoping, man, we gonna finally get our car. We gonna be put on. All this work we didn't put in, Pac, and we doing Makaveli, and now we gonna have our chance. So for somebody to just get a chain and put it on, that I felt some kind of way about it because that was something to earn. And we never got ours. Me and Tyrone never got our real death row chain. So I did feel some kind of way when somebody can just get on a show and just wear a chain and be known as the death row artist or the death row producer. We was hoping we got our day where we really did get our chain. We never did. Because of Pac dying, because of Suge going to jail, because of all of what took place. We finally sold the records and all that stuff, but we never got our official death row chain. So just that's some other stuff for y'all to know.
That's sad. That is sad.
Yeah, because that was like a souvenir of respect, of symbolism of it's like when you got that chain, it symbolized it. I think it was like one of those things that you it symbolized like it's like a signature of authenticity. Like you officially made it. You're officially a part of this family.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I think that's what you're trying to say.
That's what I'm trying to say is exactly what you're saying. We wanted our day. That's what we. So other people who came to Death Row, who later just was like fly by. I don't want to call Kurt fly by night, but he was one of the newer ones, and he didn't come in where like on the thing where me and Tyrone was on, where we were really trying to have our day when we finally got our chain and stuff like that. So when I don't know, I feel that way about a lot of things with Death Row. I feel like so many people now try to claim and be part of it. This stuff wasn't easy then. It wasn't cute then, and me and Tyrone we bared through a lot of stuff just trying to get respect. And then Death Row, all that stuff. So we lost a lot of things we were in that room trying to earn. We talked about it many a time, and I can't wait to she'll come and give us our official chain. We get a car and we get this and we. So those kind of moments we didn't get, and that's what we were. That's what we were. That's what we was aiming for.
Yeah, I want to quick ask you. Have you talked to Storm? Like I know this is like.
I would love to talk to Storm, man.
Yeah, she on Instagram. I'm following her on Instagram, but
man,
yeah, like
you talk to her, you tell her Dura Harper show want to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can message her, like, cause it took me like a couple years to actually find her on on social media. It took me a couple years to find Storm, but I definitely forward that message to her, and then I forward her Instagram to Asher, and he could probably forward it to you. Or is you on Instagram?
I think I got something on Instagram, but I'm not a real social media, like, got all that hookup and all. I don't really,
Okay, let me look up her Instagram real quick so that I can give it to you, cause she had like I said, it took me a couple years to find Storm, cause like with it says, I think it says Storm Outlaw Immortal. She got 16,000 followers. So it's so her handle is Storm Outlaw Immortal.
Is that right?
Yeah, and her last post, yeah, it's the right one. And her last post was 5 days ago, and it's a picture of her and Pop, and it looks like Pop was wearing that standing side by side. I'm gonna send it to Asher right now so that he could send it to you. I sent it to him. I just sent it to him, that post.
Oh really?
Yeah, I just sent it to him, and hopefully he could send it to you so that you get her official that's her official Instagram, brother.
Big Harp, I know that there's probably a lot more questions, man, but for if you ever if you want to answer another one, I just wanted to say, like, for everybody in the room, man, and truth about Tupac, what was the last time that you worked with Big Bro, man? What was that like?
Yo, you there?
Yeah. I'm say it again.
Oh,
Yeah, it's some about the audio, man. But I was just saying, like, I'm pretty sure there's like a lot more questions in here because, this is Truth About Tupac, man. Putting it down with Big D Harper, man, and you know what? It's been a beautiful time, man. Just reminiscing off of something that was real classic material, man, and classic peoples like Pac, man. They don't come around every what couple of 100 years or something. You know what I'm saying? So you know what? I just appreciate Truth About Tupac. I appreciate the time with Big D Harper, man, and you know, unless there's other questions, man. My only other question was, what was the last time working with Pac like? You know what I'm saying? Like the last time you worked with the man. What was that whole thing like?
I don't know officially if I remember the last time you know what I'm saying? It's like, what was the last time I worked with him? Check. I don't know, bro. Because I would have to measure when was the last time. You never know the last. Like when was the last day or whatever. Like you don't know. So I mean, like.
Do you remember the last song that y'all did?
Do I remember the last song me and Pac did? No. Because back then you weren't measuring. Well, this gonna be the last song, so let me go on and work on this. So I remember it. It was like, I don't know, whatever was the last before he left the studio. I just don't know. I wish I had something better to tell you. Just like I don't know.
It's like when people say, like, when the last time you see somebody, usually before they pass, it's usually like for some reason it's usually like a blank stare or something. You know what I mean? Like I've seen that twice, like in my time, where like even the last time I seen Big Sight, man, I did a scene with him for his movie that he did with homie G, man. It's called The Last Thug Standing, but the last time that I seen him, it was like, you know what I mean? It was, we just got done seeing the homies movie on a screening, and everybody was taking pictures and all that. And I remember I turned around and I just seen Sight, and he just had like a blank stare on his face. You know what I mean? It was just like, it was a trip. And then I must have like took a picture or something, whatever, with everybody else. And when I turned around, he was gone, bro. Like that was the last time I seen him. You know what I mean? And it was something like I'll always remember. It was just like, I don't know. It's just like one of those like those cold moments. It was just like a blank stare. You know what I mean? And people say that sometimes when they get to see the last time with somebody, is usually something that's similar to that. It's just like a moment that you just remember.
Yeah. And that's another thing too. I can remember my last moment with Psych, and Psych was really one of the guys that really, really supported me, and really from the beginning. Man, I love that guy, man. Cause he was a real big gentle giant. Like he was a big guy, intimidating in size, but he wasn't like that. He was really a cool dude.
Really cool, man.
Yeah, to be a big guy, he really was like just like mellow, like. They had other guys like that at Death Row. The guy, Neckbone, that was one of Suge's homeboys' bodyguards. If you look at him, he's like menacing. But if you get to know him, he's like, and then
Cool.
Big Jake, everybody knew about Big Jake, went to Atlanta and got killed. And I mean, all these guys were big and menacing. When you meet them, when you see them, you just be like, man, look how he just killed death, killed death all over again, like. But when you get to know them, they laugh, smile, and do all just like other human beings. They got family and all that, So
Fatal was like that too. Hussein Fatal was like that too, where he was doing his little workouts and build up and everything like that, and he was He was real humble, along with Big Sight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shout out to Mexicali, by the way, with the with the collaboration with Big Sight. I know that must have been a beautiful experience. You know what I'm saying? Because the brother, he had so much. Big Sight had a lot of information on him. So like, I remember the last time I heard something from him, he was teaching people how to, start a record, start a their own label, start their own music business, like opening a bank account and starting it that way. He had a lot of information that he was giving to the youth. And some of that stuff I was able to save because, like, YouTube once again was on that bull crap.
Yeah.
They was deleting people. They was deleting people videos and stuff. And I remember he had a video talking about that, how you could start your own label and stuff like that. So Big Sight, rest in peace, Big Sight, one love. I real quick, Daryl, I sent you Storm's Instagram, by the way.
What did you
It's
send?
in the messages.
It's in my messages? All right. Hey, you guys,
Yeah,
my
it's in your
battery just went
messages.
low. My battery went low. I won't be able to stay on the thing, man. But thank you, Ashley, man, for inviting me on, man. You guys, man, what did you do? You guys set up and came up with wrote the questions out? Oh, we gonna baffle him on this. We gonna get him on these questions. Well, y'all just, man, like y'all teamed up and just gave me some whoopers, man. Man.
Man, you guys did it, man. You know what? Nothing but love and props to all you dudes, man. For real.
Yeah, man. We love y'all, man.
Hey, it's
Thank
one
you,
love,
man.
man.
Thank
And
you.
Daryl
Thank
Harper,
you.
I
Thank
just
you,
want to
sir.
say, I want to say, man, we appreciate you having you here. And as someone who only got to speak to Pac once in my life, because I was like a kid when I was on the phone speaking to him. Because I got an autograph. I had got an autograph before it was destroyed. I had got an autograph from him when I was younger. And I didn't really understand. Like, when you're a kid, you don't understand, when shit happens. You don't understand what legacy somebody's gonna leave on you. You don't understand, the impact. You don't understand it at all. But I just appreciate everything y'all did for this, man. Like,
Thanks,
even
man.
just
Thanks,
producing,
man. Y'all gotta know, man, we didn't understand it. I mean, I was living through in the moment. I didn't really understand it was gonna do. Man, no way. Like I said, man, me and Tyrone didn't even know one of our songs was gonna get out, man. So I was like, forever he'll be my #1 rapper. But I want to also say, man, I know this is the Tupac station, but for other sentimental reasons, Snoop will always be my #2. I mean,
yeah,
that's who session I started. When I went up to Death Row, that's who session they brought me to. Pac wasn't there then. So I went in and Snoop invited me. He welcomed me in this session. So to me, I ain't trying to put Snoop down, but he'll always be #2 to me. Ain't no other rapper come along now and then I say, oh, now that's my #2. Pac will always be my #1. Snoop will always be my #2. He's the first one really invited me in, but Pac is the first one who actually said, okay, man, I'll work with you.
Do you get to
I'll
talk
take
to
that
Snoop?
song.
Like, do you still talk to Snoop today?
Every now and then we run into each other, and he always greets me like welcome. He always greets me warmly, like, hey, what you doing? You still woo?
Yeah.
But he never showed any kind of animosity or anything like that. But Pac is the only one who actually came to Death Row and said, hey man, let's go to work. You can, too big for you. I ain't so big that I can't work with you. Other people just didn't. They had their own thing, and they really wasn't trying to mingle. Pac was a real team player.
That's
if you
love.
part of Death Row, then let's all work together. Let's do something.
That's love, and the love he showed for kids and giving back and stuff like that. You can't replace any of this. Like, even
I know I know y'all know the story about when them terminally ill kids came up there.
Yeah,
Pac got the girl off the van with the wheelchair.
With the wheelchair, I saw pictures.
Start popping willies with the wheelchair. Oh, she gonna be with me all day. Who else? That boy was something else, man. Yeah.
He had Frank's daughter up there too. He also had when Joshua's dream. He used to get back before that kid died. You know, there's some stuff in this catalog too, like well, actually it's on the Makaveli album where certain stuff is named after Joshua's dream and stuff. So like, yeah, that dude had so much integrity. I can't express to y'all how much I love this guy. Like that guy was something else, man.
Yeah, man.
That guy really changed the course.
Yeah. Hey, man, you guys enjoy your night, man. Thank you for letting me talk with you.
Hey, Daryl, man, thank you so much for coming through and bless the stage, man. A big treat for everybody out there.
One thing, I'm going to be prepared for y'all the next time. Y'all not going to rambush me with all these good-ass questions and stuff. I'm going to be prepared.
Yeah,
I'm going to have something for y'all next time, okay?
We will see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
All right, y'all have a good night, man.
Take care, man.
You too.
All right.
Take
Take
care.
care. Thank you.
All right.
One love, big bro.
All right.
Yup. How's everybody feeling tonight, man? What a night.
Man.
I
like the whole thing, man.
It was a beautiful thing. I hope he got that Instagram with Storm. Like, I hope he went through his messages and got that, because I know he was trying to get back in touch with her. But you know, that's her profile.
I'll see if I can follow her. She's like one of the last outlaws, man. I want Noble, her. Man.
Yeah, I'm finna send you her Instagram right now.
Yes. I need to see if I can follow her. Cause, man.
Yeah, like, that's her Instagram. I just sent it to you. That Instagram is that's her official Instagram, and like the last post she made was 5 days ago, and it's with her and Pac like standing side by side, and he got that euthanasia chain on.
I think that what does that chain look like? Like, what was that chain?
That chain, I got to go back on my computer because I saved it. Like, there was a paper that he signed to have that chain made, and like he received the chain right before he got to Vegas. So that chain, like, it was a drawing of an angel with extended clips, and it extended around the angel, and it was kneeling. Ooh. I don't know if y'all remember how it looked. I don't know if y'all remember how it looked, but it was a short chain. It wasn't a long chain. Right. You got to understand the difference. Like, if you look at the picture with him and Storm in that photo, you could see it was a short chain. It wasn't a long chain. And the thing about it is like, when he was with Snoop on the red carpet, he wearing that same chain that same day. That was like when he was doing, I think, the MTV Awards interview. Like, where it was him and Snoop Dogg, and like Snoop Dogg was wearing a hat and suit. They was in suits, and he was talking about the Death Row, East Coast, West Coast. He wearing that same chain in that same video, and that was the last chain he wore in the Vegas, and when he went to Vegas, when he wore his jersey. Like, that was the same chain that he had. That was the last chain he had on when he got shot. So I think that chain is of interest to me. Besides the Death Row chain, I do question myself, why did he wear that one? Why did he not wear the Death Row chain?
Death Row chain.
Yeah, I'd be wondering to myself, why wasn't he wearing the Death Row chain in Vegas that night when he was next to Suge? Like, I wonder if Suge felt some type of way about that. Like that. And I want to make a disclaimer too. This is not me saying that. This is not me saying that, you know, Suge had any animosity during that night, because they was working together on that Makaveli album. They was listening to it from what we were told.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, why was he not wearing the Death Row chain that night in Vegas? Like, I do wonder why he wasn't wearing it. Was it because he left it at the crib when he went to go change? Or did he, like, because he was wearing it when he was in Vegas, but when he went to go change change at Suge's house before going out, like going to 662.
Yep.
He wasn't wearing the Death Row chain anymore. So I always wonder, why was he not wearing that on the way to the club? Like,
interesting.
It's interesting.
It's interesting, boy, because if that chain would have got out and Pac would have, man, I often wonder, man, what the game would be like if Pac and Biggie was still here, man. They would have probably pulled a Jay and Dame, squashed the beef, and it just would have been over. Because, man, he had so much, bro. So,
yeah, I think if Pac and Biggie was here, I don't want to make speculation, but I think if Pac and Biggie was here, their verses probably would have been the biggest verses in the game. Because
man,
considering the fact that you got two hip hop giants who everybody was kind of like building a momentum off. Jay-Z was building his momentum off of Biggie. Nas was building his momentum off of Pac, because even though Nas was doing his own thing, it's like he would constantly make references to Pac just so Pac would respond to him. That's why when Pac said, this nigga Nas think he took 5 like me, you know what I'm saying? Even though I don't think even though I don't think Pac was particularly trying to diss him, in the interviews, Pac explained to everybody that when he was dissing Biggie, he was not dissing him. He was showing him discipline.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to show him discipline, like, you don't talk about me like that. I don't think he really wanted to go after Biggie like that. I think it's just like how he said in that interview where he was talking about the East Coast, West Coast. He was trying to say the media made it more than what it is. I was trying to straighten my friend out because I got shot and I went to jail. You supposed to stand up for me because you my friend. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
See, like I said, I grew up in that era. I grew up in the 90s.
Yeah.
So I kind of know.
Great, boy.
Yeah, so it was great, man. It was great. I miss that era, man. I miss that era. But this Makaveli album, if we can get back on track with this Makaveli album, 25th anniversary, it's a beautiful album. I think Against All Odds really spoke to me because, like I said, in that song, he was pouring his heart out. He said he rhymed for us. He rode with us. It's all been for us. I think that he was being sincere when he was closing out, that last album. And then Bomb First, like that. It hit you like a storm when you in there, man. Like
hit him up, part.
It should have been a part 2. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing I want to say. It should have been a part 2 to this album because the fact that the Makaveli, when the person he's naming his moniker after, like Machiavelli, he wrote 2 parts of the book. He wrote the Discourses of Livy, and then he wrote The Prince. That's why I think that this album should have had a part 2, and unfortunately, we did not get a part 2. But we did. But I did get some like unreleased stuff. And I guess this could have been it, like with all the songs that I'm seeing here, like that is crazy. Like within 11 months, this man recorded 200 and something songs, and then he did films too. You gotta think when Gang Related, and Gridlock came out, he had did those in 1996 within months of each other. We still don't know. We still don't know any rapper today that can go film a movie over here and then go do a CD, go do a couple songs over here, and then take his ass all the way back over here to do another film and rap over them. Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Like, he was doing interviews. Man, they ain't messing with Pac. Ain't nobody with Pac.
No. Nope. And everybody sitting up here with they little rappers trying to replace him, but you can't. You can't replace Pac. Can't replace
Yeah,
Outlaws.
yeah, you can't replace him, man. And shout outs to Asher Underwood, man. We really appreciate you having this platform up here. Shout outs to all the Facebook people listening, YouTubers listening on the live stream. Shout out to Mexicali, Mel, Joseph. I see Joseph in here. I wanted to give special shout out to him. I see he got a picture next to Feeney. Great Feeney, rest in peace. Shout out to Mac, Herman. I want to also I also want to give a shout out to Jonathan Lippy. He gave us his he gave us his last his favorite on the album. Blasphemy. He said Blasphemy was his favorite. He likes Crazy, but Blasphemy was his favorite. He was in here with us earlier, but Jonathan had to go to sleep. He had to drop out. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, I wonder. Like I said, I had to ask. Brother Daryl Harper, man, if he still, gets into making these beats, man, cause the tech is changing, and I tell you, like, even though the tech it's not as authentic, the sound, like the trap drums and everything. I think that if the producers, who were running the game back in the Death Row days, if they would got their hands on these drums back then, man, Death Row would have been so sick. And the crazy thing about it, the way Makaveli sounds right now it's timeless. It doesn't get old, It just don't get old.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like, one thing I love about what Daryl Harper was saying was that he was trying to let us know that when he was working with Pac, it was more like a family thing. He really didn't look at it as, oh, I'm a star. I'm bigger than all these people. And you got a lot of people today in this generation, even with the young talent, who think because they're a star, they don't have to like be seen with you, or they don't have to put you on. And it's even harder too when you like an up and coming rapper and you don't have nobody to fall back on. You don't have nobody you know. You know what I'm saying? You don't know who's gonna like put you on or like put you out there. They might be asking you for some money or some change in return, or they might ask you, "Oh, I need a part of your masters or something." Like Pac was not caring about that. Like that's what Daryl was trying to get a point across. Pac was just trying to help. You know what I'm saying? And to his point, I wanted to tell him also before he left that, he brought up Nancy Fletcher and all those women. There was a lot of women that was working with Pac, like Michelet, Val Young, Nancy Fletcher, Tracy Danielle, Tracy Robinson. A lot of females was on Pac's album. Even Storm, the first lady Storm, Outlaw Immortal, she was on his album. On a lot of songs that a lot of the the fans did not get to hear or probably heard, but don't remember the lyrics. Like, it's like we had this guy come in and like show love, and he helped a lot of careers. You know what I'm saying? Tabitha Soren too, when she was interviewing him, and so like a lot of songs that a lot of the fans did not get to hear or probably heard, but don't remember the lyrics. Natasha Walker too.
Now, who is okay? That's
This guy.
wasn't she the girl who got something happened to her in a liquor store. She got killed or something like that. Oh no, that's Natasha Harlins. My bad.
Yeah, that was Latasha Harlins. Natasha
Yeah.
Walker, I think she did some songs with Pac before. Like it's some rare songs. Like I said, it's some rare songs. I don't even think like
I think they was like
I
the
don't think
early B side of the singles.
yeah. It's one of them early songs. But they had it's a lot of folks that worked with Pac that many of this generation
Don't even
need.
know.
Yeah, don't even know.
Don't even
Greg Nice and all them guys. That's why when I mentioned Capital LS, I don't he was one of the, he sound like Redman, but he not Redman.
Not Redman, no.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah. But Asher, what's good, man? How you feeling? Like
Hey, I just was
yeah.
I was just chopping. I just admired you and Alphonse just cause man, y'all been rocking with us for so long and paying dues up here through the original site, through the clubhouse. We're streaming on so many platforms tonight and have, people still tapped in. So I had to move away from the mic, and so I can't really mod like I'd like to be able to. So I'm trying to determine if we should, go ahead and shut the stream down, shut it down for the night on the celebration, or we keep on rocking. So I'm willing to put it up for a vote, in terms of like who still got juice to keep it moving. Because for a second when you guys was like asking Daryl like questions and stuff, man, I just like slid away from a minute and from the mic, but I was like listening to the live stream. It was pretty cool. It was like I like kind of moved myself to the audience and just like sat back and was listening to y'all do your thing. Man, I never knew, Clifford, that you actually spoke with Pac on the phone. That's pretty cool. We gotta hear more about that.
Whoa. Okay, so how that came about. So let me explain how that came about. So there was a fan club down back. It's actually the same fan club that Yazvula mentions in her book, Spirit of an Outlaw. I tried to plug her book in before you got cut out and you had because I saw Joseph was in here and I gave a shout out because I remember like Joseph's profile pic is of Afeni and him together. I think that's him and Afeni together. And it brought me back to Yasmin Fula, Tupac's aunt, when she was, we were connected to social media, and she talked about, Pac's legacy and everything like that. And she had already told me a couple years prior to her releasing this book that she was going to write the real story about Pac and his legacy and Gaddafi's legacy, her son Gaddafi's legacy. So she had there's this guy on Twitter, I forgot his name, I can't remember his name off the top, but he got back in contact with Yasmin Fula for me to like for her to send me a copy of her book, a written copy of her book. But anyway, I'm digressing. How I got the call and the autograph was I was attending Davenport Elementary, this school back then. And in this school, like we had a chance to like get in contact with various celebrities and various like baseball players and shit like that. I wanted to write the Tupac fan club. My mom had cassette tapes, and back then the cassette tapes had the address of the record label. They had the fan address, and like the Tupac fan club is in the book Spirit of an Outlaw by Yasmin Fula. It's in her book. You could find it in there. And so I wrote that address. And I remember not thinking that I was gonna get no type of response or anything like that. And people used to make fun of me. This is for being a Tupac fan. So this is one of those times when they were stomping on his CDs and like you was coming to school and yeah, this was at that time. I was a kid back then, so this was a time where children was not allowed to listen to curse language, not allowed to listen to anything like that. You know, you had to if you was a kid and you was listening to music, you had to listen to Another Bad Creation, or you had to listen to Crisscross.
Yep.
You could not listen to Tupac or all the grown folks music. So, you know, when I was going to school, I was able to do this. Like, I was able to write to the fan address, and I gave it to my coach because, like, he collected all the letters and he would send it out to the people. Some people wrote the president. Some people wrote baseball players. I wrote Tupac, the club, fan club. And I remember, like, a couple of days later, I did get a letter back. And it was actually my cover photo on my Facebook. I got that letter back. The last time I had that, and I had that letter framed, the last time I had that letter physically was in 2013. It was destroyed by a girl that I was, you know, fucking around with. But the phone call, he called my mom's phone because we had a house phone back then. And he was asking to speak to my coach because he thought the coach was with me. He was asking to speak to my coach about, you know, did I get the letter? How am I doing in school? And, you know, what was it all about? You know, what was, you know, my plans and everything like that. And I don't remember all the dialogue he said, but I do remember certain things that he was talking to me and he was talking to somebody in the background.
Wow.
So he was holding two conversations. He was multitasking. So he was talking to me and somebody in the background, but he wasn't cursing. He wasn't cursing. That's one thing you could say about Pac. When it comes to women and to children, he didn't curse around them. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when Layla Steinberg was in here, I kind of didn't want to, you know, take the conversation away from
her,
from anybody or anything like that, because I wanted to ask her if she still remembers certain stuff that he told me. And you know that's probably gonna be another conversation we're gonna have to have some other time. But yeah, he talked about her during that convo. That like the phone call lasted like I think an hour or so, and then he hung up, and I never heard from him again. But I was able to get back in touch with everybody through social media. Like when social media MySpace came around, I started getting in contact with everybody else. There's this guy named Jerome Jensen who held down the first Tupac fan website. He had a AOL account, and I remember like that's how I got back in touch with Layla Steinberg, because you know he was in touch with Layla Steinberg since 1997.
Wow.
So it's a lot of things, but basically that phone call was basically about, you know, him asking me to stay out of trouble, stay in school. It was very simple. It wasn't like too deep.
Right.
It wasn't too like direct, you know.
But it
was actually him, and I was able to verify that it was him because I asked when he told me not to change my name. This is the funny part. This is the funny part that I remember about that conversation. He told me not to change my name, and he said there's a kid. Yeah, he told me not to change my name because there was a kid named Clifford Glover who got shot. You know, he didn't say really, but he said there was a boy named Clifford Glover. Your name is important to you. Don't change it. And I confirmed this information with Mutulu Shakur when I wrote him in 2018. So, yeah. So Mutulu told me in his letter that Clifford Glover was one of the guys, one of the kids that got shot back in the day, and that he was one of the first people he did a study of police violence on. This was Mutulu Shakur saying this. And so that let me know that okay, that really was Pac that I talked to back in the day, because you know, but it's like it goes back to what I was saying to Daryl. Like, you don't expect none of this shit. You never would expect. If I told people this shit today, they would not believe me. You know, they wouldn't believe me. I confirmed this with Afeni, and you know, it just it's unfortunate that most of these people died. Like Big Psych died, Fatal died. Like these were people that I did have brief interactions with, and
you were in
and that's why when I was asking Layla, what was his mind state, because now that I'm able to be back in contact with his circle of people, it's like now I want to know, okay, what was his mind state? What made him do this? Why was he so humble? What, like, I know they never gonna give me those questions. They never gonna be able to answer all those questions. But I do ask myself that, why me? Why did this happen? It's people out there that probably gave an autograph to or probably spoke to as children, and they took pictures. They was able to take pictures with him. I never got to meet Pop. You know what I'm saying? But people that actually got to see him in person and meet him, you do want to ask these people, what was it like? Like, what was the energy like?
Yeah.
You know, I always wanted to know that, man. But yeah, it was, you know, from what I know, man, it was good. And the crazy thing about it is when they said Pac died that day, it was Friday the 13th. I had school that day. And I was getting out because we got released late that day.
Yep.
It was like 4:00. And when my coach told me he died, I cried. I said, no, he didn't. I said, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. I literally cried. I was like, no, he didn't. Because at a young age, I already knew what death was. Because my grandmother, like, we had a great grandmother, and she died like 2 years before, and like we already knew what death was. So like when they told me that he died, I didn't want to believe it. You know, I tried to find any other reason to believe, and that's when I started latching on to this, you know, he faked his death thing. Because I did not want to believe that somebody that I had a chance, you know, to interact. Like I don't want to believe that man died.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry.
I'm
just
the
like
same way.
For real. Just like I believe people who worked with Pac still to this day after 25 years don't want to believe that this is the guy that left him. That is no longer here, and you could hear the pain in their voice. They're not gonna tell you. They're not gonna tell you that they got pain, but I know they have pain of him not being here. And you know, Layla, with all that she does with Aim for the Heart and the mic sessions, and I know somewhere like there, she does feel like, man, this isn't fair. You know what I'm saying? I love what I'm doing and I'm continuing the legacy, but to me, this isn't fair, because this is somebody who was trying to do good for the community. And to portray, like, I feel like it's a betrayal. And, you know, I don't want to go off the deep end and digress, but, you know,
so real quick,
it goes back to
on the stage.
Yeah. It's this black on black violence. We need to do something about this. And Pac rapped about it in his songs. Like, we really need to do something about it, man, because for him to, like, all he was doing was good. He was just trying to teach people, you know,
how to do this
better way. I remember seeing footage, and I remember him seeing footage of him in a Marcus Garvey school, and he was in there. I saw this on YouTube, where he was in the classroom with the other students, like, and they're reciting different stuff, like the A's and B's of the alphabet, and Pac is just there with his like little do-rag on and like talking to one of the teachers while the kids is reciting it. I think that was the Marcus Garvey School thing. Like, I saw that on YouTube and stuff, that video, and so Pac loved kids. And he signed autographs. He did all this. And to somebody like that, like right now, I got a letter from Shaheem Franklin, you know, the rugged child, right? I got a card from him before he got released from prison. So like, I got that too. I'm gonna see if I can share some of these photos with y'all in Discord. Like, I got a lot of stuff from a lot of notable people, like autograph copy of Bobby C. But I'm not saying that to throw this out there and nothing like that.
Right.
The point I'm trying to make is, of all the people that have sent me something, his hurts the most because I don't have his anymore because it was destroyed. And it's almost like God does certain things. Like God, when something is taken away from you, God will bring you something else. So now I got stuff from other people. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a revolving door. Like, yeah, you lost this, but I'm gonna give you this over here. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it hurts. It still hurts me because even though I wouldn't try to sell it, I still would want people to have that physically in their hands, so that it could be on archive for the fans to see. It hurts me the most that Afeni died because I wanted to give that to her. You know what I'm saying? Because when that was Afeni passed in 2016. That's one of the main things I wanted to give her. I said, this is the last thing your son has signed. This is it wasn't the last thing, but it to me, that was all I had, man. That was all I had. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I didn't have a lot of money. I didn't have no cars. I didn't have all that shit. But to have had that, you had something. You had something. You know what I'm saying? And but yeah, to answer that in short, y'all, it was just a simple like callback, a fan callback. But I got to listen in, and he was talking to somebody in the background while he was talking to me. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
The phone call lasted about an hour, and then we cut off. Rest in peace, Monster Cody, because there's some stuff that Monster Cody was talking about.
Oh, Cody's gone?
Yeah, Monster Cody is gone, brother.
What?
Yeah, man.
I remember the phone call.
Hey, real quick, I want to give Raquel a chance to speak. She had her hand raised up.
Him and Pac. Do y'all remember the call? Pac called him, I think, from jail.
Yeah. Dang. Yeah, I remember that phone.
I can't believe he gone. What?
Yeah. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, man. It's heartbreaking. A lot of Shock G too, man. Shock G is gone too. And
that's awful.
He died here in Florida too. Man. Right here in Florida, he died.
See, I remember when he passed because not too long ago. Yeah. It was him. As a matter of fact, him, DMX, and
Black Rob, I think.
Black Rob, yeah. Him, DMX, and Black Rob passed on the same week, within days of each other.
And it's sad, man.
Man, we losing. We losing, man.
That's why everybody need their flowers right now, man. That's why. That's why I love the fact that Daryl Harper came through and showed love and was speaking to Asher and speaking to all of us and answering questions. Because everybody need they respect now, man. Because you just never know. Like it's just hitting us crazy now. Like wow, this ain't even. You know what I'm saying? Like I was hoping that Shock G was actually gonna, do some type of reunion or do some type of verses with another band, with another rap band, like, because I could have seen that there would have been a Digital Underground reunion or something like that, and it could have been a verses between. It could have been something, man.
Digital Underground and maybe EPMD, DOS Effects, something like that. Maybe.
Hey, Raquel, are you
the Looney? No, I'm just playing by.
Hey, y'all. I guess good morning. I don't like speaking over people, so my bad, y'all. I was just letting them have a little moment.
Nah, that's okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt. That's kind of rude. I don't know. I was circling my little hallway and I was like, truth about Tupac. Makaveli like, oh shit, let me go in this room. Since I am from Oakland, I actually am cousins to a lot of rappers from the Bay. Y'all over here talking about Shock G and all this stuff. He actually had a crush on my mama, which is hella funny. Um, yeah, like she was like, that man with that big ass gold nose, he asking me out. And I was like, Mom, that's dude from Digital Underground. She's like, I don't give a damn who he is. He's too young.
You got a favorite song off the Makaveli album?
So, yeah, I don't know. I was just something always like, honestly, I'm a reparationist, so I really just be on here on some old political activism ass shit. But I was like, oh, sometimes you need a break, you know. So, yeah, so this was kind of dope for me. My cousin, I don't know where y'all are from, but one of my cousins is rapping Ron. He passed away, but he rapped with Too Short. Y'all could look it up. Cell Block compilation. He was part of Bad Influence, this rap group. He was pretty dope. He died in a car accident. Shit, I went to high school. One of my close friends is Mr. Fab. One of my other cousins is from In Vogue. Like, I don't know. I just been around music people my whole life. Tupac was actually at one of my cousin's house parties, which was kind of dope, but I was a little ass kid, so.
And you didn't get to meet him?
Yeah, I got to meet him, but it wasn't like, you know.
Yeah.
Shit, they was all in the right. No, because my cousin, she used to let us, you know, like interact, but it was like one of them things like wrapping around her husband used to be like, y'all can't be in here, we cussing and shit, smoking weed, you know, so we get kicked out. But yeah, 3 Times Crazy lived down the street. Aunt Banks lived down the street. My other cousin had a record label. I don't know if y'all know the Who Riders. They like an Oakland group. But like E40 and them used to always be in our neighborhood. I'm from West Oakland.
Talk to, boy. 40?
Yeah, my ex-husband is a rapper. Yeah, we grew up together, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, so I don't know. It was just kind of dope running across this room. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah.
You a Thug Angel.
You said what?
I said, let me find out you were a Thug Angel.
Nah, I just, I don't know. I'm just from Oakland. I'm from West Oakland, so, you know, that's where, like, East Oakland cool, but West Oakland is where a lot of, you know, trends were set. Ghost riding. When Mr. Fab say the first one that to ghost ride the whip was Creevo, that's my cousin. He's dead. My best friend actually was murdered at his birthday party after he died. Yeah, so yeah, like for real, like all my friends are dead or in jail. Cause I'm from West Oakland. Oakland not that big, y'all. So we all went to like the same schools and shit. But you know, when people start selling drugs and doing a little different shit, we don't gang bang. We have like turf wars.
Oh my gosh.
So like I'm from Sioux, right? That's this neighborhood in West Oakland. Well, you might be from Acorn. Acorn and Sioux don't get along. And shit like that. So you know, it don't be like Bloods and Crips. Like that's that.
Like yeah.
That's like that. Even if somebody right now from West Oakland or Oakland period say they a Blood, that's like that new shit that they just seen on TV.
Right.
Because I'm 37, so I mean I look like I'm 37, but I'm 37. We don't do that shit in Oakland.
Yeah, because I'm sure no gang members is not gonna come up to you and say, "Hey, I'm this."
Right.
You what you see is what you get. They're not just gonna just come at you and just like say that.
Yeah,
shit.
nah, like I'm from Tupelo, so we already know where I'm from.
Yep.
So if you from Ghost Town, we might fuck around or whatever. But it just be turfs. It don't be like Bloods and Crips, and we'll say blood and cuz in the same sentence. So
I was afraid to come out there because I actually got some friends that live out there, not in Oakland, but they live out there in they live in there's this girl named Nita Outlaws, Adrena Rochelle, and like she lives out there in California in La Puente. I think that's near Los Angeles.
yeah, that's Southern California. See, look, we rep the Bay. We don't rep California. It's different.
Yeah, but she lives near that area, so like,
Yeah, but once you start getting south, that's just once you start going south, like Southern California and shit, like Sacramento, Fresno, all that, them niggas gangbang.
Yeah.
Hey, Raquel.
Yes.
Hey, real quick, I forgot this is a live stream and it's recording, and you might have to hit that. You might have to hit that link that's at the top. And, Hey, this audio form.
Alphonse, man, I appreciate.
I want to record me.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much, man. I was just inside. Because I had to, when I set the streaming thing up, I can't if I mute so someone else can speak, it's still like the streaming's picking up all the audio in the background. I haven't figured out how to daisy chain this software correctly so that I can mute.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I'm telling y'all all my business and y'all recording me?
Well, we live we live streaming to 3 platforms right now. We on Truth About Tupac Facebook, Truth About Tupac YouTube. And we do this. That's
okay.
We had a podcast.
But y'all don't know.
I just want
to be telling on my business, and somebody might be trying to come get me tomorrow. Y'all wrong as hell.
No, it ain't nothing like that.
No, y'all don't know what it's like. Shit, y'all ain't from Oakland. Shit. Anywho.
Well, straight up. Yeah, I was inside, and I got it pulled up on the on the smart TV, and I'm sitting there listening, and I just heard a new voice. I was like, damn, man, I forgot to chop it up with Alphonse and Clifford to make sure they know, man, if we bring anybody up, man, we got to make sure they know, at the very least, know that we're recording and streaming.
I'll be telling y'all my biz.
Straight up. But I'm gonna post the audio release, and I'm gonna pin it to the top, and then as we bring people up, man, make sure they know, and then just shouts out to everybody, and I got to shout out especially my wife and my daughters, man. I got them inside like, look, man, we on TV right now. Straight up, man. hey, Clifford, man, you was dropping some gems, man. It was amazing to just step back for a second and listen to you share some of those stories, man, about some of those letters.
Yeah, I was listening. So, Clifford, where are you from?
I'm from Florida originally.
Okay.
I'm from Florida. So I'm from Davenport, Florida originally. I'm based, over here in Kissimmee, but I'm from Florida originally. Now, I also wanted to add in that the 2 books that was told to me by Pac to read was the autobiography of Malcolm X and the Kabbalah. And I wanted to share that with Layla before she got out of here, that I figured out why he told me to read the autobiography of Malcolm X, because that book did change my life and sent me to 100 different books and stuff. But I wondered, what was the Kabbalah all about? Why did he want me to read the damn Kabbalah? Because I bought a Kabbalah book, and it's so confusing. And it's confusing. And then I asked myself, why is this book recommended to me? If I can't, what is surrounding this book? You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to throw that in there. I forgot to mention the dialogue. That was one of the dialogues. He gave me 2 books to read. The autobiography. He always was pumping that in the interviews too.
He actually stated his purpose for that or whatever and stuff like that. Like, Pac could tell you, he just wants you to think. He don't want to tell you how to think. He don't want to do all that. He just wants you to think. He wants you, and I thought it was good when you brought up Layla because just like me saying Blasphemy was my favorite song on Machiavelli. To me, I feel like he even wrote Blasphemy to impress Layla kind of or whatever. And I say that because like earlier I said I had some of the books that's on that book list or whatever, and just the way Layla said that they attacked those books and they challenged those books or whatever, and that was really like some of the roots of that song in Blasphemy or whatever. I really think he was showing off like how he had just got it all together or whatever, and how he was just really challenging the status quo. And I think he had Layla in mind, doing Blasphemy. I think he had a lot of people in mind, like it was showing his storytelling skills and all that or whatever. And I mean that's just I like that song so much because I always felt like I think Pac was really proud of that song.
Yeah, I agree, man. And I gotta I literally gotta go to work in 4 hours. I literally gotta go to work in 4 hours. But I do wanna save up some money so that I can link up with Layla and see if we can go over some of this like in person, go over some of the stuff that he read and stuff. Cause I feel like it's either now or never. Like you don't this timeline of everything. It's like I can't escape it. Even if I wanted to escape it, I couldn't. So I'm gonna have to so I'm gonna save up some money from this job and see if I can link up with her and do some studies or something like that. Cause this is one of those things, like those discussions with Pac. He was more than just a rapper. He was more than just somebody that did music for money. He was more about how can I give back to the community? How can I do something and turn it into a movement? I think that's what he was trying to do with Thug Life. When he made the group Thug Life with him and Rated R and Mopreme and Big Sight, when they got together and they did Thug Life, to them it was a music group. To him it was a movement. Because if we look at again Yasmin Fuller's book, she gives us the breakdown of the political insight behind Tupac and Gaddafi's legacy. Pac was trying to pick up where the Black Panthers left off. And I'm not going to talk about that too much because I want y'all to actually go support Yasmin Fuller and get her book, Spirit of an Outlaw. Because I want y'all to really see the truth. Y'all really going to see the truth about Pac's legacy and everything like that. And shout outs to Layla again, man, and Daryl Harper too, because these are people, y'all got to understand, these are people who were with Pac during those days. Because a lot of people can get on platforms and talk about Pac and they don't even know him. A lot of you, I've been seeing that lately too, where somebody will say something bad about him or negative about him, and they didn't even interact with this guy. They didn't even they ain't even right. You know what I'm saying? So
but to add on what you were saying or whatever, you was actually making a good point or whatever, because I was reading something from somebody one time and they was like, when you hear him saying the la 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 in Hail Mary, they were saying that comes from them old revolutionary songs or whatnot, and it's tripped out how you was telling the story about the letter. Pac soaked up all those stories. He knew those stats, he knew the songs, he knew the anthems, and it's sprinkled all through there. It's sprinkled all through, even on Makaveli or whatever. Like I was saying, la la la, and there was another reference there or whatever that's just old Panther anthems, that's in there or whatever, even down to the excerpts. So I think it was just full circle of all of everything he just knew or whatever. He was just putting it all in there.
Yeah, he was way ahead of his time on some real shit. He was way ahead of his time. And I feel like that's why, what happened to him happened. Because
Mm.
he was way ahead of his time. And they knew that shit.
They couldn't handle it, just like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X.
But Clifford, I'm with you. I said he faked his death. He's still alive.
Yeah, I've been telling people. So
I do not want to believe that shit. And still to
that's
this day, I'm like, he's
yeah.
somewhere in
I've been
Cuba or
telling
some
people,
shit.
and I'm not saying I want to make this disclaimer because I also texted. I also made sure that like when after because I didn't get to tell Afeni this personally, but I wanted to apologize to her because I was one of those people back then spreading the rumors that he faked his death. I want to say this. I did not say that to purposely put a lot of spin on that. I was saying it from a place of hurt. When
Yeah, because
I
that's
was
like
hurt.
something that you
You know what I'm
don't
saying?
want to believe. Like,
Yeah,
no.
but when as time went on, evidence started to come up that he faked his death. So I started to look into those things. So, but when I wanted to clarify, when I was saying it back then, I was saying it from a place of hurt.
Hope. Yeah, hurt and hope.
A lot of people were saying it from the evidence that they gathered up. So I got lost in that because I started doing my own research as well and found some stuff that we're not going to talk about right now. But you know what I'm saying? I was saying it from a place of hurt because I feel like how could they let someone this impactful, this influential just die off like that? And y'all did not like and it kind of made me feel like are we ever gonna get rid of this black on black violence? Because we seen this with Malcolm X. We seen this with Malcolm. We seen this with Martin Luther King as well. Because even though they said somebody that was not of color shot him, you still got people in your group you can't trust that was in on the assassination. But that's conspiracy theory. So I don't want to go down that route. But you know we gotta.
It's like how they built truth about Tupac. You know, like in the beginning stages, they was basing it off, just that Pac energy where Pac had like, just to say something to that, just I'm 48, so at the time when I was just like getting it when Pac was first coming out and I was getting it into Pac or whatever, like I found out early, like. With quotes like he said one quote one time that just blew my mind, and I was a hardcore Pac fan, like just young, whatever. But he said one time that changed the way I even thought about it. Like I didn't even think no more of like they took him out or nothing like that. And it's in my mind because Pac said, "If I die, I'm already 2 hours ready." When he said that, I was on board with Pac. I knew what his thing was. I knew it wasn't nobody else that was messing it up for him. Right. He already knew and put it down that he knew how much he knew he ain't have a lot of time. He knew what he said was gonna attract this attention, and he knew he had a big freaking job. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't no like I never had like that. Like when he died, I ain't had all like that regret. I already knew like. Pac had already like put it down there, like he enforced that, like I knew why he was so urgent or whatever, because he always was saying it to the people who could hear it. You know what I'm saying? Why he was that urgent, why he wanted you to think, and you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why I liked the Makaveli album. I felt it was like a return. Like he paid them people off with All Eyes on Me or whatever. But I was giddy because I knew this Pac that had came back to Makaveli. I knew what his core thing was. And it was just to get back to that mission and bring people back up to speed because he got to spark the next person. You know what I'm saying? Yep. It ain't about him. He ain't selfish enough to be like. You know what I'm saying? That's why he got lyrics like, "When we die, don't cry for me. We outlaws, let me ride." Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Because he already know he finna spark. This album is to militarize them, get them, get them ready or whatever. And just like a soldier, we might lose some.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a fact right there. And then, with the Makaveli album, I think it's coincidental that 53 days after supposedly he died, this album was released. If you count the days from September 13th all the way to November 5th, I believe that's 53 days exact.
Which is close to 52, which will add up to 7.
Yeah, but I think that 8 is the revolutionary number because Makaveli is 8 letters.
My birthday is in 6 days.
Right.
November 11th, 1981.
Could be a thing kind of like how they'll be like 12 represent that cipher, and then when they have that 13, that's that step outside that circle.
Yeah, but and they also I wanna also blow y'all mind with this. Do y'all know when Tupacalypse Now, his first solo album was released? It was released November 12th, 1991. Do you know that's the 7-day theory? Because November 5th, 1996, this album, the Makaveli Killuminati, comes out. I done blew the whole fan base's mind with that. Because y'all did not catch that. 1991, 1991, Tupacalypse Now comes out November 12th. That's the 12th. That's the 12th. The 7 days before that is November 5th. So this is that's a double 7. That's a double 7.
Wow. Dang. And then, like, my birthday is November 11th. So, November 11th, 1991, I was turning 11. I was born in 81. I was born in 81. I think I was turning 10 or 11. I believe it's 11. But, yeah, my birthday coming up next week. And Makaveli came out today, 25 years ago. I'm about to be the big 4-0. Come on now.
Yeah, but
that's crazy.
That is so crazy, though. When I sit back and think about that, I was like, this man made Tupacalypse Now on November. It was released on November 12th, 1991. Why the hell is Don Killuminati released November 5th, 1996? That's 7 days before the anniversary of the Tupacalypse Now. So it's like the first one was just 7 days after. The last album, 7 days before the first album. So it's like, golly, the fan base don't even know about that stuff.
Right.
They don't even know about that. I be like, that's another reason why I think he's still here. Because how can you plan all of that? How can you plan all of that like that?
So like here's the thing that fascinates and bothers me. So like Mexicali played that interview clip or whatever. I was actually like waiting to refer to that clip, and he was like right in tune, and he played that clip or whatever. Because my thing with it is, Pac says all that stuff in that clip, and he gets to them parts where he's like, but you know what? I'm not gonna believe it. You know, I'm paraphrasing. He's like, I'm not gonna believe it or whatever, because if it was true, you know what I'm saying? Why they can't come here and pop this gate open? And the thing is, the gate did get popped open. Mm-hmm. Like, he got out in the most unconventional way possible. Anybody that's been in jail, they have dreams of miracles that some kind of way, while you're the city jail or the county jail, he's in the penitentiary or whatever. Like, people jump out one day, somebody can just come in there and get you out of there without you having to go to court or anything or whatever or whatnot. So, my thing is, he said, and then, you know, a little bit after that, the door did pop open for him.
Interview, remember what Pac said? He said, I said all these things, and then they happened.
Woo, you good. So saying that, we're coming to the Makaveli album, do you think, as well read and studied as Pac is, and making this esoteric, you think that just whole phenomenon or that whole little thing passed him by? Like, he ain't take notice of that?
No, he knew. he knew and I made a 2 hour and 14 minute video of just breaking down some of the stuff that Tupac was doing. I made it on YouTube. It's under the name 100, by the way. But I made that, and I was trying. It was me trying to figure out. Okay, in this interview, he said all these things and then happened. And Pac was already studying the law of attraction and speaking things into existence and all of that.
Yeah, he was tapping into that God.
Yeah, that's why when he was saying the game of life, you got to start peeping the game of life. This life is a game, and you got to play it to the fullest. He was saying that in the interview. The rules of the game is like I think when he was saying on staring at the world through my rear view, he said the world is like a game. Once you understand the rules of the game, the world ain't no trick anymore. It's a game to be played and won. So when we take this into account, I think he's referring to the laws of nature, the laws of the universe, where once you understand the laws of this world and how it works, then now you trying to play to win. I think
there's also a book called The Game of Life. It's by Florence Scovel. It's a bad book, y'all.
I got it. Really good. I got that book.
Right.
I got that book.
I guarantee you Pac came across that book.
Yeah, he did. He did come across. I think I mentioned that in my video too. Like he did came across. There was people. Yeah, I also want to say that there was people like various people that was in his life that was telling me his book reading list, and then I was also going back in his interviews and like playing back certain books that he shouted out. So yeah, like Pac was on some next level shit, because I'm telling you, man, like when he was saying in that jail interview, and this is another key thing he said. He said, but I will say that I already took 5 bullets.
Yeah.
And if I can help it, I don't plan on taking no more. Like I feel like that statement said something to me. Like that it said something to me. It was like, okay,
it's saying something to me right now.
Yeah, now, for real. I'm gonna throw an idea out here. I've never thrown this out here, and it's been sitting marinating in my head ever since 9/11. And I'm gonna tell you, if you listen to Bomb first, have y'all ever thought, you listening Against All Odds, have you ever thought that maybe he was born in America, you know what I'm saying, to handle their business overseas before this whole situation with the towers happened? Now, I know it's like out of left field, but it's been in my head for a while. And it's a reason why, most folks would just chalk it up to just lyrics and East Coast, West Coast. But there was a bomb at the end of that song. There is a bomb at the end of that song. So, what y'all think? And then, Against All Odds, he says, I got my money right. Now I want war. You say, you told me not to get, don't want a war unless I got my money right. I got my money right. Now I want war. And then everything just opens up at the end. What you think?
The same part was trying to close. It's a lot of stuff that he said in his raps that was throwing us hints. He said, switch my name up, half the rap game closed. So it's like, it made me think, what is he talking about? Is he talking about, cause think about this. When the music goes on trial, cause I have this philosophy, when the music goes on trial, they always send the top rapper in the game on trial. That's why when Pac went to jail and he was still selling, all those records, and he went number 1, it's like, what was they trying to do in hip hop where they put the top artist in jail? Was they trying to make an example of him, or was they trying to like intentionally bring attention?
Right,
like, cause sometimes people do the shit like that. People do shit like that because they know it's gonna sell and it's gonna generate publicity for them. Media loves covering like people who are prominent in their career, and then they like finding scandal and like finding a way to tear them down. They've done that with every hot artist now, and even though Lil Wayne is not in the same category as Pac, in my opinion, you could see that he went through his thing where he was tried and then he was in jail.
Yep.
And now you know what I'm saying? They do this with the hot artists all the time. Even
remember when you
with
mentioned that Wayne one. When you mentioned Wayne, didn't right after Wayne, Ja Rule went to jail?
Yeah, I think Ja Rule
it was
went
like
to jail.
right around the same time. Like it was like they just, oh, you got a gun, you're going to the penitentiary.
Right.
And they did this to Shaheem Franklin. Shout out to Shaheem, by the way, the rugged child, bro. Like that brother, I really appreciate him hitting me back up, because when I wrote him, I honestly gave him I wrote him a 7-page letter, and I was giving him words of encouragement. Y'all can follow his Instagram too. He on Instagram, but he just did an interview with Drake Champs, and yeah, he just did an interview with Drake Champs. The rugged child, Shaheem. Y'all remember him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I can't wait till his book come out too, because he gonna talk about Big L. He gonna talk about all the people he used to work with. Pac actually had him on stage with Biggie and everybody else. Like there was a cipher. I don't know if y'all remember that cipher. Biggie,
yeah, I remember.
Big Daddy Kane.
Yep. Remember that.
Big L, and so I was like, I mentioned this in the letter when I was writing them. I was like, yo, man, I still remember you, like, from when back in the day, like, and that's another thing. When I was listening to Pac back then, he was one of those kids we wasn't allowed to listen to because he cursed in his songs. So, like, we had to, but some of my classmates had some of his CDs and some of his tapes. You know what I'm saying? So when the Rugged Child came out and he dropped his album, and that's another legend that a lot of this new generation don't know about. Wow, and Romeo got on. It was Shaheem that put on for the next generation.
Right. Also, rest in peace to Gonzo, one of Tupac's homies. He just passed away not too long ago.
What? Gonzo gone? Come on now.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he got gunned down.
Yeah, I was death row here. I was listening
Seattle
to
or
Pop
something.
like crazy.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Oh, Joseph, you wanted to say something?
Oh shit, my bad. My mic's on. Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's up, Joseph? Hey, real quick. I wanted to ask you, man. What is that? You with the beloved Afeni in the picture?
Yes, it is. That is me and Afeni.
Oh wow!
Met at
it's so crazy.
I think it was a Hammer Museum or Grammy Museum downtown LA. One of Tupac's events that they had all his his clothes, his poetry books and everything on display for a while there.
Wow.
And it was the opening night, so everybody was there. Afeni, Mopreem, Asher, everybody was there and they were just talking about, like, everyone was talking about Tupac, and Money B even said he didn't really like Tupac's music at one point in the conversation. I'm like, what? I was trying not to say nothing, so I didn't.
I think he was probably just trolling. He was probably just like saying that, just to. I want to guess that he was probably just saying that just to joke around and stuff like that, because I don't think anybody in their right.
Well, Pac early music.
I think it was the early version.
Yeah, Tupacalypse. Like, I remember, making everybody listen to it. I was such a Pac fan at a time when people wasn't even. And I was like, no, y'all got to turn it to this video. You got to listen to this song. And they hated seeing me coming or whatever, because I was like, we gonna listen to this Pac or whatever. And people used to be like,
Yeah, that goes back to when he made that song Trap. He said, there must be another route way out to money and fame. I changed my name, played a different game. And again, it goes back to when Pac told me not to change my name. And I did that shit anyway. I did that shit anyway when I was you know, older, like 2017, 2018, I changed my last name. But it's crazy, and it's crazy. Like a lot of people changed their name too. Daz Dillinger changed his name. He was known as that nigga Daz, and now he's Daz Dillinger. Tracy Danielle is known as Tracy Robinson. So I guess, you know, shout outs to those people too. Like a lot of those people, it's a lot of people that Pac was influential in, and whose career was sparked up because of, you know, his genuine, you know, fellowship around his people, man. I mean, it was great. But Joseph, man, yeah, man, I'm pretty sure. What was it like meeting Afeni? Because I never got a chance to meet her in person. What was it like meeting her?
Actually, I worked on movies before as background as a principal, and I've never been starstruck until I met her. So like I kept asking myself, I'm like, am I dreaming? Is this real? Is what somebody playing a trick on me? Like at first I couldn't believe it that it was her. I'm like, there's no way that's Afeni Shakur. What is going on? She's right here in front of me, and she was with her entourage, her crew. I think Mo Preem was there too with them. And there was somebody in the group, I forgot who he was, but he was asking her to take a photo, and sometimes I got bad timing. I was like, I finally worked up the courage. I was like, I ran up to them. I'm like, hey, Afeni, do you mind if you take a picture with me? And that's that photo right there. And she said, oh, no, honey, but I'm going to take one with you first, because whoever was asking to take a photo in her group, she was like, oh, he thinks he's special, but he ain't special. You know, I was just a random kid running up to her. She could have been like, nah, just stay away or whatever. But no, she took a moment out of her time to make me feel good and took the photograph, and I thanked her, and that was that. And they went on their way.
Man, that was, I bet that was a beautiful experience, man. Like I said, I kept back in touch with you know, various people from his camp, like through social media and through, you know what I'm saying, you know, word of mouth through everybody else. And, you know, but it would have sure been good to like just hug her and tell her thank you for like just giving birth to this man. Because I'm telling you, I dealt with so much self-hatred growing up, and to have listened to Pac's music and to have gotten dialogue from him personally, it transformed my life into something else. And now I can't afford to not do something with myself. Even now, as I'm working at a job that I'm working at, I have to do something more than this. I have to do something more.
I appreciate you sharing that story. I got something similar, but with Big Psych. I got to meet him, and he said to me, I was like, oh, what's going on, Big Psych? And he's like, you know what, young man, I want to know who you are. Don't worry about us. Don't worry about me. We did our thing. Who are you? Tell the world who you are. And then after he said that to me, I'm like, holy shit. So I get a little bit what you're saying with your story and Tupac calling you. And I think that a lot of us right here we should make a movie. We should do something, make a movie about all this, all our interactions and stuff.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy because Afeni's birthday is the day before mine. So I was a little borderline obsessed with Afeni too. I used to like write her all the time. I actually caught a case and was in jail, and I used to like write her all the time. That I used to get the fan club thing off the same thing Clifford said he was getting off. I used to write all that, do all that writing or whatever. I think somebody sent me something back from the fan club or whatever from writing to Afeni or whatever. But it sounded like the standard like fan club letter or whatever. But I was still happy that it had came back. But I wanted to ask you, Joseph, what's your favorite song off for Makaveli?
I would go with Against All Odds.
Yeah, Against All Odds. I told you, man.
Puffy giving vibe like a just like that back. He did some sneaking up there, so we riding for that.
I think he really was wanting to flex his storytelling skills right there, and I think he went for he got a kill shot.
Yeah, he was.
That man was unbelievable
It's like,
when it
you
comes
know
to
what I mean? It's like
delivery.
he was showing New York, I got the storytelling skills, but guess what? I'm gonna use real people. I'm gonna use
You
y'all.
guys can channel him, you know that, right? You can go in the astral plane and channel Tupac and talk to him and all that fun stuff. But that's
Yeah, I wanted Joseph. It's funny you mentioned that because earlier I had made a reference to the third eye, and he had wrote this down. In again, if you Google Makaveli the album track list, there's gonna be a paper that comes up. Like one of the results is gonna be a paper that he wrote on that say Makaveli the 7-day theory, and it says delivered to the lost by the lost is dedicated to those who use their third eye. And I know that he was talking about, metaphysics and astral plane and all of that. Because I remember he said, let's go inside my astral plane. I came to bring the pain.
Right.
I know Pop was on some metaphysics type shit. I know he had, because think about this. Elvis even talked about the third eye. Elvis Presley even have memorabilia where he's referring to the third eye and meditation and all that. So I'm starting to believe, and Kobe Bryant also talked about this in his album, one of his early albums that Kobe dropped. He was talking about it in one of his songs about about somebody being third eye blind. So I think this is actually a subject we have to save for are you a part of the White Book Decoded, Joseph?
The group on here?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I know Ashley and everybody. They all know my crazy ass. I'm lucky.
So have y'all ever heard the story of when Ja Rule was like in this battle with 50 and I forgot which album.
Him shut that man down on Hail Mary. I'm sorry, I just had to say that.
Right, but before they did that, I remember it was this I forget if it was a magazine, but they had went inside or whatever, and Irv Gotti, right before Ja Rule was either about to perform or make a song, he actually had and that's tricky because this was I think it was in a magazine or something, but when the interview was there, he had Hail Mary. It was on the loop or something, and it was Ja Rule would get tranced out to Hail Mary before he either performed or record. And then that's interesting that the people he was going against used the Hail Mary song.
Yeah, you ever hear Tupac say he's alive on, I think it's Hold Your Head?
I heard Hold Your Head. I heard
you gotta turn it up
head.
real loud. Yeah. You hear one guy say you see him, and then you hear another guy say, yeah, I see him, and then Tupac says I'm alive. But you gotta turn it up real loud and hear it.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Yeah.
In Hail Mary. Was it in Hail Mary? Sorry. Was that in Hail Mary, did you say?
No, I think it was Hold Your Head or...
Okay. I'm going to listen out for that. I jumped out to listen to you guys on the Facebook page, Truth About Tupac, and the sound quality is awesome. And then I heard Clifford say something about the White Book Decoded Club, and I was like, oh, I've got to jump back in.
I'm not in that club. What is that? The White Book.
So let me explain here, because usually Asher Underwood or Jonathan Lippy usually explains this. The White Book Decoded Club is basically discussions about the novel The White Book by Makaveli, and it's we usually do readings follow-ups, readings and discussions and studies on different chapters in the book. It's a really good club. It's connected to the Tupac Lives stream, and you guys can follow along. It's a really good community, many of us who have read the book, or many of us who are reading and following along. And I think you being a Tupac fan, I think that book would really be helpful to have. I won't go into too much detail, but it's
It will
the
blow
White
your
Book
mind.
by Makaveli
Yeah.
is
You
a
can
must-have in your possession.
it'll blow your mind, and it is. It's a great little atmosphere in that room as well. There's no pretense. Everybody's really welcoming, and there's no one's projecting anger or fear onto anyone, which is what I've experienced in other rooms. But yeah, I think you'll love it, and definitely purchase the White Book. It's a very powerful book.
Yes.
Like,
you can get a
we'll
copy
break
of
it
it
down.
on Amazon. I think
Yeah.
you found the physical copy on
I wonder if
Amazon.
it's on Audible or Bard. I need to see if I can find those books. Because I've read some before.
I think you'll enjoy it, and it'll definitely like send you down a couple rabbit holes. Like, you'll find certain information there and there that'll be like, wait a minute, I like this sent me to this other thing over here. Yes, so I think you would enjoy it, man. Crowns. If I had to recommend this book, and the crazy thing about it is when I read that book, it's almost like I felt his energy again. Cause I can't tell you.
You know what it is? I like the idea of it because you know what it is? Because I think earlier somebody was saying about how Tupac used to write his song titles. But just following Pac over the years, I'm telling you, it was like he was just obsessed with like writing stuff like that, like just writing in a notebook and all that. Like, he just would get geeked over that, and just how his imagination was or whatever. I think he'd love the whole idea of the White Book if he ain't already a part of it. I don't know all these things.
Man. Yeah, I ain't gonna. I really don't know all these things either. So I'ma just
perfectly said.
I don't know all these things.
Perfectly said.
Now, my favorite lines, like the line that really let me know that Pac was relating to, like, basically it seems like he was talking to me. It's some of his lines are on Makaveli, but the ones that really gravitated to me, like attracted me, was when he says only God can judge me. I'm just a blind man doing time.
Ooh,
man.
And I'm Pac Spirit is talking to you.
Yeah, it was like, I've been there. I know what he talking about.
Pac Spirit is talking to you.
Yeah.
He had this quote where he says that, just in seriousness, he says, you talk about wars and stuff. Sometimes I'm at war with my own heart. And, it took a while for me to understand what Pac was saying or whatever. And I get it, he's got this upbringing where he's like this revolutionary and he hears all this or whatever. But just like how my man's got the picture with Afeni or whatever, at their heart, they're just really, really good people. Just all people,
Yeah.
So he's balancing being a revolutionary and a humanitarian.
And he comes from that family. He comes from that family of helpers, of builders.
And I guess it just gets sketchy at times.
Yeah, I remember Pac had said something, that the dialogue that he had said once in our brief phone convo. He said that your respect and your money. He said respect and integrity is your currency. The minute you lose any of them, you truly are broke.
Mm-hmm.
And that line right there, it's like years later, remembering that quote from him, it's like respect, integrity is my money. If I lose that, I'm broke. It's
right.
Like,
think how deep that goes. Think how deep that goes. Like Pac, sure, he had like the jewelry on or whatever, and on All Eyes on Me, we seen him riding in the roads. But technically, Pac wasn't money obsessed like that. Like he's paying his whole family bills. You see what I'm saying? Like he's paying all lawyers. He's sending money here. He's doing this or whatever. He's technically not basking in the money or whatever besides his physical appearance that he presents to us, because everybody tells you Pac's in the studio.
Right.
You know, so that just makes that more
He's out in
clear
the
that he
streets.
knew what was really important.
Mm-hmm.
He was obsessed with respect. I think he was obsessed with the respect that he was getting. I think if that's one thing I could like put him as, I think he was obsessed with the amount of respect and love he was getting. I feel like every rapper now, they made a lot of money. They probably made millions of dollars, but they probably will never have the respect that Pac has gotten. I mean, like,
Just
Right.
on
just
that
like
too,
think
Because
about
Chris.
this.
he gets the respect, and what does he say? He says, you know what? I think next year I'll make a political party of everybody who doesn't fit in into these parties.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Pac says he'll do with the power he gets. It ain't just to send you off to do nothing dumb and all this or whatever. Once he realizes he's got that responsibility, that's what you gotta respect about Pac, is that since he came to the planet, he facing up to his responsibilities, whether he want them or not.
Mm-hmm.
And he
I
wanted
do
to
wonder.
give so much back to the community as well. And like if you look at big stars now and the amount of money they're making and the mansions they're living in, I always stop and think to myself, why don't they give, they can afford to give some back to the community and they never do. Whereas Pac was all about, yeah, exactly. He was all about putting back to the community.
Well, I think here's why I think why they usually probably can't give back or can't or won't give back. We also have to realize there are people watching their money, because we can't sit up here and say that just because you made $60 million that the IRS or there's somebody else that's in control of their funds or a financial advisor that's not watching over their money. And that's why when a lot of these people speak out, you know, their pockets are being attacked, or they'll do some shit like, oh, this person is canceled, so we're not gonna give them shows. We're not gonna give. So it's not how back in the day when Pac was saying shit and he didn't care about the backlash or if the record label got attacked. It wasn't really that much consequences for him as far as the pockets being attacked, where somebody could snatch $1 million away from him. It was more of back then the record labels caught the backlash because they saying you let your artists do this. They, like when he spoke out against, you know, police violence, Dan Quale kind of took it as he was speaking against police, like murdering police, but it was like Pac wasn't even on that. He was just trying to speak and give his point of view of what he saw and how this needs to be solved. But they took it as he was inciting retribution and all this other shit. Right. So yeah, to your point, Mel, like I think there are some artists out here today or some musicians or celebrities today who do want to give back, but it's somebody controlling how they give back. That's why they go to charity instead of the communities. It goes to charity. If you don't pay attention, if you pay attention to that, yes, it's good to give back to charity or charitable organizations, but the community, and Pac even talked about that in the interview. He said, well, charity don't get to the ghetto. Charity, that money doesn't get to the ghetto.
And that's so true. And that's what I loved about Pac, that he was never afraid. He was always talking, you know, he was always genuine and authentic about what he stood for and what his plans were.
And also strong, like that's why I say like y'all discussing like today, you gotta also think the whole setup, like Clifford was like he was telling Daryl or whatever about that death row chain and what it stood for. Once you get outside of that nonsense, I mean, Pac just had a solid base right there. And then on top of that, I mean, Snoop is almost like the most popular person in the world. And for Pac to be able to come there and be comfortable enough where it's like they just moved it over, you know, he knew he had a base there too or whatever, so he could say stuff, and who's going to stop him now? You know, it was he felt good because he had somebody like Suge back there with all, even though it was all bad, he had that backing. Yeah. And he navigated it so good that we got a Makaveli album while he was with Death Row without him even saying Death Row on the Makaveli album.
On the Makaveli album.
Yeah, now, you know. Go ahead, Kraus.
What was I was gonna say something. Oh, Snoop. You know, when they asked Snoop about how he felt about, you know, Pac just coming in and basically running the musical side of Death Row, he said he didn't mind. He told Suge to get Pac. He told Suge to go get Pac, bring him over here, and I'll shut my whole thing down just so Pac can do what he do. And that's love, man. That's
Yeah,
love.
that's love, and that's why I don't understand. Because it goes back to what I was saying earlier. You do have people who get on platforms who try to spin the narrative, say that, oh, well, Snoop was jealous of Pac's success. You really got to be careful. That's another thing we got to be careful about nowadays. Is that people, after you done lived with these people, after you done interact with these people, there are some people that are gonna come around who try to spin the narrative and make it seem like, oh, y'all was jealous of this man because he was popping and you wasn't popping. Snoop
without
made
doing
it.
their research as well.
Yeah, they ain't doing their research, knowing that Snoop was with Death Row before Pac got on there. Snoop was already putting out albums, already was selling. With Murder Was the Case, he already was going selling records at that time in Pac's career. After Strictly for My Niggas came out, Pac his success started to peak even more. It started to get more because his first album, it was successful, but it didn't go platinum.
Yeah.
It got around, but it didn't go platinum. When Strictly for My Niggas came out, he had specific songs on there that, like, Keep Your Head Up and all this. Those songs really started to get radio play and get, like, he started to chart. He started to chart his way to the top. Then Me Against the World came out. Then you got, Thug Life, which that was a collaboration album.
That's a classic. That is a classic.
That was a classic with Burn Me a G and all that. You know what I'm saying? So he was still under Interscope when he was getting his success.
So the story goes, though, just to interrupt you real quick, just on that part right there. So the story goes, around the time you get into Thug Life, the album he was coming out with was actually called Thug Style. And he had it recorded, but them being on Priority. What apparently happened was some of the big wigs at Priority allowed the Dog Pound them to get a advanced copy of Thug Style, and the rumor is that they took some stuff from Thug Style or whatever, and Tupac flipped out. They say he threw the whole album away, and that's how we got Thug Life.
Wow.
Like all those like phrases that came out on Doggy Style and Dog Pound or whatever, he flipped out because he knew all that came from his album, and he was mad that they had let them hear his album before an advanced preview, and he scrapped the whole album. It's even on I think Do You Remember Me or whatever, where he's saying Thug Style. They might have a song on there.
It's on
Hell. He had a whole
Hellraiser,
album called Thug Style.
Strictly for My Neck. Yeah. The double disc, because he said it on Hellraiser. Thug Style. So
yeah, in saying that, I think once he got there, and yeah, Snoop was on top, but I think at some point Snoop realized that it was not even nowhere near the same league. Like Pac was something totally different, and I've never seen Pac be around any celebrity and look meek or look starstruck or look like he was under them. None. Not even the people that came out before you or nothing. I've never seen him look like just defeated under no one.
I mean, I seen like old photos, rare photos of him where he's getting an autograph from Flavor Flav, but I have not seen. And then he's sitting next to Queen Latifah. Those are old school photos when he was still
That's before he said stuff like, "I peeped the weakness in the rap game and sold it." I took that serious when he said that.
That boy good.
Hey, let's all meet in Cali and like meditate and bring Pac's energy and do some crazy shit like that.
I'm down for it, Joseph. Like I was saying earlier, that I'm gonna try to see if I can like save up money from this job and like start to travel to go see Lady Steinberg, because I'm really trying to like elevate. And I ordered some meditation CDs, and I got a couple books on meditation, so I'm really trying to get into the spirituality of everything. So like I'm with you on that. Let me give a shout out too to Kristen Parkes. So Kristen Parkes, if you guys don't know, she was one of the first women to tattoo Tupac's face on her, and I think this was around. I don't remember the time, but she was one of the first fans to tattoo get Pac's image.
What was that name again?
Her name is Kristen Parkes.
Oh,
Kristen
yeah. She's
she
like
was
number
also
one
with,
fan.
Yeah, she was also with Afeni. She was also a good friend of Afeni's. They were very close, and she was close to Mike Epps as well. They still holding it down. She be chopping it up with Trigger Tredge and all of them. She was really big, with the Tupac Amaru Shakur Foundation before it got closed down. I have my own, views on that closing down. You know what I mean? But we're not here for that. We're here for a celebration and to celebrate the anniversary of the Makaveli album. And discussing this great man that the world has come to know, to idolize. I also want to give it shout out to truthabouttupac.com, the movement. You know what I'm saying? If you're not following Truth About Tupac, support platform, support, Asher Underwood, support Layla Steinberg and her movement. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get to know the fam, get to know everybody. You know what I'm saying? We all here. We all Pac's family. Shout out to everybody here in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on live stream, everybody on YouTube. Shout out to Joseph, Sandy, Mel. I see you. Mac, Crowns, Maxicali, Alphonse, Asher. You know what I'm saying? Early, Jonathan Lippy couldn't make it. He went to sleep, but shout out to him as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to put Asher on because we about to start winding down. It's getting late. It's getting late. We about to start winding down in a few minutes. But I wanted to touch on this. I wanted to say that going back to the Makaveli album, when we look, if we could discuss the White Book briefly here, we're not gonna go all the way into detail with it because I feel like it's deserving to be discussed on Tuesdays. You could catch the White Book Decoded on Tuesdays. Mel, you could tell them what time we usually we go live with the discussions.
For me, because I'm on the other side of the world, it's 1:00 in the afternoon. So I think it would be more relevant for your time zone. I think it's like 9 p.m. in the States.
Yeah, probably like 9.
Yeah,
probably. Which I don't even know what time it is over here.
Yeah, but it's usually on Tuesday nights at like 9 o'clock.
You join that club and hit that bell, you'll get them notifications.
Yeah,
I believe I've joined the club. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I just I want to point out because this is what I wanted to make a reference to in terms of the White Book by Makaveli and the Makaveli album. So 53 days later, that's an 8 symbolism. And I always go back and look at this album and look at the book, and I ask myself, why is it that 53 days, was that taking so long, so exact for this album to be released during that time? Why did it take that exact time, like 53 days? That's an 8 symbolism. And then when we look at the Makaveli, is an 8 symbolism. It's like, and then if we look at Strictly for My Niggas, that album, if you look at the dots in between, like the NIGGAZ, there are eight. There are eight things there. There are 8 dots there. Like there are 8 dashes there. And I do ask myself, why was Pac always obsessed with the number 8 and the number 7? Did this? And one of the books he read,
Also
according to
5
his
too,
reading,
though.
huh?
Also 5.
Five
He really used
is
to
another
focus
one.
on
Angel
the
numbers.
5-pointed star ring. He used to wear a 5-pointed star ring.
Yeah.
And he says stuff like,
Okay.
when I better see 5 stars next to my picture. And just, yeah. I think one time he had a nose ring and there was like 5 stars in it.
You know, I forgot to tell y'all. Okay, we're celebrating Makaveli coming out on November the 5th, right? That's 11:05. Guess what? Part of my address is 11:05. That where I'm
It's
staying at right
synchronicity.
now. It's crazy.
It's
I got like 3
11:05
people around
as
me whose birthday was 11:05. All special people. That's Scorpio energy.
Yeah, my birthday is 11/11, so it's next week.
Wow, yeah, that's that mad Scorpio energy.
It's
but also
crazy.
511 comes to 7, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
But also, I want to go back to what Clifford was saying before in regards to the number 8. If you've got the white book, you'll also notice how many times the number 8 appears in the titles of some of the chapters.
Yeah, I seen that. And then according to, like, I read this book, like, it's called The Complete Illustrated Guide of Psychic Sciences, the complete illustrated book of psychic sciences. This is on Tupac's official reading list. And when I opened that book and I went to the numerology, it said that 7 was a mystery. It symbolized 7 as a mystery. And then it symbolized 8 as success. And looking at this and comparing that to what Pac was doing and his symbolism, I was like, he symbolized 7 as a mystery. So we still trying to figure out what is with all these 7s. And the crazy thing about it is, that's not even Pac's life path number. For those of you who study numerology,
right,
your life path number is the digits added up from your birthday. My life path number is a 7. And then his life path number is a 4. But all these 7s, and the crazy thing about it is, I'm seeing it in my life. So I was born when March 30th, 1990. That makes my life path number 7. When Tupac, the thing about it is, that was 79 days before Tupac's 19th birthday. So 7 plus 9 is 16. 1 plus 6 is another 7. So it's like, why is all of this centered around, like, it just, it's crazy. And then, you know, God rest her soul, Miss Afeni passed on May 2nd. That's a 7. You be asking yourself, what is this? Like, why is everything revolving around numerology? It's like a numerology. Because look, from September the 7th, when he was shot, to September the 13th, that's 6 days. The 7-day theory would mean, okay, this 14th, on the 14th, you know, what happened that day? Did something happen that day? Or something didn't happen that day? It's a theory. You know what I'm saying? So, again, but we this is not this is not me spinning any theories, you know what I'm saying? But it is something to think. Somebody like this who has that enigma to make you think outside the box and make you think about certain stuff, you do question yourself. Was it meant for us to hear this person at a certain time? Was it meant for us to hear Tupac? Because for somebody who lived before his era, somebody would have said, okay, it was their John Lennon was their Tupac. You know what I mean? Was their icon. Or for them, they would say, "Oh, Elvis was their icon." But for us, who grew up in the '90s, Tupac is our icon. And then if you're in basketball, some people would say it'd be Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Just
great people.
Clifford, just in regards to the number 7, apparently God created the universe with prime numbers. 7's a prime number. So that could also be, I don't know, some kind of knowledge that's there that we're yet to find out or work out.
It's the number of completion in the Bible.
Yeah, and perfection.
Mm-hmm.
And perfection. And crazy thing is, the first 7 verses of Proverbs in the Bible is like that's powerful. Like those first 7 verses, that's powerful. It's the book of wisdom. But yeah, man, that this the anniversary. This is the 25th. It's crazy to think about it, 25th anniversary of. That's 2 + 5 is 7. That's it.
Right. I thought of that earlier. I said they got that 7 there. That's why the energy crazy.
Dude, I want to say that I'm also getting a tattoo called "But Know the Ledge" on my back to complete Tupac's "Fuck the World" tattoo. So he got "Fuck the World" on his back. He got three words. I got 4 words that says "But Know the Ledge." So that's a 7 right there. So the sentence completed is "Fuck the world, but know the ledge." Like,
wow.
Yeah.
When really it's supposed to be "fuck the world's knowledge." That's really what it's supposed to mean.
Yeah.
Fuck
the world, but know the ledge. You know. But and basically what I'm saying with "but know the ledge," it's my way of saying "but be aware." Be aware, peep game. You know, it's a dedication to his back tattoo, because I feel like since I can't no longer interact with this person, I can at least have a piece of him with me. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm gonna get that. You know.
Something just came to me that I've just remembered. Remember when we were reading in one of the White Book discussion groups? I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, but Amimaya, the 52nd Kabbalah angel meditation prayer.
Right.
52nd, 5 and 2 is 7.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Book is
the
also,
Kabbalah.
and the White Book is also 412 pages long, which is another 7. You know, and then technically it might be 413, because if you look at the bottom of the 413 page, it's not numbered, but it got that little barcode at the end. So it made me think that, is this an 8 symbolism? Because it's like I said, guys, a lot of stuff that I have looked at, and then also it's just so much, man. We would have to make a separate
Yeah,
we would have to be.
Blasphemy's intro has intrigued me in so many different ways. I can't even get into it. Like, there's like
every time I hear it, it just feels so deliberate to me.
Like, if you listen to the front part of it, the glossy part of it has the crickets, it has the strings, it has God has a plan, a wonderful plan. That's Christianity. But then when you get into behind it, it's like a whole nother conversation, and it ain't even pop. It's like a different situation. It's like I can't even. It's different. It's like a whole nother. Okay, if you go into Job, right? You remember when God and Satan had the talk?
Right.
That's what it seems like, but it's talking about something else, and I'm still trying to crack it. Man, that song right there is wow.
That's why. That's why sometimes when I go back and listen to his music, I be trying to study exactly what is he
But see,
trying
I
to
think
tell
you
me.
kind of like right there at it. It's like when you say it, when you hear the first voice is Christianity, and then it just starts being like chitter chatter. It's like how you were saying when he was in jail. To him, it was just all this chatter in his voice, in his head, or whatever. And this is like just his version right here, and he already knows it's gonna be considered blasphemy. And he's like rubbing it in. That's why he's like God's coming, and she's just taking her time because he knows how rigid religion was, where they was like, where some people say they was excluding the woman from there, and they just kind of like was Xing the woman out and making it very like male and patriarchal. He's poking at him. He's like, God's coming, she's just taking her time. And then he's telling other people, he's like, you sitting by the now just watching the river flow. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all ain't doing nothing. All y'all doing is just y'all watching the water move, waiting on God. You know what I'm saying? Like, he messing with him.
Coming back resurrected.
Right, and he had him, you know what I'm saying? He's like, y'all ain't even doing nothing. Y'all took this lesson and y'all just sitting there watching water get wet, basically.
But that's the same thing when we look at Jesus. It's like they knew about his gospel, but they still rebelled against his teachings.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like most of everybody today might still be Christian, might still be reading scripture and praying to God, but a lot of them are still human. We're still human. We're still rebelling against most of the stuff, most of the commandments that was being taught. We also got to realize that we got to take into account what Pac has said, that it is true that not everybody is genuine when it comes to stuff. I remember Pac said this in a song. He said, they tell me the preacher's there for me. He's a crook with a book. That motherfucker never cared for me. He's only here to make sure I don't drop a dime to God about the crime he's committing on the poor. I was like, damn.
He was at
I
them
was
churches.
I was like, damn.
And see, that's why, like, for people, some people, like some Christians, if they're not doing their research into the word, they would get upset and think that he's talking about all preachers. But Jesus already told us, beware of hirelings. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a deacon also. So, yeah, I'm a deacon. I'm at my church. So, he said, beware of hirelings. And those are the people who come in, they take the top spot as the preacher or the pastor, and they take all the money, and they don't use it for what it's supposed to be used for.
So yeah, in that aspect, I do believe what he was saying, but of course, not all preachers are like that. You do got anointed preachers out there,
Well,
but yeah,
right, but from coming from Pac lens, you got to add in sort of a way, in that busy way of his. Pac's still kind of naive in a way, and by naive I mean early on, Pac had like what you would call like an eye for justice. You would say like all them incidences of Layla tells stories of him having the camera and filming the police while they riding, and him seeing the bootleggers on the street and telling them that's not right doing that. Him sticking up for somebody getting bullied, and he had this eye for justice that's fitting in with this thug view or whatever. And there's just so many different lenses, all the way to the point where people thinking he's this bad guy, and then you could just see the shock in his face when they ask him what's the worst thing, he said, I can't believe they shot me. I can't believe these thug dudes, all these gangster dudes that I'm around, I can't believe and he was genuine.
Yeah.
And so you knew he really was good inside, because he was really genuinely shocked when that happened to him with the girl or whatever. He was like, I can't believe she said me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he was blinded for a minute that these other dudes ain't nothing like you, Pac. They nowhere near like you, Pac.
Right.
And he just couldn't even handle it because he's so much not like that. You know what I'm saying? But all these people are just caught up in this image or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say he's battling a whole lot, you know what I'm saying? He's battling being this, being this, being this. You know, he already multitasking in his own self. You know, and I asked Layla one time about Pac's sleeping habits.
Mm.
And you know, she
Yeah,
said that's a real
I'm
good
curious about
question.
that. Yeah,
What'd she
I'm
say?
curious about that.
You
There's a
know,
lot of questions.
I'm
That
still
is, yeah,
asking.
that is
I
a very
still
good
like
question.
every time
'Cause
somebody's like on, I try to ask them that or whatever. Like, when did anybody ever see this man resting?
That's why I was
he
trying
said
to
in God.
ask.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Go ahead, Grounds.
Okay, he said in only God can judge me now. He said he said he wake up sweating, dangling his bed sheets because he be having flashbacks of people popping him, and then
Right, and that
he
clip
said I can't sleep. I'm
Mexicali
having crazy
played.
dreams, in trouble.
He specifically said where and these people go here where they don't have nightmares. You know, he was careful to put that in there. You know what I'm saying? I actually developed like this thing from that clip when I had first heard it or whatever, and I call it like happy people don't have nightmares.
True.
Yeah,
True.
yeah, and I am curious. That's why when I asked Layla personally, I was trying to ask her when I said what was his mind state. I wasn't necessarily trying to ask her like what
What
was
you
on his
say?
mind
Right.
that day.
Mm.
I was trying to get what I was trying to get her to answer was, what was he think? Do you know what was he thinking about? Like, what was his aspiration? Because I know they had a discussion about what they wanted to do, and like she was doing the mic sessions, so she was an educator trying to promote literacy and uh, equal justice. She was trying to promote awareness to a lot of things, and Pac was really on that. That's why he kept pushing people to
Right.
know about her. That's why he, was telling people about her even after he done made it to the top. He was telling people about her, and
Right.
even in the
Oh,
documentary.
trust me, I know. Yep. Right. He sure was. That's and you know, like I tell y'all, I used to be a magazine collector. I had like thousands of magazines or whatnot, especially like all the music magazines from Rolling Stone to Double XL, Source. I used to have thousands of, and you know, I used to read. I used to be reading Pac's interviews, and that's really why the question about sleep was there, because a lot of his interviews he used to just be like, I'm not sleeping. He'd be like he was having these nightmares, and it was always like my man said earlier. He was like, I just be having these dreams that this is coming, and he'd be like, I smoked
Mm-hmm.
this much weed,
Yep.
and the way he put it is he was perpetually high.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like a constant high. You know, he was perpetually high, and not just like when is my guy sleeping? You know?
Yep. Well,
It made me think too, like, what if this has something to do with your third eye being open? Like, you probably
Bam, you
didn't
right
get.
there. You in my
well,
head, bro.
you
You ain't
know,
never heard this thing like your sleep world is almost kind of like to this other
it's because
side,
of
kind of
death.
whatever.
That's
So
what they
just
say.
imagine walking that line all the time.
It's so true. And this is the thing too. I find the more I meditate, the less I sleep, or the less I can sleep. And
Mm.
if I do fall asleep, I'm up at 3, always up at 3, and I
Right.
don't know why. And then I'm wide awake. I get peckish or hungry, and I need to go get a snack. But yeah, I just find the more I meditate, I find I don't need as much sleep. I'm wide
That's
awake.
interesting.
and
Well, I mean,
and that
think
can
about
go
this
that can go
conversation.
That's
yeah, and
interesting.
and then that can go both ways too, because I have meditated once where I felt myself falling asleep. But if you're like a person who thinks a lot and overanalyzes stuff, sometimes when you and you go to sleep, you still wake up. Okay, I'm some shit now. I want to do something, and you can't. It becomes a challenge because your mind is like fighting your thoughts back, and you be, damn, it's so much shit I want to do, some shit I want to say, so much shit I want to write down. You know, so I think creative people in general don't get that much sleep because they constantly thinking about shit. And I think
And then
that's
you
what
see, then you have a problem with time because as much as you want to do a lot of things, that mastery comes focusing on, one thing at a time or whatever. But with Pac, I get them titles where he's saying ambitions because the man had some super ambitions. He just was, I'm gonna do it. Like I'm gonna be good at this and then move to the next thing and be good at that. And he just, where it usually don't happen like that, like for everybody. Like most people, it take time to just be focused on one thing, get that done, and then you move to your next skill.
Yep.
He was like really like just like an engine gone. Like I like when he said like when he was getting in the movies, he was like, that's not gonna be a problem. All I gotta do is put the camera on me. And he felt like he was coming from a place where nobody knows pain like me, so I'm gonna be able to touch everything. That's meta. I think he was
Yeah.
already like on some other stuff already.
I've been told you like when the according to his reading list, he did come across like psychic and esoteric books that he was reading. And we got, what I'm saying, Layla alluded to it like a little bit, like when she was discussing the books that he was reading, like in that one video that she had back then.
Right.
And if you check his reading list, you could clearly see he was reading, some metaphysical books. One of the books was Initiation by Elizabeth Heitch. I have that book, and that book deals with mysticism. It's like very deep. It's a woman's autobiography, but there's deep metaphysical knowledge in there. It's so deep. It's so deep that they got a psychic institution that sponsors this book. And this book came out in 1954, but it's still being printed today. And yeah, it's almost the epitome of the autobiography of a yogi when that book came out. It's the closest thing to that, but the point I'm trying to make is when we go back to Pac, when he was talking about, he constantly having visions of him dying and stuff, that sounded to me like premonitions. And premonitions is like psychic visions where you picture yourself, something happening or something bad happening, and you can't explain it. You waking up in the night, can't sleep, sweating and stuff. And
so basically, I heard a rumor I died, murdered in cold blood, traumatized. Pictures of me in my final stages. Mama cried.
Yeah, that's psychic prediction and premonition. And then also think about this. When he said, even though it seems heaven sent, we ain't ready to have a black president.
I was just thinking about that not too long ago. I wanted to talk about that.
Yeah. He didn't say we was not gonna have one. He didn't say we was not gonna have one.
He said
ready. even though, despite the fact, he said, even though it seems heaven sent. People gotta really understand that. When Pac said, even though, that means despite the fact it seems heaven sent that we're gonna get this, we're not ready to have it. And we wasn't ready to have a black president, to be honest, because Barack Obama, even though I'm grateful to have lived this long to have voted for him, nothing really changed that much. I mean, violence still went. But the violence still went on.
A very Gemini thing that, like that song, that lyric you were saying early on, like just adding timing in there or whatever, and the Gemini spin, because a lot of his early singles would be like that. Like he'd have a song like the songs like Trapped, or you know what I'm saying, that was real like hood like that. But the B-side was always songs like Changes or Heaven for a Ghetto, or he had one I Got Nothing But Love, and all that or whatever. That would always be like the B-side to the sing when they still sold cassette singles. That would always be like the B-side. And man, when you pulled out the cover of some of those singles, man, Pac would be he'd have all kind of stuff just wrote in there, like long letters and just everything on the early stuff or whatever. It ain't changed till like, like about after Strictly for my ninjas and all that or whatever. But before that, all the singles, man, he had stuff wrote on there. If you watch the Holler If You Hear Me video, like that just disclaimer and speech before the video or whatever, it was like always like that with Pac.
Yeah, he was always one of those people that felt like his voice was to like for the people who can't speak. He was always one of those people that said, okay, these people cannot speak for themselves, so let me do it for them. And that's why I wonder so much about these new artists today. Do they actually care that what they're saying is gonna affect 3 generations from now?
No.
Do they do like
so much happened between 2020 and 2021, and I ain't hear no songs about any of it.
Yeah, and well, we did hear something. Well, and this, I don't like bringing this up because this is Pac's celebration, but there was one song that did bring up awareness.
Oh yeah.
There was this song by Kodak Black and Six Lack and somebody else that said spar with Trump. And in that song, Kodak talks about weather control. Like how these people got weather control. Where the hell you think Hurricane Harvey from? And to me, I felt like that was a little piece of awareness in hip hop coming back. Even though it was not rapped the same style, it was like a little glimpse of hope that maybe this new generation of folks are starting to listen to Pac and starting to try
I wonder if that would have any conjunction with Kodak being one of the artists that went to jail.
Yeah. This goes back to that. Yeah, this goes back to that going to jail thing, because it makes me think that maybe they incarcerate these artists as a way of retaliation for them speaking out about certain things. I really do think there's a connection between that. Because I think when Shaheem went to prison, I don't think he did anything wrong. I think he was at the peak of his career, and somebody in the industry saw that he spoke out about something.
Wasn't that the same with DMX?
Yeah, DMX. I think they DMX. I 100% believe they were after DMX.
They tried to crush
yeah, for sure. I believe that too. 100.
Yeah, because yeah, and then even though like it's not trying to spin any theories, but we got to recognize from when Pac was on trial, and he was all he was doing was speaking his truth in music. And that's why when he made that song, when he got out called Peep Game, that's when he was starting to say he made the song called Peep Game. I'm not talking about the song that's on one of the albums released. I'm talking about one of the unreleased songs where he was speaking out against those accusations against him. He was speaking out saying that ain't no way I could be a rapist. He was letting everybody know, no, this girl set me up. You know what I'm saying? He made that song Scandalous too.
Yep.
Too.
My favorites.
Yeah. So yeah, I really do think if they'll do that to one of the greatest, they'll do it to anybody. They'll put anybody in a hot seat and try to like sanction their career for speaking out. They did this to, but I'm hoping this new generation would at least try to, spit some stuff. Because Kendrick Lamar was doing it for a while, but I think he got too comfortable. I think he got comfortable with his success, and he kind of like stopped for a little bit. But I think if Pac was here today with everything, I think Pac would be more like trying to run for office. I know that sounds crazy, but
I believe that
Pac,
too.
Definitely. I think Pac would he would still do the music thing, but he would be like like kind of like Dr. Dre, like producing the music and making money, big business money to like help other people come up.
I'm not even
I think
sure
he
he'd
would
be
be
on the
on.
music too long or whatever. I mean, like, Pac really did have morals. I mean, check that man's arrest record. Like when the as bad as Chicago's having an epidemic right now, but we can place Pac in Chicago yelling at them gang members when he heard a kid got killed there. We can trace Pac chasing another rapper off the stage or whatever for something he was doing reckless on stage. And my point in saying that is that if Pac was here, half these people ain't gonna get to say all this stuff and be in the rap game doing what they doing while Pac was here. So that's why he knew he was gonna have to be the one that leave, because Pac was dang near, he was gonna be like the hip hop police a little bit. He ain't gonna let all these people just be leading people astray and saying that. I think Pac would have attacked all that.
Yeah, he would have been a gatekeeper.
You know,
he
like
definitely.
yeah, like he was that was all his like next mission. I think he knew he got to get to the people, and then you got to start doing to the going to the community. So yeah, just like people be, what would Jesus do? These youngsters, they could think like, what would Pac be thinking, and what would he be doing? And they just come up with, he'd be more community minded. He'd be more. I mean, even when he got to like a good status at death row or whatever. I mean, Pac started wearing suits. He was like trying. Man, I heard him do an interview where he was like, "I'm finna start teaching these people how to be men." You know, the way he would be around women or whatever. And I told Tracy this. You know, Pac always had said this one line, like in Scarface, "If I got the right woman, with me, you know, I can take it on. I can take on the world." So, you know, he was like building all that. He wasn't just all reckless or whatever. I think he was gonna set a whole code of just how people was even acting outside of rap and all that. Like even when they was rolling around in death row, he didn't admit to any petty beefs. He was like saying we was bigger than that. And it's unfortunate that it ended over a fight. Because in the interviews, he was like really professional. Remember, with the mic, the walkie-talkie.
Yep.
You know. So yeah, you know, I think he'd be maturing these people a little bit.
I think Pop was like, you know, he was planning on getting out of the game and starting to train G's. You know, he said out the game in the training to make a G. So
yes.
I think he would have had his own record label, and he would have took a back seat. He would have probably been making the beats. He'll spit every now and then, but I don't think he would have half as much voice time on the mic as Jay. And the only reason why that would be is because he probably wouldn't want it. He wouldn't want to, you know.
Yeah, I don't even think he was gonna let the, like I say, we ain't even.
He was gonna let the youngins take it.
We ain't even got to speculate. He said it out of his mouth. Remember, he said, our plan is to overthrow whatever old government it was in hip hop.
And we're setting up a new one.
And we're setting up a new one.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it.
I believe it too. Man.
Yeah, I believe that was the plan from the beginning. I want to give a shout out to Irfan Ganjkalu. I can't say your name. I can't really pronounce your name, but I wanted to give a shout out to him because I don't know if he wanted to speak, but we about to I'm about to see if I can get Asher back in here to close the room because I see it's like 3:48 in the morning. I mean, we could keep this popping,
just go ahead and close it down. I think he sent me a message.
Yeah, like cause we've been rocking out for a minute, but I'm happy to celebrate, this 25 years of this man's legacy. I mean, like I said, he personally changed my life. I don't know any other rapper that can touch what he has did.
True.
Even if I met Snoop Dogg and I got famous and met Snoop Dogg and I was in front of Snoop Dogg and met him, it's still not gonna make up from the time that I got the jewels from this. It's never gonna
I
bring that
wish,
up
boy.
because when
Man.
someone sparks your brain to actually think about something different, Pac always said he was gonna spark the brain that changed the world.
Change the world. Yeah.
And I would say to Pac, this is the sentence I would say to Pac: if you can get someone to think, you already changed them.
Mm-hmm.
And he got us to think, man. That man got us to think. He don't even know that he answered his own question.
And have fun while doing it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't listen to a Tupac record and not be, you know what I'm saying? I can't. I can't not listen to a Pac record and not have
And
fun.
you know what's so crazy about this too is that if you meet a woman who listens to Tupac, you did become it because he has a way of bringing people together.
Mm-hmm.
So when you meet a woman that really loves Tupac, you be like, damn, I wonder. She got to be a freak. Like it's a different type of energy.
Exactly. Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. A ride or die freak. That's what I need.
Yeah, man. It's so
loyal.
crazy.
But when them doors close, it's over.
Hey, what's good, Cliff, Alphonse, Crownsman? How y'all doing? I just popped back in.
I'm about to pass out.
Yeah, we about to wind down, man. We was in here chopping it up, you know.
Oh, I've been listening to the whole conversation, the whole time. Yeah, I've been over there listening through the YouTube stream. Yeah. There's still like as many people over there listening. But yeah, I was just gonna say what'd be really dope is Alphonse and Clifford and Crown. Some of you that have been chopping it up. Joseph, you still here? Still, any of y'all want to like let people know where they can find you if they've enjoyed like listening to your commentary? Clifford, I know you make music. You know what I'm saying? Alphonse, like we hear pretty much every week through the Tupac Lives Club on Clubhouse. Make sure everybody in this room is following the Truth About Tupac Club. For those of you that want to join, that's listening through YouTube and Facebook, if you go to truthabouttupac.club, it'll bring you right here to the club. You can download the app and join. But yeah, we're here every Tuesday from 7 to 9 Pacific time, 9 to 11 Central, 10 to midnight East Coast. And then we're going to be having random other mixers like we did tonight in celebration of the 25th anniversary of the Makaveli album release. So yeah, I want to shout out everybody that came through. Layla Steinberg, Hashim Ali, Amir, got to thank Daryl Harper, yeah, the homies. And yeah, man, Clifford, Alphonse, you want to let them know where they can find you if they want to tap in with you on IG or whatever, or tap in with you on Clubhouse. It's all good, man, but we can definitely close it.
You can get my IG or Twitter on there. Or catch me at Truth About Tupac or the White Book Decoded.
Let's see. I got plenty of places you can find me. My YouTube channel is called Crown Z's Place, capital CROWN, space, capital Z apostrophe S, space, capital PLACE. It's Crown Z's Place. That's YouTube. Crown Z81 is Instagram. Crown Z81, CROWN, capital Z, 81, and Crown Z39 is my TikTok. Facebook. If I give you my Facebook, I'll give you my government. Oh, well, what the heck? Zaire Johnson, ZAIRE space JOHNSON. If y'all want to kick it with me on there. For all my poets, I got a group called Royal Poetic on Facebook. So that's practically all my information. You can find my my music on SoundCloud. That's my name with 3 periods after it. I'm on that Piff and some other places too.
Dope. That's what's up. That's what's up, man. Anybody else? Mel, Zandy, Joseph, Lucky. Anybody else? Any final shout outs? Plugs?
I just want to say I love everybody. And you can check out joelucky.com. with an AY, Luckay. And I'm grateful for tonight, and have a great night.
No doubt. Yeah, man. Yeah, great stories tonight. Go ahead, Mel.
I was just going to say centered awareness on Twitter and Instagram.
And I want to say that you can find me at the number one HUNDREDD on Instagram and Twitter. And if you're looking to connect through Facebook, it's going to be facebook.com/1 HUNDREDD. So that's the number one. It's not spelled out one. It's the number one and then HUNDREDD. So I'm on YouTube. I'm also on YouTube. So on YouTube it's a little different. It's capital ONE-HUNDREDD. It's 100. It might be case sensitive. 1-100 on YouTube. So that's all my information that I got. And shout outs to everyone in the chat and everyone here. Shout outs to Jonathan Lippy. Make sure you follow Jonathan Lippy on Twitter, and he has a YouTube channel, the White Book Decoded. I think we have one there. And you can find us. You can find me also here in the Clubhouse. Just download the app, follow Truth About Tupac and the Tupac Lives Forum. Follow us, man, and it's good hanging out with you guys and to catch up.
And purchase the White Book by Makaveli. You can.
Yeah, make sure you guys purchase the White Book by Makaveli. I promise you will not regret it. It's a very good book. It's got a lot of insight.
Peace, y'all. My name's Shandi. I just wanted to let y'all know that there's a great interview with Lance Pierre, who I believe was one of the chief engineers on the Makaveli album. It's on J-Mix YouTube channel. If you just search Makaveli Lance Pierre, it should come up.
What were you saying about? I'm over here.
It's an interview with Lance Pierre, who was one of the engineers at Death Row, who worked on the Makaveli album. It's about an hour and a half long, and it's really one of the best interviews I've ever heard about Tupac and behind-the-scenes information about the Makaveli album. If you just search Lance Pierre, Makaveli on YouTube.
Thanks, man. Thanks. And shout outs to Ronnie Risky. Risky, that's the name of the artist. Ronnie, like Risky, the guy who created the cover art. Huh?
I tried to message him about our podcast tonight.
Yeah, I think Risky's busy with his NFT drop today. He dropped it NFT on OpenSea.
Yeah, I was checking it out.
Yeah, man. Shouts out to Risky, man. It's been really good seeing him like really blossom with his art, man. It's just like perfect timing too with the album release. Yeah, shouts out to Risky for sure. Been down for a minute, man. There's been a lot of good stories tonight. Lucky was telling the story from the Grammy Museum. He just told part of the story, man. There's so much more. I was listening. I was enjoying hearing that. I got to shout out Darius, my partner Darius in Bigger Picture Productions. You know, we done been pioneering the Truth About Tupac movement for a minute. Couldn't do it without Layla Steinberg and Aim for the Heart and the microphone sessions. And that's another place that we be on Clubhouse on Monday nights with Layla and the microphone sessions. So definitely got to send that shout out as well. But I really appreciate everybody coming through tonight, man. This is Asher and Truth About Tupac movement, man. We're gonna keep it moving, keep the movement moving, you know. So make sure you follow all the moderators and everyone on stage that took their time to participate. Make sure you follow the Truth About Tupac Club and the Tupac Lives Club. Again, every Tuesday night we here. Make sure you subscribe to the Truth About Tupac movement YouTube and the Truth About Tupac Facebook and Instagram, so you can be up to speed on things. And yeah, that's about it, man. We're right now at the top of the hour. It's a perfect time to close. We went literally 6 hours. So yeah, 6 hours. We rest on the 7th. How about that?
Wow.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, see, that
And we
closed out
talked.
the 7 again. That's
That's
how you
awesome.
know his energy is still in here. You could still,
That's
his
awesome. I got
energy is still
goosebumps.
going around, man. It's crazy.
Tell you one more thing before I leave. Before I came into this room, I was listening to Heaven Ain't Hard to Find, and I was thinking about Pac, and I said, man, I said, boy, I bet you floating through that place, man, just having a time, boy. On some, I was thinking about I Ain't Mad at You and all of that, and I wondered if Heaven Ain't Hard to Find was, if he would have been able to shoot the video, would it be a part 2 for I Ain't Mad at You? But then you got Thug's Mansion, which, since I can't see, I don't know what the video's about. But I hear the song with him and Nas, so it's crazy.
I wanna also go ahead, Mel.
I was just going to say, this room continued on for 7 hours, and I just looked at the time, and it's 7 p.m. over here. So there's another 7.
Just
That's
Yeah,
like
crazy.
that.
it's 4 o'clock here in Florida.
That means it's 5 o'clock here in GA. I gotta go.
I go to work in 2 hours. I want to say one quick last thing. So in the Toss It Up music video, I really want to bring this up, and I know a lot of fans are going to go back and look at this music video. In that music video, we see the BMW in a ring of fire, and we see a red Corvette, and that's the only car that he gets in. He does not get in that BMW. And he sets the floor on fire, and he also sets the death row match on fire. And I'd be wondering what is all these symbolisms
And broke the
in
mirror.
that music video. And this is the music video for the one of the songs on his last album, on the Killuminati album, to close
He also broke the mirror.
this room out.
Yeah, I
So
was just going to repeat what Alphonse said too, the mirror.
Yeah,
in the mirror.
This is like choosing your favorite Pac song or your favorite Pac song from the Makaveli album. Like you say one and you say, oh no, I gotta say this one. I gotta say the second one. That's what these stories are like, and these clues. It's just never ending. It's crazy. Clifford? Was you on the podcast tonight? Like, have you ever heard the original, like the very, very first Truth About Tupac interview ever that was done for Tupac Lives, The Political Resurrection? I conducted with Lionel C. Martin, the director of Wonder If Heaven Got a Ghetto, the video, Wonder If Heaven Got a Ghetto. I don't know if you ever heard that interview, but we streamed about, 20 or 30 minutes of it here on the Truth About Tupac podcast. I think Alphonse was in there. I know MacDon was in there. Layla, everybody was there. It's pretty dope. It was on the original website. But the reason I bring that up is because Lionel Martin, in that interview, he talks about that shooting that video, because there was 2 Toss It Up videos, and the first one on the beach, at the beach house, they couldn't air. And then they had the second one that they shot that you're referring to, and he was telling the story about how Pac had asked him to hop in the car with him and Suge to leave to go to Vegas. He was going directly to Vegas from that shoot the next day. So that happened the next day too, what you're talking about, sliding into the other car and all that. But yeah, I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, because we'll be here another hour. Then we'll be at the 8 hour.
5 hours.
Yeah, we'll be at that 8 hour.
I just think that little detail thrown in there will be a fitting close, because there was a lot of mystery and a lot of questions I had for that music video, being that he did not get in that car. And I don't know if that was Casey and JoJo singing in. Yeah, that was Casey and JoJo singing.
That's right.
On the hook in that Toss It Up. And they were leaning up against that car. but he did not get in that car. He didn't go nowhere near that BMW. He was on. When the music video closes out, he gets in the red Corvette, and I always wonder, what does that symbolize?
Well, you know, Prince had little red Corvette. If you go into Prince.
Man, see what you just did. See what you did, man. Look at it. Look, hey, all right. That's it. Hey, that's it. No, we can't give them no more, man. No more game for free. Hey, make sure y'all subscribe to Truth About Tupac at the Club. Real deal, man. Clifford and Crowns, man. Y'all just topped that off. That was off the hook, man. Yeah, so I'm about to go watch the video right now myself. I'm gonna shut it down. You know what I'm going to do? First off, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, just something special for us. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and end the live stream on the YouTube and Facebook right now, and then we can close the room down. But I'm going to let everybody know, man, hey, we signing off. We appreciate y'all tuning in. Make sure you subscribe. Tap in with us on Clubhouse. Tap in with all the speakers and moderators that you heard. And, yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back again for sure. All right, signing off the live stream right now, man. Blessings.